Sorry this fucking video took so long. I'm a pretty huge fan of the Mario series, and I think it's obvious given the name of my channel. Despite that though, a lot of the games I played before this video were just Mario Kart, party or sports games. So despite my chances to do so, I haven't checked out a lot of the mainline Mario games. I think it's pretty important to say which games I'll be including in the video. Mario 1, Lost Levels, 2, 3, Land, World, Land 2, 64, Sunshine, New Super Mario Bros, Galaxy, Mario Wii, Galaxy 2, 3D Land, New Mario 2, Mario U, 3D World, Odyssey, and finally the newest entry, Wonder. I'm not going to include Yoshi's Island because anyone with a brain knows it's a Yoshi game, and Luigi U as well as Bowser's Fury are more just side content rather than standalone games, which is why I don't include them. Outside of that though, I just can't be bothered covering them given I already have 19 games to go through. By the way, I'm not trying to imply that my opinion is correct or anything. If you like any of the games I don't, or vice versa, then that's totally fine. More than anything, it just lets you see what kind of games I'm into. I didn't really grow up with any of these games except for New Super Mario Bros, so it's not surprising to me that I have a lot of unpopular opinions with these that'll probably get my house bombed. Let's get into shit already, I'm done wasting your time.
Mario! Mario!
Super Mario. 1, 2, and 3. There's power in numbers. Nintendo. Now you're playing with power. Each game sold separately.
Super Mario Bros. Easily one of the most iconic video games of all time, and it's pretty easy to see why it became so popular. I mean, back then games looked like this, or this, or you know, this. You know, very simple games that usually wouldn't go much beyond the boundaries of the screen. But then right out the gate we have this. Pretty big leap. And it must have been crazy to see it scrolling, different level spanning, just a full-on game. So let's see if it holds up nowadays. Super Mario Bros. Is a super simple game. As Mario, you can move left and right, jump, and hold the B button to sprint. But I often find that the controls are unwieldy. Mario feels a large bit too slippery and imprecise. You accelerate too slow and decelerate too slow. Not to mention that as soon as you're airborne, you can't move Mario as much. The stiff controls often lead to bumping into enemies easier, as well as making it harder to platform level to level. Like seriously, if the controls were better, this game would be a serious walk in the park. But with the terrible controls, it becomes way harder than it really should be. Thankfully, on your side of the power-ups, hidden blocks with question marks on them, and much less frequently bricks, are one of 3 different power-ups. There's the Super Mushroom, making you 2 towers tall, allowing you to crouch, letting you break bricks, and much more importantly, take an extra hit. If you have the Super Mushroom power-up, then each Super Mushroom you come across actually becomes a Fire Flower. The Fire Flower is a pretty unique addition. It retains the same bonus from the Super Mushroom with the added ability of letting you shoot fireballs. Though for some dumbass reason, you only turn into Super Mario if you grab the Fire Flower when you're Small Mario. Regardless of if you have the Super Mushroom or not, grabbing the star will make you temporarily invulnerable and kill anything on contact. You also flash all sorts of different colors while it's active, and you get a unique music track for it. The power-ups are all pretty useful in their own right, and they do make the game a lot more fun, but I feel that they're pretty underutilized here. Yeah, later on in the game you'll often see that there's only around 1 power-up a level, which is kinda strange. And when they do appear, it's not uncommon that they'll be put in a stupid spot. That brings us to the level design. And my god is it apparent that this is the first game. While some of the level designs are fantastic, I found the first world to be consistently amazing. Worlds 4 to the very last are filled with absolute dog shit. And the fact that there is World 4 and beyond kinda results in shittier level progression. The last world is filled with the most bullshit level design I've ever seen. You'll constantly see an abundance of enemies, 1-block platforms, big gaps, and these bastards right here. The Hammer Bros. The Hammer Bros are the nail in the coffin that makes the last half of this game complete bullshit. But contrary to popular belief, they aren't always bad. Because when they're on the platforms, it's really not that hard to get past them. But when they're on the ground and there's no platforms for them to go onto, they become your absolute worst nightmare. They do 2 things. Less egregiously, they jump up and down. This is actually a good thing when there's platforms, considering you can just go under when they jump on the platforms above. While when they're on the ground, this will become the bane of your existence. And the fucking hammers. Don't even get me started. They'll throw like 2 of these a second and it is super obnoxious. It is diabolical that Nintendo let these guys be this overpowered. And it's funny because the Hammer Bros are infamous among Nintendo fans, but only because of this game. And I'd honestly rather that than be like this game ever again. But speaking of the Hammer Bros, why don't we talk about the enemies? There's 12 enemies in this game, but there's a bit of a discrepancy between 2 of them. Let's go one by one. The Goomba will walk back and forth and can easily be taken out with a stomp or fireball. The Koopa will walk back and forth and can easily be taken out with a stomp or fireball. You really never hear people complain about the strong similarities between these two, and for good reason. There's a lot of enemies in the Mario universe, and just having one similar enemy isn't that big of a deal. But in Mario 1 it's pretty dumb. Since there's only 12 enemies and 5 of those appear often, the Koopa probably should have just been a completely different enemy. The Koopa does have the ability to kick its shell around after stomping on it, but I find that I rarely even use that ability in the first place. Thankfully the Koopa isn't the only enemy, so let's talk about the Buzzy Beetle. The Buzzy Beetle will walk back and forth and can easily be taken out with a see what I mean? Why does this game have 3 different enemies with almost the exact same function? But yeah, why is the only difference between these 3 that one can be kicked around and one can be kicked around and can't die from fireballs? And you cannot tell me this was a hardware issue because Super Mario Bros. 3 has like 20 trillion enemies on the same console. Okay, I've ranted about this long enough, let's continue. Paratroopers are Koopas again, but I'm actually fine with them considering they're airborne and can take an extra hit. They can also jump towards you sometimes, which is pretty cool I guess. Lakitus will follow you through an entire level, floating at the top of the screen and throwing spinies at you. Some people love to label these guys as annoying, but in this first entry they're kind of pushovers. If you're running, the spinies they throw will always fall behind unlike other entries. Bullet bills are introduced all the way in World 5, which is pretty cool. They get fired at a cannon and will travel in the direction they were fired in constantly, regardless of if there's a wall in the way. Piranha plants reside inside of pipes and will pop in and out periodically. These guys are pretty damn ugly in the first game, but they later become red and green, turning into one of my favorite character designs in the series. Located in lava are Potaboos, though if you're not gay as hell they're called lava bubbles. They'll hop in and out of the lava to hit you, and they can't be killed by anything. Though to be honest, the fact that they're unkillable and mostly stationary makes me think of them more as obstacles than real enemies. And while we're on the subject of enemies that reside in castles, Bowser sucks. Taking place on a bridge over lava, the fight involves Bowser jumping, shooting fireballs, and in later fights throwing hammers like the Hammer Bros. But unlike the Hammer Bros, Bowser stays in midair for like a century, so it's pretty damn easy to go underneath. What's worse is that this is the boss fight for each world, meaning you have to fight this guy a whopping 8 times. And for the first 7 times you fight him, you don't even get Peach, you just get this asshole. You'll never see me getting a game over to Bowser in this game. Oh yeah, since this was a game back in the 80s, it's kind of a given that it'll have a live system, and boy is it infuriating. I swear, throughout the entirety of the game I had about like 20 game overs. And unlike a newer game, so game overs send you back to the start of the level, getting a game over hit kicks you all the way back to the very beginning. Thankfully there is a continue option, but not in the way you'd expect. Rather than it just being an option on the menu, holding A and pressing start will put you at the start of the world you got a game over in. But if you're playing it nowadays, you would never even know that, and I don't even think it says it in the instruction manual. If they wanted to have a continue feature, just have it on the main menu. But honestly, starting from the first world of the 7th, you likely won't even notice the difference, because my god do these worlds blend. Start to end, Super Mario Bros. Often just takes place on your regular ground stage. There are exceptions like the underground and castle stages, and even the water levels are good. Ironically, Mario controls better in those. And even the entirety of Worlds 3 and 6 take place at night. That's a fun change of pace. But out of the 32 levels hit, 19 of them are just your basic overworlds with very little variety. Hell, even though I don't even like desert levels that much, I wish they were here to make the experience more interesting. And it doesn't help at all that some of the levels were rehashed. Yep, they even went there. 5.3 and 6.4 are almost completely copied over from 1.3 and 1.4 respectively. Really. The only difference is that they're harder, which I appreciate. I mean, they could have easily just done the same level. But you couldn't make 2 more new levels? You could have even changed them beyond making the platform smaller and adding a few more enemies. I would have been fine with that. But not gonna lie, I kinda wish some of the actual levels were repeats. Because some fucking idiot over at Nintendo decided they were gonna add guess and check levels. 4.4 and 7.4. I mean, not that I liked World 4 and 7 to begin with, but they've been further stricken of their fun factor by adding these 2 levels. So what's the deal with these 2 levels? Well, let me show you. You saw that, right? I got teleported back to the start of this section. Well, as if the Hammer Bros weren't already a big enough fuck you, in these levels you have to pick the right path. And the game never tells you this. You just have to realize that eventually you're circling the same area over and over again. What the fuck were they thinking with these? I just have to guess what path to choose until I get the right one. Oh, how fun. No, that's not fun. That's annoying as shit. I would rather get a game over than do these again. Well, no, that's a lie. But seriously, it just feels like they ran out of ideas with these. The last level is another guess and check level, and it's somehow worse than the other two since there's so many options to choose from. What's worse is that there's absolutely no power-ups in these levels. In fact, there's no coins either. And as if that wasn't enough, someone put one of these bastards near the end. And it's funny because it's harder to get past it than to get past the final battle, which is extremely disappointing. It's just Bowser again. Sure, he throws hammers, but so do the Bowsers from World 6 and 7. What they should have done is either give the hammers to only the final boss, or just make a new fight entirely, because this might be one of the most anticlimactic endings to a game that I've ever seen. Luckily, after taking down Bowser, we have the option to select which world to start in, as well as the much more interesting feature of hard mode. It's the regular game, but Goombas are replaced with Buzzy Beetles, elevator lifts are smaller, and most importantly, enemies move faster. This is a pretty fun mode, but I feel like it doesn't really do much to make it a true hard mode. To differentiate it more from the normal game, they should have just changed something major, like removing power-ups and making each platform smaller. I don't know, that's just off the top of my head, but you get the idea. There's also another mode, and sadly it's a bit subpar. The 2-player mode is really underwhelming. Rather than the usual multiplayer seen in the new Super Mario Bros. Games, in this one you just take turns. You see the other player play until they die and now it's your turn. That is the 2-player mode. I know they couldn't feasibly make a simultaneous 2-player option on the console like this, but you could easily get the same experience by just passing the controller to the next person when you die. Last thing to mention, the presentation. It's and I mean that in the nicest way possible, because to be fair it's hard to get an amazing looking game on the NES, and they certainly tried their best here. Starting off with the positive side of things, we have the sound. The music in this game is pretty goddamn good given the hardware it's on. Tracks like the underwater theme and especially the iconic overworld theme are pretty great. The underground theme is pretty decent too, but I think the soundtrack is pretty forgettable outside those examples. Not like that's complaining though, considering the songs I mentioned take up like half the soundtrack. But onto the less forgivable side of things, we have the graphics. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it, like this game's ugly. Like the Mario sprite itself, I think this sprite is so iconic at this point that many people overlook how ugly it really is. Like why is his mustache puke colored? It's nasty. But to be fair, it's not all bad. The Bullet Bill sprite looks nice, same with the Koopa, and it's kinda shocking how little the blooper design changed from here. They nailed it on the first try. The levels also look really good, but overall the presentation is kind of a mixed bag, which is honestly how I'd sum up the game as a whole. It's a big string of ups and downs. The highs of this game are pretty damn high for the console, and the lows, despite being bullshit, are nowhere near bad enough to be the worst game in the console. If you haven't played this one before, I'd go check it out. It's pretty good. I'm realizing just now that it's going to be pretty fun to see the progression of these games, seeing the rough starts, low points, and the evolution of the series as a whole. And that's a pretty ironic statement considering the next game is... yikes. Well, let's see if the next game is any good. Honestly, it's kind of impossible not to bring these two games out together since they're so similar. I mean honestly, if you showed these two side by side to someone not familiar with the franchise, they wouldn't be able to tell which is which. I'm then gonna keep my review short because this game is fucking garbage. First off, this game is somehow even more ugly than its predecessor. The soundtrack is the exact same, but almost every change in the graphical department was made for the worst. Why the fuck did the clans have eyes? What happened here? And the ground just looks disgusting. The only part that's remotely good is the modern mushroom design comes from this game, but I wish it didn't because this game's fucking awful. The game runs with the exact same engine as the last one, which is already not a good sign. But the level design is equally shit, if not worse. The level design in the original game was not good, I'm not even gonna try to deny that. But in this game it's really, really bad. As early as 2-2 we start seeing invisible block puzzles, which despite everyone making this joke is straight out of Mario Maker. And oh thank god they brought back the guess and check levels. And they're even worse now because of the extra paths, yay. And the worst one, in fact one of the worst levels I've ever seen, is 3-4. It's a guess and check level, and you have to use an invisible block to progress. And these aren't even uncommon instances. While Luigi was in the previous game, he was really just a green Mario in retrospect, but here's where he gains his separate playstyle. But honestly, even though Luigi is usually just a better version of Mario, I think the opposite is true here. While this playstyle is meant to be a high jumping but slower version of Mario, they go a bit too far with it here. It takes like a full 3 seconds to get to max speed, same with slowing down, and it really just makes the game absolutely unbearable to play. But if you haven't played the original game before, you should check it out. I think it's pretty good. As for this game, yeah, you should pass on it. I'm pretty excited to see the evolution of the series, especially since the next one is, oh fuck yeah, probably my favorite of the NES titles. Let's see if it holds up. While the Lost Levels wasn't at all an adequate game, the original Super Mario Bros. Was a worthy successor to the arcade titles, and one of the best games on the NES, which, let's be real, isn't the highest bar. So how do you make a follow-up that's even better on this old piece of shit? Yeah, you take a random ass game and make it look like it fits into your franchise. I mean, the game has a ton of wacky ass enemies that don't really fit side by side with a regular Goomba, so it seems that they really didn't try that hard here. But my god, do I not care, because I fucking love this game. Yeah, Mario 2 is amazing. Though it seems like it's the most overlooked game in the series solely due to the fact that it's a reskin of another game. And that really sucks too, because like I said, this game is great. First off, the controls are just fucking perfection. You accelerate way faster and can stop on a whim, even using Luigi. And air control is much better. There's also a new move, the Super Jump. This is a pretty iconic move and it returned in Mario Wonder, but I'm really not that big of a fan of it. Holding down crouch for a few seconds will make you flash all sorts of different colors, and when you see that, you can press A to get an extra high jump. The reason I'm not really a fan of this move is that it just takes way too long to charge up, and it ends up being unsatisfying to use. They should have taken the Wario Land approach, where you simply just hold up and jump to use it, since that's a far better approach. And with a few refinements, this move could have been really great, but as it is, it's not too fun to use. Oh yeah, there's new characters in this game. And with new characters also comes new playstyles, and Mario 2 delivers. While Mario is just your all-around guy, not excelling or failing in any category, and Luigi is of course a higher jumper but is slower to compensate, Toad and Peach have new playstyles, and this game set how they will play for the rest of the series. Toad is probably my favourite character here. While he has a shitty jump and he relies on the super jump to get to some places, he runs the fastest out of the playable characters when he's holding an enemy. And Peach just straight up has a new ability. While she's one of the worst jumpers, she has the ability to briefly float in the air before coming back down. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention. Instead of stomping on enemies in this game, you actually have to stand on them and pick them up. And afterwards you can throw it at another enemy, which ends up being how you take them out. And I fucking love this, you don't need to put nearly as much effort in to simply stomp an enemy rather than throw another thing at it. It's a really good concept. You also don't need to pick up specifically an enemy, as in the ground are multiple different things you can uproot. Most commonly, you can find a vegetable that you can throw at an enemy. Sometimes you'll find a bomb, maybe even an extra life. Hell, you can even find a power block in the levels themselves to wipe the screen of all the enemies. But what I want to focus on is the potion. Finding a potion and throwing it onto any given spot in the level will create a door out of nowhere. Going into this door transports you to a subspace briefly, and in subspace you can find coins that can be used in the slot machine to have a chance of gaining an extra life, or warp a few worlds ahead by placing a potion on the top of a certain pot. And if you place the potion in the right spot, you can even find a mushroom, one of the small selection of 4 power-ups in the game. The mushroom is the most basic of them. It'll restore all your health and even give you an extra hit point. Collecting 5 cherries will spawn a superstar at the bottom of the screen, to which it very slowly floats upward. But other than that, it functions just about the same as it does in the previous games. It makes you invulnerable temporarily. But as a boss isn't much. You just have to pick up the eggs she shoots at you and throw them back at her. But the issue arises when you realize she's the boss of almost every level in the game. Later editions of the fight have her shooting fireballs alongside eggs, and even just fireballs, needing you to defeat her with nearby blocks. But it is essentially the same gameplay loop, and it gets so fucking repetitive. I get why it's done. They want levels to end in a little challenge. But if they're not gonna make a unique challenge every time, just don't use it. What's worse is that the boss itself isn't even that good. I'm really glad that there are other bosses used for the final level of each world, because I'm sorry to the 11 Birdo connoisseurs, but this fight is pretty bad. Oh yeah, what are the other bosses anyway? There's 6 other bosses in the game, and this is a really damn good collection. Mauser is the first you encounter. Being the first boss in the game, he's pretty simple and not too hard to take down. He rapidly throws bombs, and you have to quickly pick them back up and put them back on the platform he's standing on before they explode. Despite the difficulty, he's a pretty damn fun boss, helped by his amazing design. Being encountered in World 2, Triclad is up next. He attacks by shooting a short stream of fireballs towards you, and you have to throw the nearby blocks at him and dodge the fireballs simultaneously. But honestly, I never find the fireballs to be that intrusive. It's really easy to dodge them, making the fight as a whole really easy, even more so than Mauser. But I never really minded it, considering it's just satisfying to strike him in the face with a high velocity block. Okay, now Fry Guy is a good boss. He'll fly around the arena shooting fireballs downwards, and you have to be diligent enough to pick up and throw blocks at him. After 3 hits, he'll split into 4 mini Fry Guys, and you have to take them out one by one. I don't really have much to say other than it's a fantastic boss, and most I gotta say, I'm not a fan of the arena. It's It's pretty cramped and it's pretty hard to navigate as Toad specifically, but props for making such a good boss. These bosses seem to just be getting better and better, because next up is Claw Grip. He'll throw rocks at you at 1 of 3 different angles, and you have to be quick enough to grab them before they fall off the screen, which can actually be pretty hard. After that, you have to throw them back at him. I really love how quick your reflexes have to be for this fight. I also really love how there's a safe zone here, where you can't get hit but you also can't pick up rocks. It really adds strategy to where you can either take it easy but in return take longer, or go balls off the walls with this shit and do it all with no safety. I think we're at the first drop off in the boss category, which sucks considering we just had one of my favorite bosses in the series. And it sucks even worse considering the wonderful introduction he has. So yeah, at the end of each level there's a crystal ball, and after you pick it up this bird mouth gate thingy will open up, which ends up being the exit to the level, or in some cases the entrance to the boss. And here it looks like the exact same deal, but there are throwing blocks as seen used in previous bosses, and a keen eye will spot them, and it sort of creates this looming feeling that this room might be more than an exit, or if the throwing blocks are just decoration. And then you pick up the crystal ball and the bird gate comes to life. It's a super good intro that sets up the throw in a super simple but effective way. But the boss itself? I mean, it's not bad, but I'm kinda left wanting more considering this is the fight before the final boss. All it does is fly around similarly to Fry Guy and take damage on contact. After 3 hits from the blocks, you can use it to get to the final boss. Wow, what a waste of time. I mean, again, the sub version is great. Super well done, but the boss itself is just fine. Could be better, but I'm not losing sleep over it. But here we go, the final encounter with Bat. So who the fuck is that? I guess this is the final boss. This toad thing moves back and forth and burps out nasty bubbles that you need to avoid. To take out the weirdo, you need to grab the vegetables shot at by this machine and throw them into his mouth. I guess that explains his fat fucking stomach, he's just allergic to healthiness. But you need to be diligent enough to throw them into his mouth before he spits the bubbles, because the bubbles destroy the vegetables and it's over. Yeah, I guess that was a fun enough fight. I mean, it's fun for what it is, but just like, really? I'd say this boss is probably the hardest in the game, but it's still pretty damn easy. And it just sort of feels anticlimactic. Still, we took down whatever its name was, and the day is saved. Which is all that really matters, I guess. Except no, fucking for some reason the game is just a dream. Good golly gracious, how unique. But I really do love this ending sequence. It shows the entire cast of the game, from the playable characters to the enemies to the bosses. And this has helped a lot by the super solid presentation. Honestly, despite Mario World looking objectively better, I think this is my favorite game presentation wise until Mario Sunshine, which is like 7 games from now. Despite the main characters having blank stares most of the time, the art style of this game just exudes this charm that I can't really describe, I just really like it. All the enemies have really good designs, especially with the bosses with Mauser and Fry Guy. And for some reason I really fucking like the look of the casino screen, the colours are very nice there. The levels also looking really nice. Speaking of the levels, how are they? I'm just gonna get straight into it. My god, did they improve on this shit. In the original game, there was maybe 3-4 good levels, but here I think I liked around half the levels, which is definitely a good amount. Especially the first world, every stage from that world is fantastic. I also really love how expansive the levels are. Mario 1 felt a bit small in scope, so I really appreciate the size increase. There's also tons of level themes which I like. Sure, we have the regular overworld and cave themes, which have already been done before, but added to the series are desert, ice and sky themes. And while the nighttime overworld theme has already been done, I still really like the concept though, it doesn't really matter. The levels just feel alive in general. They're super vibrant and colourful, and there's enough decorations to where the levels don't feel empty. I also like little details like the vines and clouds being animated. Little things like that make the stages feel way more lived in. I also really like how some parts of the levels are vertically oriented. Makes platforming a lot more varied considering enemies are often less avoidable and in turn feel more obstructing. That Mario 1 bullshit is still intact though, like this one level where you have to ride an egg shot by Birdo to get anywhere. But I'm also glad that they weren't afraid to experiment, like in 5-1 where these fish dudes are used as platforms, which is a really clever way to make use of the fact that you can stand on enemies. Speaking of enemies, they really improved on the enemy count here, because while the original game had around 10, this game is over double. The soundtrack is also just fucking amazing, even if there isn't too many songs. With Mario 1 I liked about 2 songs, but with this soundtrack the songs are consistently good, with the highlights being the character select, underground and subspace themes. I'm not gonna lie, and I may end up changing my mind later, but I think this is gonna be the peak of the series for a good few games. Which I guess is a little concerning considering we're at game 2. But it's for sure going up above Mario 1 on the ranking for me, and I think it's gonna be at least in the top 3 by the end of the video. What's next? Yeah, I guess I'll try it out. I didn't really like this game that much when I first played it, but you know, opinions can change. But while this game has a chance of being in my top 5 best Mario games by the end of the video, I highly doubt it's going to be in my top 5 favorites. I usually like a game when it's underrated and dislike a game when it's overrated. Like, I'm a huge fan of Ristar. I think it's probably the best Sega Genesis game, and I don't even think it's close. But with Super Mario Bros. 3, even if I like the game, I'm probably gonna come out of the game feeling less positive than I really should. Because people fucking love this game and say it's one of the best of all time. And whenever I see people say that, I hit it with an oh brother. Because goddamn do people love to dick ride games that aren't deserving of it. But still, I may as well give the game a chance. But as for right now, play Super Mario Bros. 2, because it's 100% worth your time. Although Mario 2 is more than a worthy successor to the original, I've never been a big fan of Mario 3. While the additions this game made to the series are more than welcome, I've never really seen anything from the game that truly excels. But hey, since I have to play it now, maybe my opinion will change. Maybe I'll even end up agreeing with everyone who says this is their favorite Mario game. Yeah, I don't. First thing you'll notice when booting up the game is the terrible art style. I can't even put my finger on what makes it so ugly, but it just looks so bad. You couldn't even get Mario right in this game. Mario, the main character! The best part of the graphics I still feel hold up are the enemy designs. Like the Boos, Buster Beetles, Chain Chomps, Hotfoots, hell, even the Shoe Goomba. But this game is just so ugly. Look at the Buzzy Beetle, they literally just took the sprite from the first game and put it in. The best part of the presentation is the soundtrack, and yeah, it's good. Tracks like World Map 1, the Matching Game, and the Hammer Bros theme all come to mind. But honestly, this game's soundtrack doesn't even come close to reaching the level of Mario 2's soundtrack, even with the increased list of songs. And I really don't even think it's in the top 30 Mario soundtracks, if I'm honest. It's just good, nothing more, nothing less. Starting the game will take you to the world map, and I like this feature a lot. In the previous games, the level would just sort of start. With the world map, you get an idea of the scale of this adventure, though for some reason you can't go back to a world you've already beaten. But on the plus side, you can skip levels you don't want to do, given that there's another option. This concept is introduced very well in the first world. After level 2, you can either go to level 3 or 4, but they go even further with this by making an obvious path to the mid-castle, skipping both level 2 and 3. This instills the idea that you can skip levels by making use of the world map, and it's a great concept. If you're stuck on a level for whatever reason, you can choose a different option given that there's one available. You can also collect a stash of items throughout your adventure, and they can be used at any time on the world map. Cool idea. Plus, it's just kinda cool to be able to access minigames within the map. There's a whopping 2 types of minigames. The Spade panel hosts a slot machine-like game where you have to match 3 rows with the same result. Make a full power-up icon and you win some extra lives. It's a fine minigame, but I'm pretty sure the game is rigged to have a random delay every time you select a row. And then there's the N-marked Spade panel, which will only appear once every 80,000 points collected. It hosts a memory match game, and for each pair of cards you match, you get whatever is on that card in your world map inventory. The funny thing is that the game will try to act like the best result out of all the cards is a 1-up considering there's only one of them, but I highly doubt you'll be too low on lives to be desperate for it. Why? Because of this thing. At the end of each level there's a roulette with 3 icons on it. A mushroom, a flower, and a star. Once you touch the roulette, you get whatever icon the roulette was on when you touched it. After getting 3 icons, you'll get an extra life if you get 3 icons of the same type. This sounds pretty challenging, but the difficulty is totally gone when you realize that if you build up to max speed and hit the corner as soon as you can, you will get a star icon every single time. Once you learn the trick, the lives are completely obsolete. There is technically one more minigame on the world map, and that's the Hammer Bros battle. Every time you beat a stage, these guys will shuffle around on the world map, and if you manage to bump into them, a confrontation with them begins. And after you defeat them, you'll get an item to be used on the world map. These are pretty easy, and the items they drop usually aren't worth wasting your time over, so I wish they could be avoided. Oh wait, yeah, they can. Sometimes they can drop a music box, and if you use it on the world map, all Hammer Bros will be put to sleep. It's a pretty useless item in the grand scheme of things, but I do appreciate its addition since it allows me to waste less time. And hey, since we're here, we might as well cover all the other world map items. Lakitu's Cloud can often be found from the Hammer Bros battles. You can use these to skip levels, so if a level is giving you a hard time or you simply can't be bothered doing it, you can use a cloud to go on your merry way. There is one more world map item, but you can only access it under specific circumstances. In each world, there's a specific level where collecting enough coins unlocks a special toad house, the White Toad House. And here you get access to a special item. And what does it do? Well, you're looking at it right now. All this thing does is keep the airship level from moving to a different spot on the world map. For context, at the end of each world there's an airship level, and if you happen to die in said level, it'll move away to a different spot on the map. And all the anchor does is stop it from doing that. It's useless. Imagine being a 1 in 10,000 kid in 1988, getting the rarest secret in the game just to get this. It's laughable that this item is even in the game in the first place. If you're gonna have a special item that not many can access, at least make it good. But if an airship escapes, all you gotta do is go to the place it went to on the world map, which takes what, about 10 seconds? Why is this even here? What even is this thing? Well, I guess since we're here covering the items used on the world map, we might as well talk about the power-ups. There's a whopping 9 power-ups in this game, 6 being original, which is pretty cool. But I use the word original lightly, because really there's only 3 truly original ones. Let's go one by one. The raccoon suit allows you to whip shit, slow your fall, and when at full speed, even fly. I believe this choice was made for balancing, and yeah, I can see that, but I don't see a reason why they had to make the power-up less satisfying to use just to balance it out. I can easily see Nintendo doing something like a limited use thing. What if after, say, 10 uses of the glide ability, it becomes less and less powerful until it eventually stops working, and you gotta touch the ground to be able to use it properly again. That's the best approach I can think of, as it negates its overpowered nature in a way that retains its fun factor. There's 2 different power-ups that relate to the raccoon suit, but for now, the frog suit improves water levels drastically, especially considering how slow and shitty Mario controls when underwater, but on land it completely destroys his movement. I think just by proxy of having a prominent downside that even matters, this is one of the worst power-ups out there. And I shouldn't have to explain why this power-up sucks, but just for those who somehow haven't figured it out yet, it's super situational. You wanna know how many levels are actually water levels? Alright, so there's 10 water levels. That's nothing! So if you play with only this power-up, a 9th of it is going to be decent and the rest is going to be absolute misery. I understand that you have to make your power-up more unique, but something we'll get to later on clearly outlines the fact that they did not care how original their power-ups were. Don't use this. The final, and probably the least annoying one, is the hammer suit. This is a pretty rare item, and it allows you to shield yourself from fireballs, and of course throw hammers. It's a cool idea, and the fact that the hammers can kill literally anything is a fun idea. But dude, the arc the hammers move at is terrible. With the power-up that's meant for offense, it does not do that job well. Still, with a few revisions here and there, I think this could be a great power-up. So with that out of the way, what's with these 2 power-ups? How do they relate to the raccoon suit, like I said earlier? Well, I think it's pretty obvious. They're just carbon copies of the raccoon suit. Yes, you heard that right. With the exception of a few things, they are largely the same. The P-Wing is the more different of the 2. The P-Wing is essentially the same as the raccoon suit, but with the flight ability being infinite and always accessible. Much like the Cloud, this is an item you'll mostly be using to skip levels you don't want to do, and as far as those go, it's one of the best in the series. The less forgivable one is the Tanuki suit. And what does it do? Everything the raccoon suit can. You might be asking, are there any new additions to this power-up? And then yeah, you're looking at it right now. This power-up is just the same as the raccoon suit, except you can turn into a statue for a short while. This ability is useful in the right circumstances. But is it fun? Fuck no! You're just going immobile for a short amount of time and then going back to playing the game. Honestly, now that I'm looking at this game from an analytical stance, I'm just now realizing that as a whole, the power-ups in this game are pretty shit. There is one more power-up in this game, the Goomba shoe. If you ever stumble across a shoe Goomba throughout the game, you can actually get a shoe from it by hitting it from underneath it with a block. The shoe sounds pretty niche at first. You can safely touch spiky objects. That doesn't sound very useful. I mean, how's that gonna help you in a level with no spikes? Well, you can't get the Goomba shoe in a level with no spikes. Yeah, the Goomba shoe is pretty weird in that it only appears in one level, being 5-3, and the level is filled with munches, spinies, and piranha plants, all of which Mario is protected from due to the shoe. What's better is that unlike normal power-ups, it stacks, meaning that no matter the power-up you currently have, you can still use it. So you can be Fire Mario, Raccoon Mario, hell even Frog Mario, and still use the shoe. This idea was used again in Super Mario World with Yoshi, but well, we'll get to that when we talk about Mario World. But other than the Goomba shoe, which I find to be a pretty good power-up, Mario 3's selection isn't the best. All the concepts here are really good, but most of them failed to execute on the idea. With a few revisions, all of these could be really good power-ups, but as it is, yeah, they're pretty weak. And that sucks because there's a lot of good ideas in this game, but it's kinda outweighed by the shitty execution. Like this level, 6-5. It's a pretty cool idea, needing you to have a raccoon suit and grab this Koopa shell, then fly up here and kick the shell to get the exit. But this is conveyed horribly. Most people would just go back and forth throughout this level wondering where to go, when literally all they needed to do was have a sign here saying, "Go up." But no, for some reason, the player is just meant to figure it out by themselves. I know you can see a hole at the top of the screen, but no one would even think to go up there. A similar thing happens in World 7's mid-castle. In fact, it's even worse. You start the level in this room made entirely of bricks, and you're meant to break through this line of bricks to hit the switch. But again, this is conveyed so poorly, it's laughable. A regular player would just pass by considering there's a door here. Who in their right minds would assume that there's something one block from the far right? Nobody, that's it. But this next part, oh, it's fantastic, phenomenal. After you hit the switch that's in the block, this door appears, and once you go in, you're led to this room with the Tanuki suit. You may be wondering, what's next? Your guess is as fucking good as mine, because the level designer was probably laughing while making this. What you're meant to do is fly to the top of the main room with the Tanuki suit, at this completely random spot in the room. So let me ask a perfectly reasonable question, level designer. Where do you live? I mean, what the hell in this level informs you that you're meant to fly into this random spot in this random room where there's literally nothing but blocks and platforms and nothing to actually give you a clue as to where you're supposed to go? Sorry, the level design is hit or miss as a whole, honestly. I feel Mario 2 struck a perfect balance between easy and hard while still having some experimental level design. The level design here often integrates Mario 1 level dumbassery like one block platforms. This isn't helped by almost every level being really short, whereas Mario 2 again struck a perfect balance between too long and too short. These ones are just too short. Though despite the short length of the levels, the game manages to be pretty long playthrough since there's a whopping 90 levels. That's a lot of levels for 40 kilobytes of cartridge space. And keep in mind that even though the levels are around half the size, that's 4.5 times the levels. The level themes are all different for the first time, but I say the word different slightly. Worlds 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8 are all fine. Sure, some of them were done before, but that doesn't really matter considering we're so early into this retrospective. But Worlds 4 and 7, they just sort of feel like regular worlds with themes already done in the game. Sure, the enemies are giant in World 4 and there's a few pipe-themed stages in World 7, but they still feel like your standard grassy stages. And I don't know if this is just me, but something about this game just feels indistinct. It could be the number of levels, maybe it could also be the less interesting level paths, but honestly, up until the last world I could barely tell if I was making progress, outside of the times I paid attention to where I was in the game. And the bosses certainly don't help. Yeah, while 2D Mario bosses kinda suck in general, these might be some of the absolute worst. First off, the bosses really are just too similar. There's 7 Koopalings and each and every one of them does basically the same thing. They shoot stuff at you and jump. Sure, there might be minor differences here and there, but they're pretty negligible. Second, they're too easy to cheese. Like, way too easy, it's mindless. Getting that first hit might be moderately challenging depending on who you're fighting, but after that first hit they might as well hand you the win because it's over, since you can just bounce on their head as soon as they get back up. Honestly, despite the Bowser fight being the most different, the battle with Wendy probably ended up being my favorite, which isn't saying much. But the reason why is because it was actually slightly, and I do mean slightly, challenging. The reason why is because the projectiles she shoots bounce across the room at a decent speed, and they don't go away for about 20 seconds. The fact that the attacks bleed into the next hit point of the boss makes it less easy to bounce on her head as soon as she gets back up, and it makes the fight a little bit more engaging. And that final confrontation with Bowser, fucking lord dude. I was genuinely expecting something here considering this is a pretty iconic boss, but it was disappointing as usual. All he does is shoot a few fireballs and occasionally jump to do a ground pound on you. What you want to do is stand on the bricks in the middle and move out the way as he's doing the ground pound, so he ends up hitting the bricks instead and breaking them. After he's broken all the bricks on a certain column, he'll dip into the lava. It's a really fun idea. I've always loved bosses that make you use their attacks against them, but it was over in a flash. It took around a minute and a half, which is never a good sign for a final boss, and it just sort of ends up being a super anticlimactic way to go out, and that seems to be a theme with these games. But he's not the worst boss in the game, not even by a long shot, because this fucker, right here, you gotta fight this bastard 17 times! Seriously, he might be one of my least favorite video game bosses ever, because of the abundance of fights and lack of changes. At most, the room you fight him in will be made of ice, or he'll get wings or something. But I'm not even gonna act like him having wings is a good change, because like with the Koopalings, you can curb stomp this asshole's head into the ground as soon as he gets back up, and that just invalidates any changes he gets across the game. I'm not wasting any more time talking about this guy, he doesn't deserve it. I'd rather have Mario 1's Bowser because at least that wastes my time less. Though honestly, it's a miracle I can even jump on the boss's heads to begin with, because the controls are really weird in this game. Not bad, honestly I think passable is the right word to use, but it's just sorta jarring. It's very hard to describe it without playing it yourself, so I won't hold on it for much longer, but it feels strange and not very good in a way that's indescribable. But to be fair, it works well enough. At least there is air control, unlike Mario 1. Because if there wasn't, I probably would have had a fucking aneurysm. Guess what I have in store in a few games. Honestly, I think one of the only things everyone can agree is bad in this game are the auto-scrollers. And look, I know these are widely hated and all, but I can't be my usual contrarian self here. They're really annoying. And there's too many of them. I think there might have been more auto-scrollers than water levels here, and that's never a good sign. Most of these are taken up by the airship levels, the final levels of each world, and every single one of those is an auto-scroller. There's also like 4 or 5 extra airship levels in the last world, so that's at least like 12 auto-scrollers throughout the game, and they get so repetitive. These levels usually take around 2 minutes, and while that's not at all a bad length for a regular level, the scrolling is simply too slow here to be anything short of boring. Honestly, one of the only auto-scrollers I wasn't bored by was the jet level in World 8. It's an auto-scroller, but the scrolling is much more frantic and fast. That's more engaging to me than the slow one, obviously, but it still doesn't give the player control of how fast they want to go. Some players will obviously like a slower pace than others, but not giving the player control makes the less experienced players have a small modicum of fun, and makes the other half want to put a bullet through their head. Want to know how many auto-scrollers there are in this game? 18! Combined with the amount of water levels, that's 28 levels, or almost a third of the game of annoyance. Who designed this game? Aliens? Dogs? I genuinely don't know, because this is fucking idiotic. It's baffling. And this is not going to be the last time we see auto-scrollers. In fact, I'm pretty sure a few of them appear in the very next game. Fuck. Honestly, the one redeeming factor I could say about this game, and a real bonus, not something like enemy variety, is the 2-player. Unlike the 2-player mode in Mario 1 where you have to pass over to player 2 when you die, in this one it's the next player's turn once you beat a level, and this is a fun approach. Because in Mario 1 it's more of a waiting game because player 1 is obviously going to be better than the other. But here, every player gets an equal amount of turns. It's pretty fun to collaborate to beat levels together, but my only real complaint is that it can't decide on whether it wants to be a cooperative game or a versus game. You can interact with the other player on the world map, which starts a versus minigame similar to the Mario Bros. Arcade game. Combining a co-op adventure with a versus one, as well as allowing either player to switch how they want to play on the fly, creates this jarring and awkward experience that could have easily just been a co-op adventure, but I think they did a relatively decent job with it. That's sort of how I'd describe the game as a whole though. While it's got a lot of well done aspects, the game as a whole just ends up being nothing more than a fun experience, and likely something I'm not ever going to come back to. I'm not saying you shouldn't try the game, it's definitely worth your time, and maybe it'll appear more to you than me. But as I said, I don't think I'll ever find a reason to come back to this game unless if I do a Mario series marathon in the future, which will likely happen at some point. I'm putting this right between Mario 1 and 2 on the ranking. It's got good enough qualities to be right above Mario 1, but it's got enough bad qualities and is just forgettable enough for Mario 2 to be better. Anyways, next game. Ah, sweet. Mario's first portable adventure. Portable games always for some reason end up being my favorites, for no particular structure or reason other than they usually just end up being more fun. I mean, Mario Kart DS is my favorite game of all time, and the entire Wario Land series is up there for me, but that's for a later video. But as of now, try Mario 3. Maybe it's right up your alley. But for me, it's fun. I had fun. But let's see what this next game has in store. You know, it kinda shocks me that Mario 2 is the best game the NES had to offer. And while Mario 3 wasn't for me, I ended up liking Super Mario Land more, which is kind of ironic considering the glaring issues this game has. First things first, the controls. Not gonna lie, I think they might be the worst so far. And it's not like it's unbearable to play or makes the platforming hard or anything. And I definitely wanna like the controls of this game considering there's a pretty good idea here, but the controls just end up falling flat and feeling bad. Much like Mario 1, there's minimal air control. But at least the small fragments of air control in that game felt nice to use. The air movement in this game just feels stiff, jagged. What I can commend is the ground control. It seems Nintendo finally understood what makes a good controlling Mario here, because they definitely got the acceleration and deceleration speed at an all-time high. I mean, it isn't instant, which I still think is the way to go for most platformers, but it's pretty solid. Turning around, much like midair, feels stilted as usual, but it's less of an issue considering turning around is almost instantaneous, and ground control is just pretty good in general. But considering air movement is more important to get right, I think it drags down this game's control style just to be the worst controlling game so far. In my personal opinion, Wario Land 4 is the absolute absolute gold standard for 2D platformers, because that game just cuts all the acceleration and deceleration bullshit and makes the regular move speed fixed. You'll always be standing still or moving at walking speed, which is how a 2D platformer should approach things, at least unless the platformer is built around momentum. Mario only has one new power up this time, and it seems to be an iteration on the concept of the Fire Flower. Here we have the Super Ball Flower. It's a fairly unique concept, firing a ball that bounces across the room you're in until it goes off screen, but it doesn't make for much of a good power up. Often the ball you shoot will just end up missing, and you can only have one on screen at a time, which can be a bit unsatisfying. I'd say it's a shame that this power up never appeared in a mainline entry again, but to be real, I don't think it deserves it. It's annoying to use. But hey, the power up is meant to take out the enemies, so let's talk about those. They're boring. Yeah, while these designs are quite different from your typical Mario enemy, they feel pretty fucking generic. None of them stick out, except maybe the zombie, but that's because it's weird, not cool. Like, look at this thing. This is the fight before the final boss, and it's just a cloud. What happened here? The only new character design I'd say is decent is Princess Daisy, who makes her debut here. And to be fair, it's an okay design, just being sort of a recolor of Peach. And Daisy has become one of my favorite characters in the series, but if the modern design wasn't invented, this character wouldn't stick around for much longer. Honestly, the most generally appealing aspect of this game's art direction are the level themes. It's fun that the levels all have their own completely distinct themes rather than just being a grass or desert level. All the worlds are based on real locations, which is particularly noticeable with the third world being Easter Island, or World 4's obvious graphical and musical inspiration of ancient China. And I really like this approach, as it shows off the different looks of different places around the world without actually having anything related to the culture in the gameplay. Like, I don't want to participate in Chinese New Year while I'm playing on my Game Boy. I appreciate it. I guess that brings us to the level design itself. It's good, nothing outstanding. In fact, I think there's a few questionable levels here and there, but for the most part, it's fine enough. I do like that the levels are a bit longer this time. They still aren't at Mario 2's level, but they're long enough. Honestly, the worst thing about the levels in this game is that there really isn't enough of them. There's only 12 levels, which I think is fine, but for a game sold at full price, this must have felt like a rip-off. And not to mention the prevalence of auto-scrollers. 2 of the 12 levels in this game take place in vehicles, and they're auto-scrollers. I think the amount of levels is fine considering the short length of the game as a whole, and they're definitely more engaging than the usual auto-scrollers, I'll give them that. But I can't lie, despite the compliments I'm giving them, at the end of the day they're still auto-scrollers, and they're so boring. I want to go faster than the game's making me go. Again, some may like these, but they simply split the player base into people who are fine with it and people who are bored to fucking death. And something that does that can't be good. Hey, at least they look unique. Game looks good as a whole. I don't exactly know what the consensus is on the presentation of this game, but I ended up really liking it. While it objectively doesn't look as good as Mario Land 2, I much prefer the art style to that game. It's super low detail and everything is super small on the screen, making everything look distinctly non-threatening. And while the enemy designs are still super generic, the art style disguises that a little. Honestly, if I had to pinpoint anything that breaks out of this, for a lack of a better term, chibi art style, it'd probably be the bosses. They still keep that low detail charm intact, but they're much larger, with the exception of World 3's boss. Speaking of, why don't we talk about the bosses? There's only 5 bosses in this game, and they're alright. The first one, King Totamesu, is a boss very reminiscent of Bowser from the first game, with the only difference being that he jumps slower and doesn't move. I think Bowser is a better boss, but it's still fine. Dragon Zamasu is the second boss of this game, and he moves up and down while shooting fireballs. This big fireball also bounces across the screen, so you have to dodge it while attacking. This is a vehicle level which sucks, but this is a good boss, if a bit too easy. Hioe. These names are getting way harder to say each time. He throws bouncing rocks as Mario, and you have to use them as platforms to get to the button behind him. This one's fun enough, but it's over in like literally 10 seconds. Pio Kinton bounces around the boss area and shoots fucking birds at you. These birds will move quickly towards you once close enough, but that's basically it. He acts more as a transitory boss because the next boss appears right after. Tatanga. Probably the most forgettable final boss in existence. He moves up and down, shooting bullets which split into 3. It's fun enough while fighting him, but it's over in like a minute, ending the game with yet another unsatisfying and anticlimactic ending. But at least we get Daisy back, and the game is over, with a damn good credits sequence. Not even because of the visuals that go along with it, it's pretty basic, but it's good purely because of the song. As a whole, the soundtrack is pretty great. I feel they wanted to try something different this time around, and that did succeed because the game has so many iconic songs. The The first level's theme is a great track, same with the cave theme. The song for the first level of World 2 got used in a bunch of fucking Roblox games, and I know that the song for World 4 is just that one Chinese song, but I still like it anyway. But I will say it again, that credits theme is perfect, and a great way to cap off this fucking weird game. There is one more thing to do, and that's hard mode, which you unlock after beating the game. It's essentially just a normal game but with more enemies, which I do suppose makes the game better, but it really does not change much. But yeah, that's Super Mario Land. As I said before, it's kinda shocking that I like this game more than Mario 3, considering how popular that entry in particular is. It's going above Mario 3, but just under Mario 2. It's definitely better and more memorable than Mario 3, but while I did like the game, there are a lot of aspects that could be polished, so it's going under Mario 2. But I'm kinda worried considering our next entry is great. As I said before, playing Mario 3, a lot of people tend to overhype games. And my god, do people hype this game up, because some people say it's one of the best games of all time. Again, whenever I see people hyping up games, I always have a certain expectation for them. And it's fair to be disappointed when the expectation isn't met. But as much as I don't really like, I don't know, Mario Kart 64 or Sonic Adventure 2, I did actually like Mario Land a lot. So let's see what they did. Honestly, I was originally going to put Mario Land and Mario World in separate reviews just to stay consistent, but now that I've uploaded that Super Mario Bros. Special video, which was only 6 minutes, I understand that my few viewers probably want a longer video, so here we go. Mario 2 and Mario Land are games that I'm a fan of, especially the former. But Mario 1, Lost Levels, and Mario 3 are games that I'm sadly either not a fan of or flat out games that I hate. From this, it seems that the earlier games have a bit of an inconsistent track record from my point of view. Sure, some of them were really good, but some of them weren't as strong, so let's see if that changes. Right off the bat, we get what's our most average controlling game yet. It sits right in the middle of the ranking when it comes to controls. While speeding up in general isn't too fast, my biggest issue is ironically enough something I can't describe. Much like Mario 3, it controls weirdly in a way I can't describe, so I guess I'll move on. Oddly enough, the stupidest aspect of the controls is the button mapping, which without a doubt came with a new amount of buttons added. The Super Nintendo controller has a bunch of new buttons, those being X and Y and of course the shoulder buttons, and I can only assume the poor button mapping came from Nintendo's unfamiliarity with this kind of button layout. The fact that the jump and run buttons are mapped to B and Y rather than A and X respectively is a fine decision on its own, but back then it was just drilled into your brain that the A button is used for jumping rather than B, so it's just a weird design flaw. This isn't helped by the atrocious button mapping for the new move, the spin jump. The spin jump is a decent move on its own, it mainly allows you to bounce on spiky objects, but the reason why I bring this up in relation to button mappings is because it's mapped to the A button. That might not sound bad on its own, but using it is a nightmare because of this. Why? Because the A button is opposite of the fucking run button. So to use the move, you have to take your thumb off the run button and move it to the A button. Should I have to explain why this is dumb? No, I don't. You guys have the L and R buttons, you know. And yeah, I know the panning camera function is mapped to there, but you could just map the panning to the X and A buttons since you use it less. And even if the button mapping was well done, I'm not gonna lie, the move is practically useless. Because if, say, a spider were in front of you, are you really gonna use the spin jump to bounce on it safely, or are you just gonna jump over it? Obviously the latter option, it's more safe and it's easier to do. By limiting it to almost only this ability, it's essentially turned redundant by proxy of there being a better option. There's gonna be no situation in this game where using the spin jump is more efficient than avoiding the problem altogether. So why is it here? You know what, I don't even want to talk about this move anymore. Moving on. Honestly, if I had to say a really big flaw in the game, it would probably be the first half of this game is pretty weak. It gets 10 times better in the last 2 worlds, but even then I'd say the start is an all-time low for the series, maybe outside of the entirety of the Lost Levels, but still. The level designs are often too easy and non-complex, distinctly pretty flat most of the time, which I ended up finding really repetitive. The stages can also be pretty empty at times, which is really odd considering I think they struck a nice middle ground in Mario 2 and Mario Land, and it's a little weird to change it. Levels where the entire stage is based around slow-moving platforms and ceilings are almost never fun because of how tedious they are. You might think that levels based around slow-moving platforms platforms aren't that common, but trust me, they really loved using these moving platforms early on because there's so many levels that revolve around them. There's almost always a ton of dead air, and it functions like an auto-scroller since there's no stationary platforms to use to avoid the moving platform. I can see Nintendo going for a risk-reward dynamic for these levels. They could have the moving platform going at the normal pace, and have smaller platforms out of the way of the moving platforms. Therefore, if a player thinks they're skilled enough to move through the level faster, they can take those small platforms to move through faster with the chance of falling because of the small proportions of the platforms. That's a fun and interesting way to have a level like this while also giving the player pace progression. The first half of this game is also where most of the water levels are contained, and look, I'm not even going to try to defend these, because much like in Mario 3, they are just horrifically slow, and it's probably even worse in this game actually. Holding items is the way to go because they make the swimming faster, but even then they're somehow more annoying because the game makes you constantly move in that direction when you're holding the item, which can be a tad annoying even if it's the better option than normal swimming. And I'm not a fan of any of the Ghost House levels, really. Sure, they may be unique and all, but in a discreetly action-based platformer, I don't want to solve puzzles, especially the ones in this game that end up being intrusive and just not fun in the context of an action game. But I will say though, this puzzle in Choco Island's Ghost House shows a much better version of the puzzle from 6.5 in Mario 3. In that game, the player just ends up being completely lost because there isn't much attention drawn to the hole in the ceiling. But in this game, the hole in the ceiling as well as the exit itself are fully visible, drawing some of the player's attention. The room also has a complete dead end in the next segment of the room, giving the player the impression that they need to get to the exit rather than having a pipe at the end which leads to another room, giving the illusion that there's more than there really is. And before you see the exit to the room, you get introduced to these new enemies which act like boos but turn into concrete blocks when you stare at them. Seeing these before the puzzle gives a player with even a modicum of common sense the idea that they need to use these boos to get up to the exit. It's a way better execution on the idea done in 6.5 from Mario 3, and it's just a good puzzle altogether. Now let's see an example of a shit puzzle, arguably worse than the one from 6.5. In Choco Island 3, I have to find a secret exit because it's required for progression in the game, and that by itself isn't the best idea already, but where they really fuck up is how you find it. First off, the cape feather is required for this, which would have been fine if they gave you a cape beforehand, but they don't. But that's the least of this exit's problems, because the way you get to it is by using the cape to fly over this bottomless pit to get to the platform where the secret exit is. But, huh? This might be the most bullshit puzzle so far. At least with the castle from World 7 and Mario 3, you have a dead end to show that you need to figure something else. This has nothing. There's these 3 signs that point to where you're supposed to go, but the player sees that there's a platform up here and will go to check it out, see the normal exit, and use it to beat the level. This puzzle is horribly conveyed. Even with the suns glaringly pointing this way, it still manages to be a terrible puzzle. How do you even do that? It's baffling. And quite frankly, the puzzle in the Ghost House with the enemy that uses as a platform is way better. Speaking of the enemies, the enemy variety in this game is very good. Even though it's getting a bit redundant to say that at this point, this game contains some of my favorite enemy designs like the Bonsai Bill, Rex, and the god tier Charge and Chuck. But if I'm gonna mention iconic character designs, I may as well mention the elephant in the room. Yoshi. Yoshi has become one of the most loved and iconic characters in the series, and while his design doesn't appeal to my taste, I can definitely see why he's become so beloved. He's got a really good design. But as a power-up, yeah, he's fine. As a power-up, Yoshi evolves in the concept of power-up stacking first seen in Mario 3 with the Goomba shoe, but I think they go a little far with it. As a power-up, Yoshi can eat enemies, spit them out, and even grow wings temporarily with the blue shell in his mouth. He's already not a favorite of mine, but where he really fucks up is when you get hit. Getting hit with him doesn't deal damage to you, and rather than losing him entirely, it makes him run around frantically, to which you can simply hop on his back to get it back. I think you can see where this is going. By allowing him to easily be taken back with almost no challenge, it sort of makes getting hit and enemies in general a little redundant. Sure, you're vulnerable in the few seconds you're not on him, but there isn't going to be so many enemies that you're going to get hit every time you lose him. I really don't understand this design choice
choice other than the fact that they wanted to make a unique power-up, because by making enemies redundant, you're removing like half the challenge from the game, and that is no good. Whenever I play this game, which admittedly isn't a lot, I almost never end up using Yoshi considering how unfun and overpowered he is. He arguably makes the game less fun. But hey, since I'm here, I might as well talk about the other power-ups. There's 3 new power-ups in this game, one we've already talked about. And while 3 may sound like a lot on paper, in reality it's more like 2 power-ups considering the P-Balloon isn't used too often. First, the cape. I'm gonna describe this power-up to you and you should see if it sounds familiar. Got it? Okay, the cape feather allows you to whack stuff, slow your descent, and fly. Sound familiar? Because to me, it sounds a hell of a lot like the raccoon suit. But honestly, despite the gameplay resemblance between these 2 items, I never really minded it, because the cape is overall just a better version of the raccoon suit. Rather than mashing the jump button to slow your descent, you can simply hold it, and the flying is much less obnoxious in that it doesn't slow you down. If I had to pinpoint something bad this power-up does, it's gotta be the flying. I get the approach to it. They had to differentiate it from the raccoon suit somehow, but I feel it's too overpowered here. Sinking down allows you to do a sort of dive bomb attack, but holding up allows you to gain elevation, given you have enough downward velocity. And you can hold the flying for an entire level if you're even remotely competent at using it, which again I think is too strong, and I end up never using it because of that fact. Still, the cape feather is a super fun power up, and probably a top 5 power up for me in general. And the P-Balloon is pretty damn solid too. The P-Balloon is used most prominently in the level tubular, and it allows you to freely float in all the cardinal directions for a short period of time. On its own, it's not a great power up, but they cleverly implemented it into parts where it makes sense to add it. And by God does it make sense here, because this is one of my favorite Mario levels. Because they take the flaws of the P-Balloon, that being at slow speed, and use it against you in a super fun yet challenging obstacle course. There's no flaw, meaning you have to use the P-Balloon. And the balloon is already unreliable, you drop to your doom if you even get hit once because you're super vulnerable. But they take that to their advantage by having charging chucks throw rugby balls at you and plants shoot lava balls at you. It's a super challenging yet fun stage that takes the downside to the balloon and centers an entire level around them. The special zone as a whole is pretty unique, but this stands out as being a super hard stage that feels warranted. I also forgot to mention something pertaining to the items, that being that you can store one to be used at any given time, most prominently when you get turned back to Small Mario. There's one more item in the game, but they're less helpful items and more just collectibles, and that's the Dragon Coin. You can find 5 of these in any given level, and if you collect all of them you'll get a 1-up. But look, I'm not even gonna try to defend these. More often than not, by the end of the level you'll probably have at least 3 or 4 of these, even if you're not exactly trying to get to them. I honestly forget that they're there half the time, and I still end up getting them. And that's because they're almost always lying directly in your path, basically giving you them for free. I understand it's pretty hard to come up with 5 distinct spots in any given level to put these things, but they still could have done something, but they should have just give them to you. So what's the point? Still, the items in this game are really good, especially the P-Balloon for making the best level in the special zone, and probably the best level in the game. Hey, speaking of the special zone, this entire world is pretty fucking crazy. The Star Road is already pretty cool, being that it acts like a fast travel with a few levels thrown in. The levels themselves aren't anything to write home about, but when you get the secret exit to the 5th and final level in that world, you get access to the special zone. 8 unique and hard as fuck levels that would keep on your toes. Every single world theme is cool, honestly. Not talking about the themes themselves, I just mean the name. I really like how each of the main world's names starts with a different food. Hell, even the levels themselves have food names, like Cheese Bridge Area or Soda Lake. I suppose that brings us to the world map, and I don't think a single person on this planet disagrees that this is the best overworld in the series. The reason why I can't get behind Mario 3D World's presentation is that it's less generic and more that it doesn't feel real. The world maps are too clean and perfect, and each of them are split apart on their own separate islands, which makes it feel even less real. It feels handmade, distinctly packaged to be as perfect as can be, and well, just feels like a video game world. In Super Mario World, however, that doesn't happen. It feels like Nintendo made the decision to make the world feel as real as they could with a universe like Mario. There's little imperfections on each piece of terrain, there's fish bouncing up and down in the water, there's a sunken and destroyed ghost ship. Hell, you can even unlock an autumn theme by beating the special zone. It just feels like an actual fucking world. Mario doesn't use a clear pipe to get to the main island, he uses a bridge instead. There's little rocks and ice bugs scattered around the water, it just feels real, and despite me knowing it's a game, it feels like I could do a top 10 hottest Sonic characters moment and try to reach through the screen.
Grab yourself a snack and a glass of orange juice, and try not to reach through the screen because here we go! Number 10.
It also helps that none of the objects feel artificial, like again, Super Mario 3D World with its worlds that feel like they were born in a factory. And you'll often see the land terraform in front of you to open the path to the next level. Like after beating Donut Plains Ghost House, this area in front of you, which was previously just trees and rocks, ends up being completely demolished and replaced with a river flowing into the ocean below. I don't know. I know I'm over-explaining this since it's so simple, but it's cool, okay? They didn't have to add it, but it's cool that it's here, and it's pretty to watch despite the cutscene being only like 1 second. Hey, while I'm here, I might as well talk about something on the world map. Switch palaces are a really novel concept. There's 4 of them, and one of them can be found out in the open, with the rest being secret exit requirements. And basically what they do is house a big button of one of 4 colors. And when you hit that big button, every single outline throughout the game that corresponds to that color becomes an actual block. Either to cover up a pit, block an obstacle, or even have a power-up. And it stays like that forever, since this is the first game to incorporate save files. It's a really cool idea, almost like an easy mode in a way. Like if a player knows they're not that good at the game, they could choose to go to a Switch Palace early on to have a slightly easier time. It wasn't ingeniously executed or anything, like I think having 3 of the 4 palaces being secrets is pretty dumb, but it's a really cool idea and Nintendo should try again someday. If I had anything to complain about regarding the world map, it'd probably be that the exception of the final one, none of the castles can be replayed. Every other level can, so it's a little weird to leave that feature out just because the castle was technically destroyed. And this is a way bigger problem than it seems because the castles are probably the best levels in the game, maybe with the exception of Roy's and Larry's castles. The reason why I think this way is because unlike most of the rest of the game, you know, flat boring levels, they clearly have put the most effort into them due to their complex and fun design concepts, like having platforms move in and out of lava periodically, or having super enclosed spaces with spiked balls swinging around. But they're still pretty fun and executed kinda well. I don't know, it's just the little things like this that make the game less vapid and more interesting to play. They also end with super cartoony and sometimes even funny cutscenes displaying Mario destroying the castle, which just makes the castle levels in the game in general more inventive, less conforming to the status quo. Things like this are why the game is so beloved. Which is what I would say if they didn't fuck up the bosses yet again. There's technically 10 bosses, but it's more like 7 of them. And the Koopa Links return. Fuck off, I don't care. The first one you encounter is Iggy, and he occasionally spits fireballs, but that's basically it. Honestly, the challenge of this boss more so comes from how you're meant to kill him. This is one of the few bosses in the 2D series that doesn't have a set amount of hits, rather you have to knock him into the lava. Hitting him moves him in the direction the platform is tilted, and you need to be diligent enough to get him into the lava before the platform tilts again. It's a unique boss for sure, but it ends up falling flat due to the easy difficulty. Morton is the boss of World 2 and he climbs up the walls and then onto the roof to drop down to you. It's a unique concept once again, but he really needs another attack because it's too easy to avoid. And on the ground I just end up cheesing him like in Mario 3. They could have done something so easy to avoid the cheesing too. Make him go into his shell so he's invulnerable before he goes onto the roof. But even then it'd still be too easy because his attack sucks. Lemmy is the boss of World 3 and he has this sort of whack-a-mole gameplay loop where there's 2 fake versions of him and 1 real one. They all pop out at the same time and you have to pick the obvious right one, and he'll go back down if you pick the wrong one or just don't hit him fast enough. There's this fireball bouncing around the arena, but once again this is just too easy. Ludwig is the most overrated Koopaling and is the last one to have an original boss. It's way more dynamic than the others, which sort of fits with his personality, but it's still not great. He spits fireballs, occasionally does big jumps, and goes into his shell and spins around when he gets hit. However, it's more like style over substance, because once again you can cheese him really easily here. For some reason he's the only Koopaling to not get a repeat boss, which is really weird considering that you could have had the best concept. But his boss isn't the only boss that's style over substance, I'll get to that. There's 2 more bosses I haven't talked about, but they're more like mini bosses. The Big Boo flies around the arena, and as Mario you gotta throw the blocks from the bottom at him. He will then go invisible and reappear. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it, this is a terrible fight. Like, waste of time terrible. At least with the other bosses I called too easy, I simply called them that because I'm good at the game. They could serve a modicum of challenge to someone less experienced. But when I say this boss is easy, I mean if you fail this boss you should feel ashamed and depressed. The other boss is Reznor. They're the boss of every fortress level, and they're okay. You hit the blocks they're standing on to kill them, and the floor will eventually start breaking apart, leaving you vulnerable to dip in the lava below. It's a unique concept once again, and it's definitely one of the hardest fights in the game, but it's still too easy and fast. A way they can make it last longer and make it harder is to give them each 3 hits rather than 1, because if that was the case you'd be way more vulnerable and need to move around the wheel more. more, but as it is, this boss is good enough. Now what, or who, was I talking about when I said Ludwig wasn't the only fight that was style over substance? I'll tell you who, Bowser. Because my god, the final fight was a disappointment. Not gonna lie, despite the disappointments from the other fights, I was genuinely looking forward to this one. But it was over in 2 minutes, no exaggeration. His castle is a super good level, having you pick between 4 different challenges, then doing it again once you beat that challenge. It's always non-linear in nature, considering that you don't have to conform to any given path. You can pick doors 2 and 7 or doors 1 and 8. At least 2 of the doors are required, but which door you pick is completely your choice, and it's cool. But the boss itself is massively disappointing, as I said before. He flies around the top of the screen, occasionally dropping giant cannonballs that are called Big Steelies. That's a great name. Fire, and Mecha Koopas. Like with Mario 2, you gotta throw the Mecha Koopas back at him, which is the only way to damage him. Peach will occasionally give you mushrooms, as if this is a difficult fight, but it's really easy. Like, not hard at all. It's definitely the best fight in the game. But I was anticipating something for a reason. It makes the game end in anticlimax. But somehow the credit sequence totally saves it. The credit sequence is fantastic, having one of the best songs in the series as Mario, Peach, and all the Yoshi eggs they've collected along the way walk through the environments they've traveled through in this adventure, and man, that song is just too good. The soundtrack is good as a whole. It tried something pretty experimental here, but I'm glad to say that it paid off. They used leitmotifs, a melody that recurs in different songs of the same album or soundtrack. This is pretty common in Mario games nowadays, but in this game they use leitmotifs throughout the entire soundtrack, using the same melody in different tones and moods. Some highlights from me were the Donut Plains world map, bonus game, athletic theme, underwater theme, and of course the credits theme, which I'd say is so good it's a top 5 Mario track. And after the credits rolled, it left such an impression that it gave me the feeling that what I just played was perfect, when what it really was a solid game and nothing above that. And that comes down to 3 things. Low difficulty. I did say earlier that I'm good at the game, but quite frankly, if a person with average skill played it, they will probably be able to beat it in 3 hours, which directly ties into my next point. 2. It's too short. I beat this game in around 3 hours, maybe a little less, and that's fine for a portable game. Actually, hell, I'd say that's a bit short for that too. It's less forgivable for a console game sold for $60. I mean, it doesn't matter as much for me because I'm playing it on a not console, but it could have been a little longer. And finally, my biggest issue. Mario World's biggest fault is that it's exceedingly generic. Remember how I said that the world maps feel like an actual world? Well, the same thing I say for that is the opposite of what I say for the actual levels, because the levels truly feel like they were deliberately made clean and boring. Bosses are the Koopalings, as I said, and they feel a little boring. Even the Big Boo, as I mentioned earlier. It's literally just a big boo. I mean, hell, even the cape power-up, which I think is a top 5 at least, is just a cape. Mario World obviously has creative ideas, but they come few and far between. And as far as I'm concerned, this is just another Mario game. I wish I didn't have to say that considering all the good I had to say about it, but at the end of the day, it's just one of many, and it doesn't have much that set it apart from a basic platformer other than the fine-tuned controls, cool power-ups, and a well-done world map. Do I think this game deserves the hype? No, not really. But do I think it deserves to be forgotten? Absolutely not. I'm realizing just now that it's going to be cool to see the evolution of the series, seeing how they go from 8-bit to 16-bit, then to 3D, improved graphics and sound, so on. I think it'll be cool to see the entire history of the platforming series. But as it is, yeah, I don't think I see myself coming back to Mario World anytime soon. The controller's good, the cape is fun to use, and I think the last quarter of the game is good enough to elevate it above Mario 3 for me. But the first impressions are so weak for me that I doubt I'll ever play through the entire thing again. It's going right above Mario 3. The last quarter of the game is strong enough to lift it above Mario 3, and it's definitely more memorable. But Mario Land, despite how primitive it is, was solid and creative enough to just go above. What do we have next? Finally, an amazing game again. I always jump back and forth between this game and New Super Mario Bros. In terms of what my favorite 2D Mario game is, but if it's good enough to be there, I think we're in for a treat. I'm gonna do a final statement on each of the games at the end, so stick around for that. You staying awake? Because we have 13 games to go if you can believe that. But since I'm gonna be burnt out as hell by the end of this, I might as well play a good game while I'm at it. So let's get into it. Dude, honestly, who gives a fuck about what I have to say about the game? Because Wario's in this game! Despite me never really liking Mario Land before this marathon, I ended up changing my mind on it and really enjoying it, hence my positive outlook on the game by the end of that segment. But that can't really be said about its sequel, Mario Land 2. Because I've always really liked this game. There's no point where I've played it and haven't had a fun time. But this is the calm before the storm, let me tell you. but let's focus on the calm and get into this game, because there really isn't as much to talk about as I thought. And the reason for that is because this game doesn't have much to offer, only having about 1 hour of gameplay and one new power-up, which is really lame, but I guess I should talk about that now. First off, power-ups don't pause the game like they do in the rest of the series, which is a good change. Sure, the transformation animation is slightly, and I do mean slightly, less satisfying, but it's really not worth sacrificing a few seconds of gameplay time for a slightly smoother animation, so I like this change. There is also one new power-up. If the mushroom is a tier 1 power-up and the fire flower is a tier 2, then the magic carrot is a tier fucking 7. The carrot isn't the most creative power-up out there, only allowing it to hover in the air for a few milliseconds for each time you tap the A button, and it doesn't grant any combat bonuses. It's a fine concept, but oddly enough there isn't a cap to how many times you can press the A button in a second, so it just ends up being overpowered in retrospect. If you can mash A at a semi-competent pace, you can easily skip an entire level, given that there's no walls in the way. It's not even that fun to use in the first place, so I always end up skipping on this item unless if I really need it, which is never, because this game is fucking easy. I'm not lying when I say this, but I didn't even die once throughout my entire playthrough of the game. It's just a little weird to look back on. I'm not even saying I'm really good at Mario, I'm above average at best. This game is just really easy for the most part. A big part of that is that the controls are way more refined, with higher acceleration and deceleration, as well as things meant to make the playing experience more fun with the small amount of screen you have, like a lower top speed. Spin jump is also way easier to use, as you can use it while airborne and it's simply mapped to down, but the trade-off for better control with the spin jump is making it essentially useless. Now its only use is to break blocks below you, which was already one of its traits in Mario World. But are you really gonna need to break blocks below you that often to make it the sole ability it has? But they did make it easier to use, and I suppose that makes it safer to use. But outside that, there's just a lot of things that make this game kinda easy. Enemies are less common than they should be, the bosses are all super easy to cheese, you oddly almost never see pits in the game, which I can only assume is the case because of the extra screen crunch that obviously comes with making sprites bigger. In fact, it's kinda weird how this game isn't super hard in general, given the way bigger portion of the screen Mario takes up. But looking at the game in full, I can definitely see why it's not hard as it should be, and that's because of 1, Mario being consistently set a little behind the camera, giving you extra room to see, and 2, because of the enemies. They all move super slowly, which I don't think was a technical issue more than compensating for the screen crunch. And honestly, if it is intentional, it's a pretty genius design quirk that I don't think I've ever seen in another old school game like this. But sadly, I think that's the only win the enemies get. Again, the variety of them is great and all, but that's just the standard at this point. It's the expectation. What I really want to talk about is the shit pertaining to the enemies. First off, none of them have good designs. It's because the designs are inconsistent as shit. Some of them are as normal as a Mario game can get, while some of them look like they came from an obscure Japanese RPG released on the NES way after its prime. Like, look at this enemy design. Am I meant to feel any type of emotion while looking at it? No, of course not, because it's just a fucking ant. Some of the enemies also convey how they function really poorly, like this ant that looks like it's got a sort of helmet on. You think that this would just act like a regular ant with an extra hit or something, but no. For some fucking reason, he grows these spikes on him when you jump on it, even though nothing from the enemy's design tells me that. Honestly, if I had to give any credit to the foes you encounter in this game, it'd probably be that this is the first appearance of Wario, who, as you guys know, is the best character of all time. But we better fucking appreciate that he's here, because the only other appearance in the mainline Mario games he has is in a minigame in New Super Mario Bros. To which I say, what the fuck? I hope you guys realize that it's been 32 years since Wario's been featured in a mainline Mario game, and you guys are never gonna make another Wario Land. And one better fucking come out, because I love this goober. He has such a great design, with Mario being the ideal hero and Wario being the complete opposite, only in it for himself. He has such a great personality too, being obsessed with money and treasures while completely brushing over everyone else like girls. Which side note, in Wario Land 4 there's this character called Princess Shakura, and she's easily one of the most underutilized characters in the series, right next to, well, Wario himself. But at the end she's returned to her normal form since she was stuck as a shape-shifting cat the whole whole time. And after that, she gives Wario a smooching, then just goes to fucking heaven, implying that she was dead, I guess. Well, that's so stupid. Just keep her around, because she's without a doubt become one of my favorite characters in the series, just being a chill as fuck person. She's a cat for most of the game, sure, but she's also a shopkeeper where she does this amazing little dance while she waits for you to buy an item, and she gives you a free smile if you don't have any coins. Like, that's just charming to me, having a character not completely repulsed by Wario for once. They really should have kept Shakura around because she's one of my favorite characters in the series. They could have even kept her as a shopkeeper doing a funny dance and I would have been fine with it. Oh yeah, we were talking about Wario. Wario is a super fun character, but his fight here isn't great. I've always liked the concept of bosses using the powers you have access to, but it's quite frankly over in a minute. It's a really anticlimactic way to end the game despite being the super short 1 hour runtime of the game, and yet it's still somehow the best boss, because the other bosses are really easy, like mindlessly easy. Some of the bosses I legit don't know what their attacks are because I kill them so quickly. They don't even have creative designs or anything, it's just witch or rat. The only bosses that have a little bit of creativity is the return of Tadanga and the three little pigs. How the fuck did you mess this up, Nintendo? Hey, at least their arenas are cool looking. The whole game has unique locales like this. They're really awesome, and these are shown off really well on the world map. On the world map, there's a giant pumpkin, a Koopa that eats you, a giant tree, the fucking moon, a Mario mech, and my personal favorite, giant house that shrinks you before you go into it. And all of these correspond to different worlds. And keep in mind, all of this is shown on a tiny island, which is pretty crazy. The individual level themes are really cool too. It's awesome how the level theme corresponds to where you are on the map, like having a chimney section where it is in the macro world, or taking place inside of a whale at the spot on the map where the whale's mouth is. Or my personal favorite, having the entire level themed around balls where the Mario mech's crotch is. The world map also shows off how good the game's presentation is for the hardware. The map doesn't look quite as good as Mario World's, but I appreciate the things that stand out, like this amazingly smooth water effect. Also, since we're here talking about the world map, I might as well talk about the level structure. You can choose to do each of the worlds in whatever order you want, and you can even just stop mid-world and travel to a different one if you're really struggling on a level or just want to do it later. This is a unique way of doing things in a platformer, but I still think it's the way to go in terms of platformers. On the world map, you can also do other things, like play levels outside of any given world, as well as gamble all your coins away to get extra lives or power-ups. Yeah, you can get a whole stash of coins in this game, rather than 100 coins automatically exchanging for a 1-up every time. And they're useful once again, the casino. But even though the world map gives me super high expectations for what's to come, the level design is good. Nothing in particular excels, it's just good and nothing more. It's honestly really consistent, and the only levels I ended up not liking were the few water and auto-scroller levels, just by proxy of them being water and auto-scroller levels and not because of the designs themselves. But even then, the water levels aren't that bad. They're still a little too slow, but for a Mario game, the swimming isn't nearly as slow as it usually is. And again, there's almost no water levels in the entire game, so it ends up being almost dumb to point out. And that final level ended up being so disappointing. Mario World's final level was really fun, while this level just ends up being good, but nothing special. It could be to do with the fact that the level is quite linear in nature. There's no alternate paths, and the path you're meant to take isn't too interesting. Mostly just boring obstacles that don't do anything new. Still, I do have to give it credit because it's one of the only levels in the game that ends up being a little challenging. One of the bigger complaints I have for the game is the amount of slowdown. It's not common to the point that it ruins the game, and you won't be experiencing it every 7 seconds, but it's just common enough for it to be a complaint. Without a doubt, I think the slowdown is a result of the much larger sprites. I mean, Mario Land 1 already had its moments of slowdown, so it's obviously gonna add up if the sprites are twice as fucking huge. But it's honestly kinda commendable that the game doesn't lag all the time. I mean, again, Mario Land already had its laggy moments, and realistically it should happen twice as often, but it doesn't. Nintendo also pushed this Game Boy to its limits with the soundtrack, because this has always been one of my personal favorite Mario soundtracks. Much like Mario World, it makes use of leitmotifs throughout the entire soundtrack. I don't think it was done quite as well here, I think it's a bit more obvious, but the soundtrack is overall way better than Mario World, with the highlights being damn near every track, especially that credits theme. Not gonna lie, this game has taken the top spot on the list. I think the only thing holding it back is again, the length. It's only around 1 hour if you're decent at the game, which is pitiful. This game could have had 2 more worlds, which would still mean a short game, but it would at least be slightly longer. But to be fair, if the game was any longer than 8 worlds, it'd be extremely noticeable that the game was being dragged out, so maybe just just adding extra levels to some of the worlds would be another way to do it, especially since there's only 3 levels in the total world and a stupidly short space world with only 2 levels. In terms of gameplay, Mario 2 and Mario Land 2 are pretty toe-to-toe with one another. They're really solid games with a lot of similar qualities, but given Mario 2 is just a port of an already existing game, and Mario 2 is more thematically creative, I think it's clear that Mario Land 2 is going at the top spot and it's going to stay there for a good few games, especially since the next game is... yikes. I'm not even going to try to sugarcoat it. I'm really not looking forward to this one. Mostly because I've never exactly liked this game. Remember all my previous exposition talking about overhyped games and how my perception of them is affected by the consensus on that game? That has been foreshadowing to this game, and I'm really not looking forward to the comments, I'm going to be real. But hey, I guess I'll see what I think after playing it again. But now, I think you should definitely play Mario Land 2. It's a great game and it's really bite-sized if that's something you're looking for. But it's a super solid game that people often overlook, and I hope that this video brings more attention to it. But now, I think it's time for a mob to arrive outside my window. So, here we go. This game fucking sucks and you know I'm right. I always see video essays from nostalgia-blinded fucking goobers about how this is one of the best games of all time, and I just have to disagree. They always say shit like, the controls are amazing. Like, how do you say so many words in sentences while also saying nothing that is true? I'll start there. People often say this is one of the best controlling 3D games. Some even go as far as to say it's a gold standard of 3D game control. But this is the first ever 3D platformer by Nintendo. They already struggle with their controls of some of the 2D games. How are they going to get their controls right on their first attempt? Well, the truth is, they don't. First off, much like Mario 1 and Land, there is very little air control, which is already a problem on its own, but as we'll clearly see, that is not the only issue here. The game will also do this weird thing where to avoid immediately turning around in another direction, which could look a little jagged, they make Mario do this circular walking motion instead of immediately turning around. This already isn't a better approach to movement than simply turning around, but the issue becomes more apparent on maps with thinner platforms where it's much easier to fall off because of this transition. Mario only does this when he's moving and you make a 90-degree turn, which is a little annoying but bearable. But it becomes way worse when you start skating, because no matter which direction you hold, Mario will do the circular motion and it's much more difficult to simply turn around without falling off the platform you're standing on. This problem is also made way worse when you take into consideration how shit the camera is in this game. Even fans of the game agree, it's that poorly done. Often you'll try to turn the camera in a different direction and it simply won't for no apparent reason. The camera angles themselves can also be utter shit, like this bridge in Wet Dry World that has a sideways camera angle that makes it way easier to fall off. It also can't be moved in a full 360 degree angle. The game always increments the camera angle by a good 60 degrees rather than letting you smoothly rotate it to your liking. The camera controls are also inverted by default and can't be changed. They could have easily added an option, but they didn't, and I don't know why games functioned like this back in the day. It's just a weird decision that doesn't affect the quality of the game. Honestly, the only good thing I have to say about the controls is that there's a bunch of cool new additions to Mario's moveset, like long jumps, side flips, back flips, triple jumps, a bunch of new moves. Mario is super versatile. You get a glimpse of how shit the controls are as soon as you get control of Mario 2. You spawn in these little grounds outside the castle, and there's signs scattered around the place teaching you a few basic things about the controls like jumping, climbing, and swimming. This place is meant to be a sort of playground to get used to the controls, and that would be fine. If the controls were good, there's also smaller qualms I have with the controls, like turning around while underwater being a bit slow, or the turning while sliding being jarringly instantaneous. Flying with the wing cap is just a bit too difficult and unwieldy. And these are all little complaints that just add up to be hands down the worst controlling game so far. The back controls wouldn't even be a huge problem normally. I mean, sure, it makes the game less fun, and it could lead to annoying moments, but it's whatever, you know? It wouldn't ruin the game. That would be the case if the level design didn't pair with the controls horrifically. The level designs are inconsistent first of all. Some of the levels like Bob on Battlefield and hell even Tall Tall Mountain can be really fun. I especially like Bob on Battlefield, probably the only good stage in the game. But the level designs just in general don't pair very well with the controls, and it ends up emphasizing how shit the controls are. I especially remember this being a problem for Whomp's Fortress and Lethal Lava Land, since there's a lot of thin platforms that don't go well with the less than precise controls of the game, and the poor matching leads to a lot of falling. Levels with thin platforms could and have worked in the series before and after this game, but these levels just don't feel like they were built around Mario 64's clunky controls. They feel like they were built around a game with controls that are 10 times better, like Mario 3D World or something. They should have taken design elements from the castle grounds, since again, it's meant to be a sort of playground to get used to the controls. Oh yeah, speaking of the castle, there's a full-on hub world for this game in the form of Peach's Castle. And look, I'm not even gonna try to defend it, because it's a massive letdown from Mario World and Mario Land 2 if you ask me. First off, at least to me, it doesn't even look nice. The game in general doesn't look great, but there's a certain charm to the visuals in certain areas that just isn't here. It looks relatively nice in the main area, especially the courtyard, but everywhere else just feels a bit bland, even the basement. Like, the basement is different and all, but why is it made out of metal? Everywhere else is made of brown bricks, so I don't really get the point of the metal. And why is there water down here? And better yet, why does the entrance have a curved hallway? And honestly, there's just this lack of real building architecture. It's distinctly a video game world and not remotely immersive, because there's just areas that shouldn't be here, like these giant hallways that just lead nowhere. Or these holes in the walls at the third floor that just lead to these tiny rooms with levels in them. It's not immersive in the slightest. And why is that just this giant fucking clock? The pendulum is basically the size of Mario. The castle also just feels empty, even abandoned. There's a few toads and there's booze in the courtyard, but that's basically it. And if there's really just these toads and Peach living here, then first of all, that's depressing, and second, why is there so much space to roam around? Clearly there isn't going to be too much overcrowding, is there? We've got the immersion out the way, but does Peach's Castle at least feel easy to navigate? Mostly. The first room and the basement are easy to navigate, but the second and third floor have weird design quirks that make the map slightly less fun to navigate. The second floor doesn't even have anything that gets in the way, but the fact that the painting that leads to Tall Tall Mountain, which is one of the best levels in the game, is tiny is a little dumb. This painting is barely bigger than Mario, yet entering it leads to a level which is really dumb. And the third floor just has the dumbest design floor. As previously mentioned, there's these holes on each side of the room that lead to level entrances. But the holes are so stupidly high up, I don't even think a triple jump can reach them. You have to use a side flip or a triple jump to get on this platform and then jump through, which is already a little more effort than you realistically should need to put in. But then this hole doesn't even lead to a good level, as it leads to Rainbow Ride, which is the 3D equivalent of a fucking auto-scroller. If this sounds pedantic as shit, that's because it is. That's what this game is full of, a bunch of minor annoyances, and after a few hours of playing the anger adds up. But at least the level designs are easy on their own. Let me talk about the weakest part of the levels, that being the power stars. In each level, there's 6 different missions that when completed reward you with a star, which are used to unlock new levels, most prominently balance levels. And I'ma be real, most of these suck. A lot of these stars are either ambiguous as to how you're meant to get it, or just flat out too hard. Like this star in the very first level, needing you to ground pound on this pole to let the chomp free and get the star. First off, it's centered around a move that most people wouldn't even know existed beforehand, considering the game never tells you about the ground pound. But this would be completely fine if there was a sign nearby telling you, the player, about the ground pound. And there's also nothing to let you know that you gotta hit the pole in the first place. And then there's this one's my favorite, where you have to use a cannon in Whomp's Fortress to fire out this random ass power on this random ass wall to break it and find the star. Who the hell is gonna do that? Nobody, that's who. Because there's nothing nearby to tell you what to do. No indicator as to what you're supposed to hit, no signs, no nothing. It's even worse that you have to use the cannons, as added on from the shit depth perception is the unpredictable trajectory of the cannons. All they needed was to add a little indicator showing where you're gonna land, but clearly Nintendo didn't give a shit. There's also these names attached to the missions, like watch for rolling rocks, but these often don't give you any hints as to what you're meant to do. You have to go through this valley and avoid the boulders, but after that you have to wall jump here and find the star. Huh? Nothing tells you that it's up here, it just is and you're meant to find it. I mean really, all they needed to do was put a platform here instead of the door in this mission specifically, but all other missions have the default door. It's really that simple, as the game already has things that change in certain missions, namely the ship in Jolly Roger Bay floating atop the water after the first star, or the tower at the top of Worm's Fortress after once again getting the first star. Actually, hold on, let me just mention something pertaining to that too. So when you collect a star to finish the mission and the game needs to add stuff for the next level missions, it'll kick you out the level, which is a decent way to transition to the new version of the level. But why on earth am I kicked out of the level for collecting a star that doesn't even change the level in any way? I mean, quite literally, they could have just had an option pop up asking if you want to stay in the level for normal stars. So you can say to get more without getting kicked out, and also willingly leave the level if you have all the stars you need. It's a really simple option they easily could have added. I mean, the stars you get in the hub world already appear with the save option, so they could have just taken that and made it exit the level instead, and apply it to all the stars that don't change the level. It's such an easy addition, and it's such a dumb decision that it's not here in the first place. Levels are also just really inconsistent once again. While I don't think many of them really fit into Mario's control scheme, some of these levels are really amazing, like Bob-omb Battlefield and Tall Tall Mountain, while some of them are just terrible like Tick-Tock Clock and again Rainbow Ride. This wouldn't be such an issue if you didn't have to play every level, but you probably do because the average person isn't going to collect all the stars in one specific stage. They're probably just going to move on to other levels. But when you reach the Bowser level of the floor you're on, you're gated out of progression unless if you have enough stars. This is fine for the first Bowser level considering you have access to 4 levels and you only need 8 stars to get through, and that's a perfect number considering there's 6 stars on each level. But on the second and third Bowser levels you'll probably need to backtrack and get more stars than previous levels, which is always annoying and should never be in your video game. It's sort of worth it because the Bowser levels are some of the best in the game, but by the end you're going to be pretty annoyed, because these Bowser fights might be the worst in the series so far. Yes, even worse than Mario 1. Because at least that didn't waste your time. These will always put you in one of 2 moods, annoyed or just not having any sort of fun. These Bowser fights are simple but somehow really fucking infuriating. You gotta pick him up by the tail and spin the joystick in a circle to build momentum and throw him into these bombs. This concept could be pretty decent if it were refined, but in this game the challenge comes from hitting the bombs in the first place. Grabbing his tail is super fucking easy, you just have to circle Bowser until you have the opportunity. But throwing him is really fucking precise. It's basically impossible to do in one throw. This is especially a problem in the last fight. In the first fight, I just spun Bowser around at a moderate pace to get a little bit of distance and be able to aim much better, so I could just inch Bowser towards the bombs rather than hitting him in one throw. But in the final fight, that's the only option for the first 2 hits, because the areas in front of the bombs break off, so you have to build enough speed to get enough distance, at the cost of having to do a normal throw, which is again, really fucking precise. And guess what, it took me like 8 tries to do it! This final boss might be the worst boss in the series purely just because of how fucking impossible it is to hit the bombs, and when you're done it also doesn't even feel satisfying. The whole catalog of bosses is just weak as a whole. A lot of the time they're really easy or just not fun at all. King Bob-omb is the first boss, and considering this is the first mission of the level, he isn't that bad, but still kinda bad. He walks towards you and throws you in a random direction if you get close enough. That's basically it. If you throw him off the arena that is the top of the mountain, the fight resets, which is a little odd, but I'm fine with it since I don't think anyone's going to be losing this. He can never damage you directly. Full damage is basically the only thing that can make you lose, which is likely to never happen. To damage him, you have to pick him up and throw him really anywhere except off the mountain. After being damaged 3 times, you win the fight, and I don't even think a person who's just playing video games for the first time would lose here. The Wump King is next, and he's also not that good. Like the Wump enemy, this guy is based off of he'll slam his face onto the ground in an attempt to hit you, and to damage him you have to ground pound on his back when he's on the ground. It's a fine idea, but someone really needs some backup enemies to make it harder because it's still too easy. In Big Boo's Haunt you can find the next boss, King Boo. And what do you fucking know? It's really easy! Wow! You just gotta ground pound them from behind 3 times to win. It's not that fun though. You have to fight him 3 times in this stage, which I question the decision of since it's the same every time, and makes it basically a waste of a level. Hey, at least you get 3 stars. I haven't fought all the bosses in the game, and maybe there's something to write home about for those bosses, but I really can't be bothered playing more of this game to find out. There is another character that could technically be considered a boss since you have to go against him, but he's more of a minigame, and that's Cooper the Quick. You can find him on the second mission of Bob-omb Battlefield, and as his name implies, it's a goal to race him to the top of the mountain. And this dude just kinda sucks. It's a neat concept for a star, but it's just way too easy. A lot of stars just use the exact same concept too, like the red coin stars. As the name implies, you have to grab 8 different red coins around the stage to get the star. This is a fine concept for a star, but there's 1 red coin star a level and I'm not too big on that. While I think the red coin stars are used too much, I don't think the different caps are used enough. While of course you have your standard Mario cap, you can swap it out for the others for a short amount of time, given you have them unlocked, and you can unlock them by doing certain stages based entirely around that power up. In these stages, you can find these buttons that unlock the corresponding cap, and much like the Switch power states in Mario World, they stay unlocked for as long as you have the save file. And these different caps sort of work like power-ups to give you certain abilities, but rather than make the game easier, they used to get certain stars that need set abilities. The wing cap is the cap most people will unlock first, and as the name implies, it can take off and fly around. It's not the most creative idea out there, and they failed so hard in the execution. Despite it being a literal flying power-up, you can't go much higher than the spot you took off, and you'll often stall out, making it a nightmare to use. I honestly would have been pretty mad that they didn't get this right, but I swear this one is used in like 4 missions throughout the entire game, so it doesn't even matter that much. The next one is the Vanish Cap, probably the least popular, probably because it doesn't have anything special about it. Grabbing it will make you invisible and allow you to walk through certain walls, but that's basically it. It's more creative than the Wing Cap, but it's way less broad and versatile, meaning you can't do much beyond just using it to walk through walls. The last one, and arguably the most iconic, is the Metal Cap. This one allows you to be completely impervious to everything while it's active, walk underwater instead of swimming, and most importantly, stop being affected by water currents. Overall, these are all fine power-ups. I think they could have been touched up a bit though. With the Wing Cap, they could have refined the controls a ton and allowed a higher peak height. With the Vanish Cap, they could have maybe added an extra ability, like adding an extra floaty jump or a double jump. And with the Metal Cap, they could make the jump lower to emulate heavier objects, and maybe have puzzles that surround that downside, but have the Metal Cap be mandatory to progress, which could make it a lot more interesting to use. Honestly though, I think that my biggest complaint with them is that again, they're super underutilized. I can only think of about like 6 missions that make use of these. Obviously there's a little more than that, but they really aren't used as often as they realistically should be, especially considering you have to unlock them. I really thought Nintendo would make use of these more throughout the game, considering they have their own stages dedicated to them, but I guess I shouldn't have expected anything from this game. Honestly, I'm kind of noticing a theme from this game, and that's that there's always really cool ideas that end up being executed horribly. Like Tiny Huge Island, it's a really fun concept for a level having 2 versions of the map, big and small, that you can switch between by going into these pipes. That's a great idea, but it's executed pretty poorly considering it's faster to get places when you're big, but as a downside it's infinitely more infuriating to navigate. But I think the peak of this shit execution has got to be the 3D environment itself. Some of these levels take advantage of the new dimensions super well, like Bob-on Battlefield, but some of these levels like Tick-Tock Clock feel way more frustrating with the advent of a 3rd dimension, and it just feels like an extra thing to take into account when jumping around the levels rather than a fun new addition that adds new gameplay and exploratory opportunities. There's also just generally a lot of minor things that are complete bullshit in the game. Like in Shifting Sandland, one of my least favorite levels, there's these bits of quicksand that on contact just kill you instantly, and I just don't get the point in that. Or game overs in general. In previous games they would just send you back to the start of the game, but here getting a game over just sends you outside the castle? Like honestly, even though I hated the game over system in the previous games, I honestly kinda hate it more here because at least in those games it didn't feel like a waste of time. In this game, the fear of getting a game over is almost non-existent, and it just serves to be a minor annoyance rather than send you back to the start but you get a high score, which was basically half the goal of games back then. I don't even know why they're here if they do basically nothing. It's just a strange decision that they're here in the first place. If I had to mention anything good about Mario 64, since I really haven't complimented the game once in this review, it'd probably be the presentation. While this game objectively doesn't look very good and Mario looks like an Alibaba item that costs $5, there's a certain charm to the whole look of the game. And on the thematic elements, I have to say, the level themes are pretty boring for the most part. I like Whomp's Fortress and Tick-Tock Clock, but the rest of the themes are either pretty generic or thematically ambiguous. Like in Wet Dry World, there's this sunken town section completely segmented from the rest of the level, and I'm not really sure what the rest of this level is meant to be honestly. It just feels like scattered platforms with no rhyme or reason. And with Rainbow Ride, the description I just gave to Wet Dry World applies here more than it does there. At least that level had the skybox and the sunken town to go off of. This just has nothing, it's literally just a handmade obstacle course. And with the levels I haven't mentioned yet, they're just snow level or mountain level. Though the graphical and thematic presentation wasn't perfect, the soundtrack fills that void completely. My god, there's so many good songs here. I'd say it's a little overrated, but it's still pretty great all around. Bob on Battlefield has a great song, same with the water levels. It's great how the general sound of the songs matches with the areas, like the Cool Mountain or the fucking Curse of Ra theme for Shifting Sandland. And while the soundtrack isn't nearly as good as Mario World's, I don't even think I have to say that. I think the Credits theme might be the best in the series. It legitimately gave me goosebumps while listening, and I don't even like this game. And it's a great way to wrap the whole thing up. But yeah, that's Super Mario 64. What the fuck happened here? I'm sorry, was making a good game too hard for you? Okay, to be fair, this was one of the first 3D games and one of the first 3D platforms, so the window for fucking up was extremely large. But I didn't think they'd fuck it up this bad. When you're making a 3D platformer, what you should prioritize over levels, graphics, music, story, everything in the game is how the game controls, and they clearly didn't understand this. I may end up liking it more in future playthroughs, but as of now, I think I hate this game. I'm totally fine with people liking this game, really. Just don't shove it down my throat. It's already the highest regarded game of all time, so stop sucking its dick for once and play something else. I wouldn't even say terrific, or even one of the worst games of all time, but I think all of the poor decisions and terrible executions on otherwise good ideas brings this game down to being objectively mediocre at best, and I think the only reason people like it today is because of nostalgia bias, and yet they somehow like the game so much that they see it as one of the best games of all time. It's not. I know I sound like a huge asshole when talking about this, but playing this and even writing about this put me in a bad mood. It's not my fault. Mario 64 is going just above the bottom of the list. Fucking hell. At least Mario 64 has good aspects, and it does set itself apart too, which is what puts it above the lost levels. But Mario 1 is less unbearable to play, which puts it above. This game put me in a really shit mood, and I'm about to be in an even worse mood because the next game is... If a nuke hasn't arrived outside my house for my hatred of Mario 64, it'll definitely arrive for my dislike of this game. Mario Sunshine has always been one of the more contentious titles when it comes to the Mario franchise, and I can't see why. Mostly because I think everyone should hate this game. If you haven't played Mario 64 yet, I'd honestly pass on it, because you're very likely to find very little enjoyment from this game if you don't have nostalgia for it. If you're thinking of getting the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pass to play this game, just don't. Man, I'm really not holding up too well with this. This marathon was really fun until I reached this game, and I think we might be heading downhill. Well, might as well get it over with.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
You know, despite my general distaste for Mario 64, I can admit that a few of the game's problems come from the time it was released in rather than the poor decisions or simply laziness. But this is their chance to redeem themselves. A new Nintendo system in the 6th console generation has just been launched, and their chance to fix a lot of the issues at the time is right here. Fucking god, this game sucks! It's weird too, because while I fucking hate this game and it's quite literally my least favorite game of all time, I end up finding it overhated. And not in a way that the game really isn't that bad. I really mean in that it will baffle you what people complain about. It baffles me at least. People often try to say that the controls of Mario Sunshine are simply bad or even broken, but like, no. The controls aren't perfect, don't get me wrong. Much like Mario 64, the side flip seems to take too long to build up, though it's a bit toned down. And the control is getting better, but still not quite there. But I can't lie, the controls of this game are objectively just 10 times better than Mario 64's, mostly coming down to the lack of polish and generally slippery way he moves in that game. He also doesn't do that circular motion thing, which thank god, because as we'll see, this game still has some of those patented narrow platforms. But yeah, for the most part, this game controls really good. good. I do have to complain about the swimming though. It wasn't perfect in Mario 64, but they had the perfect system where timing is more effective than mashing the A button, and it worked great in making the swimming more interesting. Here, however, it really is just mashing the A button, and it doesn't work nearly as well for the swimming segments. But other than that, the controls are really overhated. It's ironic too, considering most of the detractors of this game's controls are probably Mario 64 fans, the game with arguably the worst controls in the entire series. I think people who like that game just see Mario Sunshine and think to themselves, these controls are different, I don't like them. I think these people should be segmented from society, but honestly I can't blame people for disliking this game because I share the fucking hatred. The mission structure from Mario 64 returns, this time having shines to coincide with this game's cool beach theme, but these fucking suck so much. Remember when I was talking about Mario 64 and mentioned that the red coin stars repeat themselves? This game is like that times a billion, because if you see an original mission in this game, it's pretty much guaranteed that it'll repeat at some point in the game. And I don't see why they did that other than to be lazy, because while the beach theme definitely cut down their creativity limits here, they could definitely still think of some creative concepts. While being lazy certainly benefited the developers that didn't want to work as much, it came at the cost of this game being so fucking tedious. While in Mario 64 you had your red coin stars and occasional secret stars that would repeat throughout the levels, Mario Sunshine always has at least one decently fun secret level shine, a red coin shine, and this motherfucker right here, Shadow Mario. We'll get back to him later, but for now, this is so fucking repetitive. Not to mention that at least 2 of the shines in each level are repeated, usually with very little differences. Like this guy, Goopa Bloopa. In the first shine featuring him, you have to fight him in this little area, and the second shine has you fighting him on a platform, and that's basically it. Or the secret levels. Most levels have one of these each, but the first level has 2 of them. Sure, both of them are different, but the concept is basically the same as far as I'm concerned. And finally we have Shadow Mario. Fuck this guy. He appears once in each level and you have to chase him down and keep shooting water to kill him. I'll get to the water stuff later because it's basically the only one true saving grace of this game, but for now, this is really fucking annoying. He just runs off and doesn't actually attack you or anything, making it a cakewalk, but at the same time really annoying because you can barely fucking hit him. But I have yet to mention the worst part of Shadow Mario, in fact one of the worst parts of the entire game. See, Shadow Mario's appearance in every level is always on the 7th shine of the level, and to unlock the final level you have to be Shadow Mario in every single stage. Should I have to mention how fucking annoying this is? It's very obvious in the fact that it's filler first of all, but it's too much. It makes the game boring to play, which is the worst quality a game can even have. I'd much rather be infuriated when playing a game than be bored to death playing a game. And what do you know, Shadow Mario makes the game boring by the end. I wanted to rip my fucking hair out. That might be the most annoying decision of the entire game, but whatever. What was I talking about when you have to shoot water at Shadow Mario to kill him? Well, you're looking at it right now. This is the central mechanic of the game, and really the only saving grace in terms of gameplay. This is Flood, a machine that Mario gets at the very start of the game, and he's really cool. He has a few modes that you can switch to on the fly, however you can only have 2 modes equipped at once, and you can only swap at the second slot. You always have the squirt mode. The squirt mode allows you to shoot in any given direction. You can also spray a bunch at once by pressing A and the R trigger at the same time. It's kinda cool that the squirt mode makes use of GameCube's analog triggers, since holding the trigger down slightly will spray just a little and vice versa. However, it's not perfect, as there's a design decision that I find to be really dumb. Holding the trigger down all the way allows you to stand stationary while shooting water and aim wherever you want. That's a cool idea, but the problem is the game already does that. You can press Y to enter an over-the-shoulder view, and in this mode you can stand stationary and aim wherever you want. This not only makes the function of holding down R all the way to stand still completely redundant, but actually annoying too, because sometimes when you're running around spraying water you can unintentionally hold R all the way down and in turn stand still, and it can get pretty annoying after a while. But I still think they did pretty good here. The hover mode is probably the one you'll be using most throughout the game, since it acts as a way to correct your jumps, which is pretty essential for a 3D Mario. Mario 64 didn't have anything to correct jumps, and I think that hurt the game in the end considering how infuriating and sometimes unfair that game is. But ever since Mario Sunshine, each entry in the 3D series has had some sort of jump corrector, whether it be the spin in Mario Galaxy or Cappy in Odyssey. But considering how far the series has come, this might be the worst jump correcting tool. Not that it doesn't work or anything, it's just not satisfying to use. Mario turns really slowly while using it and it can get pretty annoying. The rocket mode blasts you into the air, but that's basically it. They did fine with this one considering there's no glaring problems with it, other than a really dumb issue outside of the power-up itself I'll get to later. But to be honest, I don't know how you could fuck this up, so I don't even want to give them that much credit. And lastly we have Turbo mode. which is pretty self-explanatory, simply allowing you to move forward super fast at the cost of slow turning. This one is decent, but it suffers from the same issue as the rocket mode, which I guess I'll get into now. Despite me not using it as much as the hover mode, the squirt mode is definitely the most essential one in the game, as over half the shines in the game needed to be completed. The hover mode is using a decent amount of shines too, but the rocket and turbo modes are so underutilized that I forgot they were there by the end. And it's weird too, you could come up with a ton of good ideas with these modes, but my guess as to why they're so underutilized is that they might have been added way too late into development, and they just couldn't be used that much. Who knows though, they might have been added at the start and just forgotten about. There is also one more problem with Flood I haven't mentioned, and it's really dumb. There's this little water tank at the bottom of the screen, and this obviously shows how much water Flood has left to use. Running out of water is a fine idea on its own, it could definitely be used for some challenge shines, but in its current state it's more of an annoyance than a game mechanic, because instead of actually having to do something to get the water back, you just go into the water and hold the R trigger. What the why is this thing even here in the first place? If you're gonna make an entire mechanic centering around the reserve of water you have, why the hell would you make it so easy to refill your water tank? It's funny too, because I could so easily see some cool ideas done with this. What if you had a shine where Flood starts off empty by default, and you have to traverse an obstacle course to refill your water, and then go back and use the rocket mode to get up a wall into the shine? That's a great idea, but they can't do anything fun with the water reserve, at least not that I know of, because I can't be bothered playing through more of this game. It sucks so much. Hey, since I've talked about Shadow Mario, I may as well talk about the other bosses. They suck. You encounter Petey Piranha first, and he's really simple. He shoots slow balls of goop occasionally, and you have to shoot water into his mouth and ground pound on his stomach to hit him. This one is just so boring. Let me reiterate that his only attack is the easily avoidable and uncommon balls of goop. He can't do anything else other than stand there and open his mouth to slowly ready for its attack. He's just really boring otherwise. I guess Gooper Blooper is a little better. He'll strike the ground randomly with his tentacles, and you gotta pull them off to damage him. And when his tentacles are gone, you have to pull his mouth to hit him back. And I question the decision of that, since it's really not conveyed with much of anything other than the cork in his mouth. This boss would have been decent, but he has a second phase and it really starts to drag at that point, especially since it's not different at all. I also just really don't like the concept of this boss. It's really gross with the disembodied tentacles flailing everywhere. It's nasty. The Manta Ray is probably the best boss in this game, but he's still not great. He's a silhouette of, well, a manta ray, and he moves around, spreading electric goop wherever he goes. You gotta shoot him with water to split him into two, and you keep doing that until it's just a bunch of little versions that chase you down. After killing all of them, you get a shine, but that's pretty much it. It's definitely the coolest concept, and it's pretty fun at the start, but when it's just the little ones, it starts to get pretty stale and boring. It's too easy. Still definitely the best boss in the game though, or at least my favorite. But sadly we have to follow up with the worst boss in the game. And it is one of, if not the worst boss in the series, and that's King Moo. He sets off a slot machine, and to attack him you need to land on a row of pineapples. Once that happens, you gotta pick up the pepper that drops and throw it at him, and after that throw any fruits available that drop at him. This would be a decent boss on its own, but I think he's hurt by the decision to base the entire fight around slots. Because it's not guaranteed you'll land on pineapples. You could theoretically be fighting this dude forever if your luck is bad enough, and an average fight will often clock in on an average of 7 minutes, which is absurd. The long runtime isn't helped at all by the fact that you need to hit these purple tiles to use the slot machine, which I don't really understand the decision to add, considering the boss fight is already long enough without them. Why elongate it? So yeah, fuck this boss. But who cares, because it's the final battle. It's over already? What a terrible boss. First off, 5 hits? Only 5? I mean sure, Mario 64's final battle had 3 hits and that still felt really climactic. But 5 hits doesn't seem like enough for this boss because I beat him in a minute. You have to use the rocket mode to shoot up in the sky and build up enough height to do a strong ground pound to break these little nubs on the platform. All the while Bowser Jr. is shooting bullet bills at you and Bowser is breathing fire. It's a half decent idea for a boss and could definitely be refined to be a really good one. But in its current state, it's just too easy, and the game ends in an anticlimactic way once again. How have we had 9 games so far and only one of them has had a climactic ending? But yeah, how is this one of the least climactic endings in the series, just above Mario Land? The final level sucks in general, honestly. It starts fine, but as soon as it gets to the boat, it drops off a fucking cliff. The boat is really janky to control. It requires you to use your square move to move it, but the physics generally just don't work very well and don't function how they should, and it doesn't help that hitting anything sinks it. And after that, there's just this sort of boring cloud platforming section that doesn't last too long. And after that, we have the boss, which I guess we'd have already talked about. But it's a super disappointing end to the game despite me not expecting much to begin with. Hey, I guess since we're here, we might as well talk about the level design in general. It also isn't that great. If I had to pinpoint any favorites from the level selection, it'd probably be Bianco Hills and Pianta Village. I especially like Pianta Village. The level often takes place at night and it looks really nice there. But outside those two examples, the level designs are really just sort of boring or annoying. Like Rico Harbor, for example. Visually it looks nice for sure, but the level design is a total mess of scattered platforms and narrow walkways. It's a complete nightmare of a level. And then there's levels like Gelato Beach, which are just sort of forgettable considering there's nothing of value of them. Like this level is dry as fuck, and it's the same situation with Serena Beach. But my main critique with Mario Sunshine, and actually the biggest critique I've had for any game in this retrospective so far and even in the future, is that it's tedious as fuck. I've already mentioned the Shadow Mario stuff, but the game as a whole is just filled with little annoyances that make the game infuriating to play, like shine requirements as a whole. As usual, shines are required to unlock new levels and sometimes trigger events on the hub world. But unlike Mario 64 where star requirements only got a little too demanding near the middle and end, shine requirements are pretty demanding the whole way through, and you'll often have to complete almost every shine in any given level to progress in the game. And outside of that, there's just individual instances of things making the game tedious I could mention, like in Shine 3 of Pianta Village, the Goopy Inferno. It's a really infamous shine, and for good reason because this shine is genuinely terrible. You have to hang off of ceilings or do some tight platforming for the most of it, and if you slip up even once, you're dead and back to the start. A shine like this could have worked really well. I especially love the idea of going onto the main area to find another way. It's a visually pleasing shine. But as for the challenge itself, it might be one of the worst in the series. And then there's this one in Pinner Park, which is arguably even worse. You have to platform up these really cramped girders, and if you slip up a little bit, which is very easy to do, you're falling all the way back down and you gotta try again. I know I'm over explaining this a ton, but this is really how I'd describe the game as a whole. An adventure with loads of minor annoyances. A lot of shines in general are just conveyed horribly or not conveyed at all, like this Serena Beach one where it feels like they wanted to do a maze due to the fact I literally had to search up how to do it. But I think you get the point by now. But I am here to defend one particular aspect of the game: blue coins. Mario Enthusiast, dude, what the fuck did you do to the door? The door's super annoying to open anyway. Yeah, I guess you're right. Dude, why are you in here? I'm recording. What do you want? You're talking about blue coins. I want to explain to this dumbass audience why they suck. Don't insult my audience, dude. I appreciate. Shut up and let me explain. Jesus. These things are scattered all across the levels, and unlike previous games, they are different currencies to the regular coin. There's 240 of these blue coins, meaning that there's 24 shines you can get by using them. That sounds like a lot, and it definitely is. But the main thing people like to complain about is that collecting each individual one to 100% is tedious. And yeah, it is also tedious, so what's the point in defending them, Wario Enthusiast? I'm gonna tell you why, you little cunt, because it's a bit of a fucking shocker, so sit down, I'm about to rant. Why am I defending them? Because you don't have to 100% the game! People try to act like this is an aspect of the game that makes it worse, when the power off button is right there! It's fucking scary how dumb these people are, because for the 22 fucking years this game has been out, people have been complaining about how these things are annoying to collect, and it pisses me off that I agree with their statement because of how dumbfoundingly stupid of a thing it is to complain about. People try to act like this is the end of the fucking world and the only thing this game has to complain about when it's completely fucking optional. This is the thing you guys complain about? What about the 57 fucking times you fell down and had to climb back up again for the stupidest dumbass reason? You don't have to collect all the blue coins, and if anything, it's a better thing that this feature is here because you can get more shines to progress through the game faster. Don't get me wrong, these are not fun to collect. But if you're going out of your way to get these things, I think it says a lot about how you view games. That is that you view games badly. Okay, geez, dude, I'll get it. I'll leave. Chill. Go back to playing Wario World 3 or whatever it was called. It's Wario Land 3, you fucking asshole. I think it says a lot about the game itself that I believe the best aspect is the presentation. It's still a little primitive in some aspects, such as the compressed FMV cutscenes, but other than that, the game's graphics are pretty top-notch. This game runs with the beach theme basically the whole way through, and it almost never feels out of place. And they really do make a lot of the levels feel lived in, such as other parts of Isle Delfino being visible from certain levels. Though there are some really obvious lazy level asset reuses in some sections, like the secret levels or most obviously in the blooper racing course. But it still looks really nice all the way through. I especially love the look of the water. It was pretty essential that they got it right, and they certainly did. The soundtrack is also amazing, but it's getting pretty redundant to say that honestly. Still, I think everyone loves songs like Bianca Hills, Delfino Plaza, and of course the casino theme. Unrelated, but the camera is also way better too. While it's still getting there, it's way better than the camera of Mario 64, and improves the experience quite a bit. Though not enough for me to not deem it my least favorite game of all time. Yeah, I really hate this game that much. To be fair, that bar is pretty low. I don't genuinely dislike a lot of games, but Mario Sunshine is definitely my least favorite game ever, and I think it deserves to be forgotten. You know, when I started doing this, I genuinely thought it would be fun, but the games are really starting to go downhill because this is going at the very bottom of the list. But what shocks me is that I can 100% agree that this game is nowhere near as good as Mario 64, and I hated that game too. I would be genuinely shocked if any game beyond this point surpasses Sunshine in terms of being a shit game. With genuinely boring game design and flawed concepts, I have no reason to ever play this game ever again, and I did not have as much to say about it as I thought. Let's just hope this is a small bump in the smooth road, because this and the last one were pretty damn bad. Oh yeah, what is the next game anyway? Oh hell yeah, the first game I ever played. And this is also one of my favorite games ever, so I have no reason to assume that Mario 64 and Sunshine were anything more than slight missteps. But I guess I won't assume anything yet. So, was the return to form for the series successful? Well, I guess we gotta find out.
Mario's traveled pretty far since Mario Land 2, with his jump to the third dimension and his failed vacation to Al Delfino. But I do think it's time to reel it back and go back to where he started. And my god, did they do that, because this game fucking rules. New Super Mario Bros., despite it being kind of a joke at this point, is a pretty solid name, given that the goal of its release was to have a modern approach to the old formula, and they did a pretty good job here. First off, the game controls pretty great. It's almost on par with Mario 2 for me, but I still think that game has the best controls so far. But I can't exactly pinpoint what it is that makes the controls better than Mario World's, given that they both have the exact same issue, that speeding up and slowing down is not fast enough. But the controls do feel slightly better than Mario World's, despite me not being able to find whatever makes it control better. Mario also has no moves. Given that Mario 64 innovated on the Mario formula so much, it's a given that some of the games seeped into this one. Carried over from Mario 64, we got the triple jump and the ground pound. I don't remember using these too much throughout my playthrough, but certainly not a negative that they're here, though the ground pound has a pretty big flaw I'll mention later. Mario doesn't use 3 buttons anymore. The ground pound is mapped to down on the D-pad instead, but it never ends up being an issue, given that the ground pound being assigned to down is a pretty good decision for a 2D game. The stored power-ups from Mario 3 and Mario World is back, now being mapped to the touchscreen rather than the select button. It's a decent change, but there is one design choice I don't understand. When you go down a pipe, there's a chance that the level will start taking place on the bottom screen for as long as you're in the room. This is a cool little detail, but it makes the stored item completely unusable now that it's on the top screen. So why not just map it to the bottom? This is one of the stupidest design choices I've ever seen. I understand the want to show off the console's capabilities, but this game came out 2 years into the DS's lifespan. Basically everyone had a DS at this point, and this was completely unnecessary. I guess since I am talking about something related to power-ups, I should probably mention the 3 new items this game introduced. The mini mushroom just kinda sucks. It's basically a power down considering you die in one hit and have to ground pound to kill any enemies. It does have the pros of a more floaty jump, but that doesn't really outweigh the cons, and this is a super dumb power up. More often than not, the mini mushroom will just be used as a requirement to get to certain secrets, and that's pretty shit game design if you ask me. Items being required for secrets is fine and all, but you have to actually base the puzzle or challenge around its abilities rather than just slapping a low ceiling there and calling it a day. The mini mushroom is just shit and should have never been made. Conversely, the blue shell is a pretty awesome power up. It's not one you're going to be finding super often, but it's always a fun surprise when you do, considering this is like a top 5 power up. It allows you to shield yourself from common enemies by crouching, swim faster, and the coolest ability being the shell dash. By entering full speed, you can quickly slide across the ground and hit any enemies in your path. It makes speedrunning levels really fun, but I'm not a huge fan of how the game automatically enters the mode at full speed. It should be mapped to pressing down while running, like rolling in Pizza Tower. Still, this is a fun power up to use, and with another revision it could be even better than it already is.
And finally, we've got the Mega Mushroom. The Mega Mushroom was all over the advertising for the game. It's even on the front of the North American box art. If it wasn't obvious by the name, the Mega Mushroom turns you giant and allows you to rampage through the level for a short time. I used to like this thing, but in retrospect it's just a star with more spectacle, considering it adds essentially nothing. This would be fine if the star wasn't in the game, but both of them are in the game and have the exact same use. It's also super underutilized. While it appears in the first level of the game, the only other time you're going to be seeing it is in the Mega Mushroom Toad houses. Oh yeah, the world map returns in this game and it's okay. It functions well. There was never a time where I was confused about something here. But in general, the maps for the new Super Mario Bros. Games aren't as memorable as Mario Land 2's or Mario Worlds. The problem mostly lies in the disconnected worlds and the lazy layouts. There was never a point in the game where the world map layouts got more complex than that of the most basic Mario World layout aspects. And that's mainly in the fact that they're actively trying to be streamlined and boring. The worlds themselves also feel completely disconnected, and that's because they are. In Mario World, the map felt like an actual world, and it was fairly large in scope, but here the maps don't have any meaningful transitions. Mario just runs from one world to the next. Mario World had really basic transitions between worlds, but they make it obvious as to what the next world theme is going to be. Like the transition from Donut Plains to Vanilla Dome. Rather than Mario simply walking off screen and then being in a cave all of a sudden, Mario walks to this door that's obviously leading to a cave. They obviously could have done better. They could have had the ground collapse from underneath and now he's in a cave, and that's a really cool idea and a way better looking transition. But at least the transition they do isn't surface level. But here, yeah, Mario just runs to the next world with a fade to black transition, and it's pretty lazy. I know I've talked about the lazy world map transitions for longer than I really should, but Mario World's map felt really special and well put together, and I can't exactly skim over it. And while Mario World had no minigames or whatever, just the switch passes, New Super Mario Bros. Sees the return of Toad houses, and these aren't all that great. The main Toad house you'll be seeing throughout the game is the Red Toad house, and this is passable. There's simply a roulette block in the middle that has a bunch of power-ups on it, and it's not that great. The minigame itself is at least much more of a game than simply picking a box and seeing what you get, but it's really not much of a minigame, and a pretty decent step down from the card game in Mario 3 if you ask me. It's way better than the Mega Mushroom house though, as it is literally just a big question block in the middle that you hit and it gives you the Mega Mushroom. Why? First off, the Mega Mushroom isn't even built around most of the stages anyway, so it's basically a waste. But if you're gonna make something completely pointless, at least make it fun. But no, you just hit a block. The 1-up house is easily the best one here. You gotta hit these blocks with 1-up cards on them, and some of them are even multipliers. If you hit Bowser, the game is over and you get all the 1-ups on the cards. It's at least more of a game than the roulette block, but I'll never do this willingly. That's mostly due to the minigame not being that fun, but also because lives are a complete joke in this game. There aren't any dumb mechanics that make them redundant, it's just the general easy difficulty of the game that makes 1-ups more of a collectible than something you'll be looking for. And the 1-up houses aren't worth your time or star coins if you ask me. Oh yeah, those come from this game. In each level you've got 3 different collectibles called the star coins, and these are pretty awesome. They used to unlock Toad houses or extra levels on the world map, but given how little you make use of those, these are more of 100% completion collectibles rather than something useful. While they aren't useful at all, these improve the fun factor of the game a lot, and it's no surprise they'd go on to be used in later entries. The main reason behind these being so good is that the spots they're put in are generally pretty clever most of the time. Like this one in the first regular castle of the game. You have to go out of your way to enter this little door, which is completely optional, and once you're in there's a bunch of shifting platforms, and it's your job to get the coin while not dying. I don't know. It's a really simple example, but it serves its purpose of being a bite-sized challenge well. I guess this also takes us to the level design, which is mostly fantastic. You do have your occasional water and auto-scroller levels, and nobody likes those, but in general the level designs do very little wrong. The Ghost House levels are much improved too. They have a few more simple puzzles, and while not being intrusive, they still keep the action platforming intact, and I think this is honestly how they should be done from now on. I especially found the second half of World Art to be pretty fantastic. Most of those levels have really good designs and introduce a ton of new enemies and gimmicks. Like this one for World 8-6, it has a really well executed wraparound mechanic similar to that of the original Mario Bros. Arcade game, or this one with falling lava rocks. It's a great build up to the final level, which might be one of the best levels in the series. It starts with some pretty simple level design, but then incorporates this super creative level rotating mechanic, and it's really well executed and allows for the level to be much longer. It even has an homage to the guess and check levels from Mario 1 near the end, where you have to pick the right path or get sent back, but they're done much better here because you actually get a sound cue to tell if you did it right or not. It's a really well done level and executes almost everything perfectly on all fronts. The final confrontation with Bowser, however, it really sucks. Following up a top 10 level in the series with this is almost insulting. It's got a cool idea having you fight Bowser and Bowser Jr. at the same time, but it's executed really poorly with Bowser Jr. being no different from his previous battles, and Bowser just sort of, well, being there. And it's once again super anticlimactic and boring, even more so than Mario Sunshine. The bosses in general all sort of suck. They have the exact same problem as that Bowser fight I just talked about, in that their ideas aren't inherently bad, but they execute on them pretty poorly or just end up being too easy. Bowser is almost identical to his Super Mario Bros. Counterpart. He does jump slightly lower, so it's a little harder, but I'll never be convinced to like this fight. Mummy Pokey is next, and he's way better, though that's a low bar. He digs in and out of the ground and occasionally shoots this weird rock at you, and you have to hit him on his head before he digs back into the ground. It's a cool idea and could definitely be a good boss, but he's really easy given that his projectile is barely fired and he stays exposed for longer than he should be. Cheap Skipper is the boss of World 3 and is pretty decent. He has these 3 little shitheads that jump out the water alongside him to attack you, and like with the Mummy Pokey, you have to be diligent enough to hit him in time. It's still pretty easy, but the window for hitting him is more precise, making for a harder boss. Petey Piranha is the boss of World 5 and he's kinda boring, honestly. He flies around for a few seconds and then tries to dive at you, slipping on the ice and becoming vulnerable for a few seconds. It's a fine idea and the ice makes it a tiny bit harder, but he flies around for too long before attacking and it ends up being a waiting game, which I'm starting to notice is a bit of a theme for this boring ass dude. Thankfully Monty Tank makes up for it because he's goated and without a doubt a top 5 2D Mario boss. His tank moves around while the cannons turn around or shoot bullet bills at you occasionally. The mole will pop out after a few seconds to throw a bomb at you and you have to jump on his head to damage him. It starts off pretty simple but each hit adds a new level to the tank. And on the last hit you might even have to bounce off of a bullet bill to reach him if using the cannons as platforms isn't an option. It's a super fun and progressive fight and with a bit more challenge this could be a top 5 Mario boss. If you're wondering why I didn't talk about the bosses for World 4 and 7, it's because unlocking them is really weird. You have to beat World 2 and 5's bosses using the mini mushrooms to get to Worlds 4 and 7 respectively, and it's probably a decent little challenge, but honestly I can't be fucked, the game is good enough. There is one more boss I need to talk about because Nintendo got really carried away with him. This little shithead Boom Boom got reincarnated into Bowser Jr.'s body, so now you gotta fight Bowser Jr. 9 times throughout the main story, not counting World 4, 7 or the final boss. But not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind as much if the boss was actually good, so let's see what we've got here. It sucks ass too! He runs at you and you have to hit him 3 times to kill him, that's it. In some versions of the fight he hides in a spiked shell when near Mario so you can't jump on him by normal means, meaning you have to throw the shells he throws back at him to hit him. That's a cool idea, but it's still far too easy. What's worse is that the boss is made even more redundant once you start using ground pounds. Ground pounds deal twice as much damage than regular stomps, which is a really dumb design choice if you ask me, and it ends up making the bosses easier than they already are. If you have something that's gonna deal twice the damage and usable on the fly, at least make it a challenge to use, because if you don't it often makes your normal attack completely redundant, and it also limits the versatility of your character. They should have used a less accessible move or just removed the double damage thing altogether, because it ends up hindering the overall enjoyment of the bosses, and they feel like more of a waste of time because of it. But honestly I'd much rather have boring bosses that take 30 seconds than a really annoying boss that goes on for way longer, and that applies especially with this game because again, it's just really fun. I also really like the designs of the bosses in general. The previous 2D games had fine boss designs, but I felt like they blended together too much. But here, no, that doesn't apply at all, they're all creative. My favorite has to be the Monty Tank. Not only is this fight really good as I've already mentioned, but I also really like the idea that this is just some random Monty mod that got a hold of a tank. But aside from that, the bosses have unique designs all around, and it helps to separate this game from the other new Super Mario Bros. Games. But sadly, I don't think that's enough, because in general, my biggest complaint for the game is that it's just a bit bland. While I do think there's enough to set it apart from the other new series games, it's not as creative as you'd hope for a return to the 2D formula. It does have a few unique aspects such as the enemy designs. Not all of them are hits, I'm not a huge fan of these acorn guys and there's a lot of variations on basic enemies, but there's a few I really like here. Bruisers and block hoppers are some of my favorites, and this isn't an enemy, but for whatever reason I really like these bullet bill cannon tower things in World 6. But outside that, the game is pretty generic and it makes the game less memorable than it realistically should be, considering how good this game is. But I will say it does look fantastic. When blown up on a big screen like this, it's pretty obvious that the game blends 3D models and 2D tiles, and it's hidden pretty damn well for the most part. I will say I'm not a huge fan of the backgrounds. It's one thing to have 3D models and hand-drawn 2D tiles, but I think it's pretty obvious that some of them are 3D models they pre-rendered and put into the game. The soundtrack is great though, one of the best so far. The songs are really energetic most of the time, and it gives the game this distinct vibe where you can tell if the songs from the game. Everyone obviously loves the grassland theme, but the castle theme and volcano themes are really underrated. And the world map songs are overall really catchy, especially World 3 and 5. However, the game is still not perfect, obviously. Another complaint I have with this game is dying. When you die, you get booted back to the world map. This is how it worked in previous games, and I already wasn't a fan of it there, but it's emphasized even more here given that the levels in this game are relatively long. They could have easily had an option pop up when you die, asking you if you want to retry from the last checkpoint. This would have made it a lot more tolerable and wasted less time, but I guess Nintendo just couldn't be fucked. But I don't think it's as big of an issue as the blandness, and it's clear Nintendo made it generic on purpose. It's not like Nintendo made this decision for nothing. They clearly wanted to introduce new fans to the series, and that clearly worked. I mean, this is the best-selling DS game. And as far as I'm concerned, it's not a huge issue for a one-off. But if this is the path Nintendo is going down, I don't think I'm going to be in the best of moods by the end of this marathon. Last thing to mention, the bonus content in this game is absolutely fantastic. While I can't test out the Mario vs Luigi mode as the servers are shut down, the minigames are fucking great. I obviously made a video on them, which you can check out now or after the video. But the verdict on the minigames is that while only around 9 of them are actually worth playing, at least in my opinion, the 9 games listed are really fucking great. And in general, this is just a cool thing to include. Most of them are taken from Mario 64 DS, but it's cool that they're here anyway, and they're probably some of my fondest memories I have from playing the game. I think the general consensus on the game is that it's fun but pretty generic, and that's a really fair assessment. The blandness of a game as a whole might be a turn off for some players, but for those willing to stick it to the end, I think you might have one of the best Mario platforms on your hands. And honestly, I'd much rather play this than many of the games that are up next. What is the next one anyway? Great, we're back to the 3D titles. Let's hope Nintendo improved on what worked and ditched the shit, because if this game is anything like Mario 64 or Sunshine, well, I don't know. But as is, you should definitely check out New Super Mario Bros. It's a super fun game with almost no flaws, and it's aged really well over the years as opposed to games like Mario 64. Honestly, despite this being a really solid game, it had way less to say about it than I thought. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's going right below Mario Land 2, very close to the top of the list. And it's not a nostalgia thing either, it's definitely got flaws. The bosses for the most part aren't good, the power-ups can be really underutilized, and in general it's just not that memorable. But despite that, the platforming of New Super Mario Bros. Is amazing, even if not too creative, and the minigames are one of my favorite things in the Mario series to date. This is a great game, and while it doesn't have much staying power after playing, in my opinion this has to be one of Mario's best. You'll definitely see the New Super Mario series go downhill from this point, so I appreciate it while it lasts. I'm pretty split on this next one. While I can't say anything on the game's quality just yet, both of the 3D games I've played so far ended up being really disappointing. But as for now, New Super Mario Bros. Is definitely my personal favorite, and it's just a great game too. Well, I think it's time for the next game. Super Mario Galaxy is definitely the game I was most looking forward to. I'd never played it before, and considering the fact that this game is way less popular than 64, there's way less chance for this game to be overrated. And it fucking turns out that I was wrong, because this game is pretty goddamn shit. Well, sorta, I'll get into that later, but to be fair, it starts out pretty well with Mario going out to Peach's castle for a festival before Bowser comes in with the fucking spaceship and takes the entire castle away. It's a really good introduction scene, and it's like a little playground to test out the controls and moves. He doesn't control quite as well as in Mario Sunshine, but he has a new move to correct his jumps like the hover mode in Sunshine, the spin. Since this is the Wii, you gotta shake the remote to perform this move. I should note that I don't have a Wii, I'm playing this on something that isn't the Wii,
key, and something that I refuse to mention. But I am using a regular Nintendo controller with no motion controls to play it, so I've mapped the X button to shaking the remote. And as much as I don't like motion controls in my games, it works pretty well here. It always responds to the remote shaking and I never saw any problems with it. But yeah, while this is also an attack, the main way you'll be using it is to correct your jumps or to reach higher platforms, as it functions as a little boost for your jump. It works well and makes falling due to bad controls pretty rare. He also has a simplified moveset. While this sounds bad, it typically isn't. Mario 64 had like a trillion different moves, and while that worked well enough for that game, they aren't all needed for this one considering the different level design quirks. Besides, half the moves in 64 you straight up won't use, so it's not much of a loss. As the name of the game implies, most of this adventure takes place in space, and I'm kinda mixed on it. It can look great, of course, but it can get stale eventually and you'll be begging for something different looking. The space aspect also ties into gameplay, with cool planetary gravity shenanigans being the focal point of this adventure. A lot of people really like this, but I gotta be honest, I'm not a huge fan of it. First off, you can't really do much with the idea of planetary gravity. You may assume part of a level taking place on a sphere is different from a flat space, but it really isn't. You could easily just replicate the planet as a flat space and it would essentially stay the same, considering the planetary gravity changes almost nothing beyond how it looks. There's a few clever ideas with the mechanic like these gravity changing walls, but given that there's almost no versatility with the gravity idea, it really is just style over substance with this one. It's also just disorienting sometimes. The controls can be really wonky when moving on the different sides of a planet, and it's just generally weird considering they could easily just flip the camera to Mario's rotation, but no, the game doesn't do that, and it's pretty obvious why. They just want it to look cool. I feel the biggest issue the game has is that it focuses way too much on making the player go, wow, that's fucking cool. That the game forgets to put any kind of effort into making the ideas and gimmicks involved executed well. Like in Freeze Flame Galaxy, you can often find this ice flower, and it's conceptually pretty cool, allowing you to skate quickly over ice. But that's all it does, and it rarely benefits the player other than allowing them to move across lava. But that benefit is barely anything considering it's only put to use with 1 star. Even if it's a little fun to use, it's kind of a waste given not only is it used once, but it's not really something to just help with the star, it's only a requirement. Or the Fire Flower, which I can argue is executed even worse than the Ice Flower. It works almost the exact same as the 2D counterpart, allowing you to shoot fireballs. The only difference here is that it's temporary, like most other 3D Mario power-ups. But Nintendo kind of forgot to add anything that helps you aim it, which is fine in 2D, but it's extremely detrimental in 3D given there's an entire third dimension and a camera you gotta deal with. They could have easily given it a lock-on feature or at least given it a crosshair, but as it stands, this is a really shitty execution of a power-up. I guess since I'm talking about a power-up, I might as well talk about the rest. They kinda suck. Not that they're bad on their own, they all, well, most of them anyway, have cool ideas around them. But my issue with them is that the game will only have a few select sections of the game that are built around that power-up, and the power-up is only used there as opposed to throughout the entire game. This is an inherently bad approach to power-up design, as if a player really likes a power-up, they'll obviously be disappointed that they can't use it outside of the situations where it's meant to be used. But I guess I should talk about the power-ups themselves. The bee mushroom is the most common of these power-ups, and it's pretty cool. Much like the hover mode from Sunshine, the bee mushroom can make you hover, but unlike the hover mode, the bee mushroom is actively used for elevation. You can also climb on honeycomb walls. This is a pretty great power-up, and my only real complaint is that you can't use long jumps or side flips while you have it. Long jumps are pretty essential for movement in this game, and replacing it with just a standard jump is really unsatisfying. Still though, I wish this was used more throughout the game. The Boo mushroom transforms Mario into, well, a Boo. In this form he can float indefinitely and go through caged walls, but if he touches any lights he turns back to normal. This is a really cool power up and you could 100% form a ton of cool puzzles around it, but as it stands I believe it's only used in the ghost level, which really sucks considering again it has so much potential. I think going forward 3D Mario games should avoid this formula because it just limits the potential of power ups with not much benefit. There is one power up I'm glad is limited to a few levels though, because it's really not good at all. The Spring Mushroom. It makes you constantly jump very slowly, and if you press A as soon as Mario touches the ground, he jumps a lot higher. Not only is this not that creative, it's really annoying to use too, considering you can only move while airborne, so you just stop moving every time you touch the ground. It's pretty obnoxious. What's worse is that there's absolutely no creative ideas you could come up with around this power-up. I think the power-up would be better off if you could hover in the air for a few seconds by holding
A, but as it is now, the power-up just sucks and has no potential whatsoever. But honestly, outside of the use of the power-ups in the levels themselves, the level designs are pretty good for the most part. Never stellar, it doesn't go much beyond good, but it's never flat out shit either. They're also filled with creative set pieces like this worm for Gusty Garden Galaxy, or this giant 8-bit Mario and Toy Time Galaxy. But the best part of the levels is how you access them, through the hub world, the Comet Observatory. I really fucking love this place. It's really cozy and pretty with all the lights and decorations everywhere, and I love how it's built like a really small town. I also really like the different sections. They add a lot of flavor, like the grassy area being sort of a mini park, or the library area being a sort of open chill area, or even down to this little balcony the average player wouldn't even notice. These little rooms that hold the different worlds are really nice too, with my only real complaint being that they all have the same shape and size. But they look really nice and comfortable, with my favorite being the kitchen. They also have this big screen that displays a map of the observatory, but I like to imagine they watch movies here too. You know, what is Rosalina's favorite movie anyway? I feel like it's Ratatouille. I also just like the idea of there being almost no walls other than the library and the world select rooms. The vast emptiness of space adds to it a lot, and I feel like the place wouldn't be nearly as memorable without it. But yeah, I fucking love this place, and I'd love to see it return as a hub world someday. It also functions well too. The last two games, especially Mario 64, had a problem with some of the levels being a chore to reach. Every world here is really accessible without needing to get a certain power up or do some tricky platforming. But honestly, it says a ton about the game itself that hanging out here and exploring is like 10 times more fun than most of the actual game. Seriously, the game is pretty fun for like the first world, and after that the game starts to get really boring. Like boring to the point where I was considering turning off the game, and so far I've only done that for the lost levels. But I stuck it out to the end, and you know what? I'm kinda glad I did, because it proves for me fucking tenfold that the game doesn't get good again until the very end. The more I played the game, the more I wanted to rip my fucking hair out. It's so boring. It gets super fucking repetitive after the good stuff, and a large part of that has to do with the fucking atrocious padding. It was pretty obvious that they were padding the game out with Mario Sunshine, but it's even more obvious here, and it's so much more annoying. See, the star requirements for extra levels and worlds almost never become intrusive. It's at the end when the game gets really carried away with it. Once you unlock World 5, the second last world, the game shows you how many stars you need to reach the last level, which isn't in any given world. For people who really like this game, this number wouldn't be that high considering they probably got all the stars from many of the previous levels, but for a normal person like me who just wants to beat the game as soon as possible, the amount of stars you'll need at that very moment isn't 8 or 12, it's like 25! Yes, you fucking heard me right. You essentially have to double your star count, meaning you not only have to get every star in World 5, you have to get like 16 more stars after that. Meaning you have to play boring ass levels just to get some more boring ass stars and feel unsatisfied with your purchase by the end of the game. So who the fuck cares at this point?
No, what's the number? 26!
$26 fucking stars. Not even the bosses are that great. They could have been the only saving grace of this game, but most of them are forgettable at best. As with New Super Mario Bros, I'm only going to be talking about the bosses I've actually done. I'm not going to go back to play more of the game just to fight bosses that might not even be that good. Also, I'll skip some of the bosses that aren't too interesting to talk about. Dino Piranha is the first boss, and he's got this weird rock thing on his tail. You gotta get behind him and hit it back into him. It's not even the best concept, but it's dumbfoundingly easy. I know it's the tutorial boss, but you could have made it a little harder. King Caliente is way better. He sits in lava and shoots coconuts and fire rocks at Mario, and you gotta hit the coconuts back into him. It starts off pretty simple, but he eventually starts doing this back and forth type thing, and it's pretty fun. Not great and all, but it's a great concept that can be improved upon. Bugger Boom isn't that good though, which is disappointing considering I quite like Honey Hive Galaxy. You're gonna use B Mario to climb on these honey walls and Grand Panda when he passes by. It's not even that good of an idea considering how simple it is, but they further fucked it up by making the timing surprisingly precise on that last hit. He moves far too fast there. I can say the same about Mega Leg, the first Bowser Jr. boss, though he's not really that much of a boss and is more of a puzzle. You gotta climb up his legs and onto his head where bullet bills shoot at. You gotta guide these bullet bills to the cage doors on the top of his head, and after that you need to guide another bullet bill to the cage the star is trapped in. It's a cool idea, but it's way too easy to pull up considering the caged walls don't move that fast. Top Maniac, despite having a cool design, really fails to deliver on the cool concept. You gotta step on his head, which retracts the blades on the outside of the body, and after that you can whack him into the electricity on the outside. Repeat that 3 times and he's dead, but it's almost mindlessly easy. His only real defenses are these 3 mini versions that do nothing but knock you back, and you can take them out really easily. It's just pointless. Poltergeist is alright, pretty decent. He shoots rocks and brings spikes up from the ground. Some of these rocks he shoots spawn these bamboos that you gotta whack back into him for a hit. It would have been decent, but he has a second phase after 4 hits that just gives him a new attack, and that's basically it. It just drags on for way too long. Still a pretty decent idea, which is what I can't say for Bowser Jr. He's basically just an advanced version of Carmella where you have to fire green shells at him. I do think it is better because he shoots cannonballs, but he could have separated himself more from Carmella. He does turn his ship forward on the last hit, making it so that the Bowser face shoots fireballs, but also makes the ship slightly harder to hit. It's a cool addition, but he's still not that great. Same with Baron Burr. He's an ice cube guy and he perfectly shows off how underwhelming the fire flower is. You gotta get the ice flower to skate over to the water and climb up to him. After that you wait for him to ground pound and then hit him twice to get a hit. He's just really easy. He has like 2 attacks and they're really fucking easy to avoid. He's just a waste of time. Alright, finally a good boss again. Although much like Mega Leg, Mecha Bowser is much less of a boss than he is an objective. You gotta screw these screws in to get to the next section, where you have to unscrew these bolts to remove this wall and go into this pipe. Then you gotta climb on his arm that moves around and unscrew this bolt to get to the final section, and here you gotta use Then you gotta climb his arm that moves around and unscrew this bolt to get to the final section, and here you gotta use the spring mushroom across this bridge, and go up here to ground pound these stone blocks to get the start. It's a super fun gauntlet of little challenges, but I do have to complain about one thing. This final part with the spring mushroom is clearly built around the spring's weakness of being slow, considering that directly in front of the bridge is this canyon you gotta avoid despite how slow you are. But over here, there's literally just a spring mushroom right after the bridge part, and it just ignores how it was built around the spring's slow movement. Why? I mean, it doesn't matter that much considering the rest of the boss is really good and it's a small segment, but given how underutilized the spring mushroom is, it'd be good to get something that makes use of it. But still, it's a really good boss and it certainly deserves some credit. And I think the only boss that beats him in terms of quality has gotta be Bowser. He's a really great boss, so good that I don't even mind the repeat fights. He jumps in the air to create shockwave rings, and you gotta dodge those. He'll occasionally do this stomp attack, and you gotta lure him into doing it on these glass tiles to set his tail on fire. After that, you gotta whack him on the tail and then whack him once he starts spinning around. After that, you gotta rinse and repeat. Later on, you have to hit him an extra time when he's spinning around, and he moves way faster, making it harder and more satisfying to hit him. It's a super good boss and even better once Fuck off! Stop fall. It's a super good boss and even better once the final confrontation rolls around. He has 3 different phases for the final battle. And the first one, rather than hitting the glass spots, he rolls into a boulder. You gotta hit his head specifically since hitting anything else doesn't do any damage. In the next one, he shoots fireballs and simply rolls into a ball himself, and you gotta hit these green balloon things into him to make him start spinning. And the final one is just fantastic. It's a combination of the ball rolling, the fireballs, and the first confrontation with the glass spots to make an almost perfect finale. The only issue I have with this fight is that it's just a bit too easy. The fight itself is moderately difficult, but you can get health refills in the form of coins the entire way through. Still though, it's a brilliant fight and probably the best in the series. It's also really climactic as the final phase takes place in an orb of lava, which is sick. This is all really enhanced by the music. It is fucking fantastic and makes the game feel 10 times more climactic than it would have been otherwise. But I gotta say though, the level does not at all live up to the boss. And it's funny because it's like the best level into the game too, at least top 3. It's a really fun level, but it's not climactic enough. The song, while done well, doesn't feel like finality as much as it should be, and the level itself is just really short, around 2, maybe 3 minutes in length. It's still really fun, but fails at setting the stage for what's to come, and that song is especially disappointing. And it's weird too, because the soundtrack for this game is fantastic, like objectively the best so far. It's fully orchestrated with violins and trumpets and shit. It's really good and feels like an actual journey across the universe. Highlights for me include the Star Festival, Space Junk Galaxy, and of course the Comet Observatory theme. But after the Bowser fight, the game is done, and wow, what a mess that was. While I had a ton of praise for the game, it doesn't excuse the fact that over half the game is obscenely boring.
and the game's just a mess of poor decisions and execution masked with great visuals. Luckily, the game ends really well with Mario and Peach reuniting, Bowser fucking dying, saying goodbye to the Luma that gave him the spin ability, and the universe being reconstructed with all your past foes there to celebrate. It's a really good ending to this, not gonna lie, pretty shit game all things considered. There's a lot of positives to count, but at the end of the day there's too many really big negatives to count, and I kinda hate it as a result. Again, a whole lot of positives, but at the end of the day all of those are outweighed by my biggest problem. Remember when I said the level design was pretty good? I was mostly lying. In the first world and the first half of the second world, yeah, the shit's nice, but soon you'll realize how empty the levels get. And I think these parts of the game are hurt by the choice to add the planetary gravity. The planetary gravity could definitely be used for cool puzzles, sure, but not only is it not used in a unique way for a lot of the time, but it exists as a large crutch for the empty levels. Because in reality, if you took my idea from near the beginning of this video and made all the levels flat, it'd be especially noticeable that something was off about the levels. However, keeping the levels with the spherical planet shit allows the level designers to be a lot lazy with the levels themselves and make them super empty, and that is by far my biggest issue with the game. Mario Galaxy is going just in between Mario 64 and Sunshine for now. Its start is just good enough to inch it slightly above Mario Sunshine for me, but the lowest points are way worse than Mario 64's lowest points. I'm starting to get worried again. These 3D games that everyone seems to like are consistently becoming my least favorites. Let's hope the next 3D game fares better, but for now I think it's time we enter the corporate era. I'm gonna be so drained by the end of this, but for now, I think we gotta move on to the next game.
I'm just predicting here, since I'm writing this before I play New Super Mario Bros. 2 or Mario U, you'll probably notice that the reviews for the New Super Mario Bros. Games get shorter, no doubt due to how similar these games are. I'll try to talk about as much as I can here without making it drag on for too long, but I should probably talk about the game now. This game introduced a lot to the series, most notably the simultaneous multiplayer. And the multiplayer is pretty decent. It causes a pretty big problem with the game on single player, but the multiplayer itself is well done. I should mention that I didn't try the 3 or 4 player, I only tried the 2 player with my sister and she kinda sucked at it. I can't be bothered playing more of this game just to record multiplayer gameplay, so sorry if I can't convey my points well. It's pretty good just being the regular game with 2 or more players playing at the same time. It's decently fun with 2 players, but it causes a pretty huge issue when it comes to the single player. In the main game, the level designs are not that good. They're extremely forgettable, don't get me wrong, but the levels get like 5 times better in the last 2 worlds. But from worlds 1 to 6, the levels are less populated with enemies or obstacles, and it obviously makes the game less interesting. The levels are also left to right or bottom to top, never both on one level though, and this clearly was not done for nothing. Nintendo clearly made this choice because of the large focus on the multiplayer. And while definitely better for sales since you'll likely be playing this with the family, it detriments the quality of the game a lot. While I obviously kept playing just for this video, some regular guy might play single player and think the rest of the game is just as repetitive as the start, and that's a valid way to think. But while the game isn't as good as it could be on single player, I still had a decent time with it considering there aren't any other game ruining issues. This could also be due to the things the game added, like this new move, the mid-air spin. This is similar to the spin from Mario Galaxy, but I think it's way better. In Mario Galaxy, the spin was very clearly made to correct jumps. Sure, you could get some extra height, but that's basically it. And it wasn't very fun to use considering your speed gets basically halved after using it. In this game, however, not only can it correct the worst players' jumps, it can make better players extend the distance of their jumps without the slowing down from Galaxy. It's a great move for me, someone who's using a basic controller with shaking assigned to a button, but for someone playing on an actual Wii, this must be very annoying to use since you have to shake the controller every time you want to use it. It's much better in later entries where you can simply just press the R button to use the move. We also obviously have the new power-ups, and Mario Wii has 3, though there's overlap with 2 of them, so let's start there. The Ice Flower was in Mario Galaxy, but it functions completely differently here, giving you the ability to shoot ice balls that freeze enemies into blocks, and from there you can pick them up and throw them. This is a great power-up, and my only issue is that picking up ice blocks is the same as picking up other objects, which is assigned to the run button and shaking the remote at the same time. why? They clearly wanted to get as much mileage as they wanted from the Wiimote, but it just serves to be a dumb annoyance if anything, but it doesn't matter too much. But however, the penguin suit is a rarer power-up that gives you the ability to slide across the ground, as well as not slip when walking on ice normally. But this power-up also lets you shoot ice balls. So as much as I like the ice flower, it's not nearly as good as the penguin suit. Lastly, there's the propeller suit. By shaking the Wiimote, you can get pretty crazy high. It's pretty overpowered and makes the game easier than it already is, but at the same time it's really annoying how you can't move as fast when descending. I would have much rather had around half the height gained, but maintaining speed when falling. That would have made it like 10 times better. Yoshi also returns in this game, but I think they somehow pulled them off worse than in Mario World. First off, he's only in like 5 fucking levels. If you're gonna program him into the game, then put him in like at least a third of the levels, at the very least. Second, he sucks even more as a power-up. He's even more overpowered than before, having this flutter jump that lets you get extra height and slightly extend your jump. But even then, I don't want to use it at all because it slows you down so much and it's fucking unsatisfying. And finally, why can you not take him out of levels? Seriously, this doesn't affect me much considering I don't think he's that fun to use to begin with, but some people do like him and want to keep using him, but are going to be inevitably disappointed by the fact that you can't take him out of the fucking levels. This might be the dumbest decision I've ever seen in my life, but it's actually kind of funny though. I feel like Nintendo intentionally pranked the Yoshi fans out there by hyping them up just to take everything away. There isn't even a reason for it, you just can't use him outside of the levels. Fuck you for buying this game, I guess. I guess if there is one generally good thing I can say about the items is that the item storage is back from Mario 3. There aren't items exclusive to the world map anymore, but those don't matter as much as the actual in-game items anyway, so it doesn't really matter. You can get them from enemy levels, which can suck my cock. They function similar to the Hammer Bros battles from Mario 3, but unlike those you usually can't avoid them and there's no items that can put them to sleep like in Mario 3. So they end up being really annoying to bump into. It sucks even worse that the items you get these from are usually just mushrooms normally. I never encountered any other power-ups from these, which makes it even more obvious that this is just filler. You can also get power-ups from the returning toad houses. They're definitely better than a roulette block from the DS game, but they take way longer. You gotta play a memory match game, but you don't have a set amount of turns, only ending once you match 2 Bowser or Bowser Jr. cards. They're definitely more of a minigame than the basic block, but I'm a way bigger fan of how instantaneous it was in Mario 3 or DS. Still, it doesn't matter that much because you won't be needing the power-ups. But they're still like 10 trillion times better than the 1-up houses. In the 1-up houses, you gotta hop in these cannons and tilt the Wiimote to aim, and after that you fire yourself out to pop these balloons that give you a 1-up each. It's a decent minigame, I like how quickly it's over, but this game always hands out 1-ups anyway, so you're never gonna need these. You're never gonna run out of lives, especially considering how fucking easy this game is. It definitely gets harder than the DS game, but it's still pretty easy. Again, due to the multiplayer focus. The game also gives you so many 1-ups, it's crazy. Even without the 1-up houses, you'll probably have around 20 by the end of the game, and you'll never get a game over. This is mostly due to the flagpole. In some previous games, reaching the very top of the flagpole would give you a 1-up, but it'd actually be pretty difficult to reach. Yet here the top of the flag is way too easy to reach and makes the lives more trivial than they've ever been in the series. The bosses are also really easy, but they're not even fun either. They're way too similar to one another and I can't remember what specific fights are like, they're so forgettable. The Koopalings return from Mario World and they all suck. I'm not even gonna talk about each fight, they're so fucking boring. All I gotta mention is that they could have made the bosses cool and fun like in Mario 2. Not to mention, you gotta fight each Koopaling twice! Once in the castle that's halfway through the world, and another time in the big castle that's at the end of the world. These guys suck so fucking much, and it's weird that Nintendo even brought them back. I highly doubt they were fan favorites given their flat personalities and boring designs. I will talk about the bosses outside the Koopalings, since they're actually a little different somehow, but they're still not great or anything. Bowser Jr. is the first non-Koopaling fight there is in the game, and you actually gotta fight him 3 times. That might sound bad, but all 3 fights are completely different, making it way less bad. I still don't like the fights that much though. The first one fucking sucks honestly, he shoots fireballs and you gotta use these propeller boxes to fly up to hit him. There just needs to be something to stop you from cheesing this fight because it's so fucking easy to do exactly that. In the second one you gotta get your own clown car and bash him into some electricity. It's a creative idea for sure, but it's still really fucking easy. He barely hits you back on the first 2 hits. He should probably spit a fireball here and there to make it better, but even then I think it'd be pretty easy. His last fight is probably his best. He throws these giant bombs and you gotta ground pound to bounce them back at him. He shoots a ton of fireballs that leave lingering fire on the ground, and the fire stays there for like 30 seconds, so it can get decently tense if you suck enough at the game. It's still pretty easy, but probably top 3 fights in the game, which admittedly is not saying much. Magic Cooper's an alright boss too. The fight takes place on these slow moving blocks and he teleports around and occasionally shoots magic. And if the magic collides with the block, it replaces the block it hit with an enemy, basically meaning he destroys the level. It's a really cool idea, but once again you can easily cheese the fight, which is pretty disappointing. The fight I was most looking forward to is Bowser. Everyone who talks about this game glazes it to no end. The level before the boss was pretty underwhelming too, really fucking short. Not to mention that once again it's pretty easy and you have yourself what's practically an insult to the DS games level. Okay, it's not that bad, its worst crime is just being kinda lame, but you have to understand where I'm coming from. The game got better as it went on and the finale of the DS game was amazing if a little anticlimactic. And hearing everyone talk about this shit like it's some kind of masterpiece as good as the likes of Yakuza Like a Dragon, only to get something I perceive as just alright, you can see how I would have been disappointed. And of course, after that you have, once again, a very anticlimactic end to an overall pretty decent game. I know I talked about it in the last game, but seriously, how have I beaten 12 fucking games and only 2 of them have had climactic endings? One of the final bosses out of those 2 were good. Mario 64 sucked ass and is like the worst fight in the series, but it still felt climactic. Who knows, maybe the developers just get sick and tired of working on the game and rush the final bosses, but I guess I can't assume considering I've never worked on a Mario game. But yeah, the bosses on this game are pretty shitty in general. Enemy designs suck pretty bad too. Some of them are enemies from the DS but stripped of all the charm like the bruises. In DS they had this sort of devious face, and it was printed straight on the mask making it look like just some dude in a shitty Halloween costume. Here the face is actually part of the mask and is making an angry face which makes it look way less charming and more like a generic evil guy. And that especially sucks because there were some of my favorite enemy designs in DS. The game just looks pretty shit in general. From a technical standpoint it objectively looks 10 times better than the DS, but there's no charm to the graphics at all. Everything's pretty desaturated and not as vibrant as the DS game, and it makes the game look way more boring to me. If I have anything good to say about the presentation, it'd probably be the world maps. Rather than taking the approach of basically flat areas, Mario Wii plays with the elevation a lot more, and it's safe to say that was for the better. I particularly like World 6, as it sees you climbing a mountain as well as walking on pipes, but the graphics as a whole are just pretty mediocre. I also can't praise the soundtrack that much, which is a first for the series. A lot of the songs are taken straight from previous Mario games, most notably, well, New Super Mario Bros. And the songs are remixed with a way cleaner sound, but there's no energy to them at all and just feel really corporate. No song sticks with you, it's a pretty boring soundtrack. There are also just some ideas that were questionably executed, like this spring in World 5's mini castle. It's a really small issue, but it really shows their priorities when making the game. There's this platform that's too high to reach, so you gotta grab the spring that isn't too far away, but that's really it. There's nothing to it and it just serves to waste your time. They could have easily had this little compartment the spring isn't extend downward and have a little challenge there. I made this illustration to show what I mean. I could probably come up with something better, but in a mere minute I came up with a better concept that the game uses. They could have just had these 2 slow moving platforms and the challenge is to get through them without getting crushed, and then you can get the spring. It's really simple stuff that they just decided not to add. Hell, if you're not going to be fucked making a better puzzle, why not just create a platform here to let people progress? That way you can have more room for platforming without putting in that much effort. It's a really pedantic issue to complain about, but it shows their low priorities with the level design. There's definitely more dumb things to complain about, like this raft level for 5-4. It's a pretty creative level where keeping enemies off the raft is the goal, but halfway through this fog gets added to the top of the screen and it makes it really easy to get blindsided by enemies dropping from the top of the level. Sure, it is more challenging, but it's more challenging in spite of being shit level design. Finally, there's this one in World 6's mini castle which has this giant skewer that occasionally extends rapidly to the top of the level, hitting anything in its path. It's already not the greatest idea, there's only so many concepts you can come up with that make use of the skewer's cooldown and how you can make fast-paced platforming around that. but this fucking thing takes like 10 years to go back down to the bottom. It's so dumb too, because this could easily be fixed. Just make it so that the skewer goes back down at the same speed it goes up. But no, I guess Nintendo just likes making things shitty. Speaking of shitty, dark levels. Yeah, I guess Nintendo wanted to make a complete waste of 5 of their levels because they take place in complete darkness, and I shouldn't have to explain how fucking dumb this is. It looks nice sometimes, sure. Some of my favorite settings in video games are dark underground lakes, and 6.6 shows this off really well. But in terms of gameplay, these suck even as a concept. It's 10 times easier to get blindsided by something, even if it's just a platform. But it's even worse when it's an enemy because you're either gonna take damage or just straight up die. Again, it's harder, but harder in spite of shit game design. This is especially a problem in 8.4. It's one of the nicer looking levels in the game, which really isn't saying much, but it still looks cool. But the level itself is really shit. It's an underwater dark level. 2 level types I already don't like on their own, but when combined to make a top contender for the worst level in the game. There is also a very noticeable amount of auto-scrolls. I might be fucking nuts or something, but I swear there was like 15 auto-scrolls throughout the entire game, which is an absurdly high amount. Something I forgot to mention pertaining to auto-scrollers is that not only are they really slow, but they make dying all the more punishing even if you're not sent back that far. There is one more change to the levels I can tell probably wasn't done for any multiplayer compensations, and it impacts the levels quite a lot. The star coins returned from DS, and not only are they used even less, only being used to unlock levels in World 9, their placements are way more lazy. You'll sometimes find star coins that are actually clever, but most of these are either repetitive or just lazy on their own. I picked a random level to analyze to prove my point, that being 5-1. The first star coin might be the stupidest thing I've ever seen. You gotta ground pound this dirt that's really obvious and get the star coin. It's a decent idea on its own, but the only thing you need for it is any power up other than the mini mushroom, which is really stupid considering there's a block right here. The second one is a little better, but uses basically the same concept of going in a giant shell. Here you gotta swim into the shell that's in the water to grab the star coin. As I said, it's a little better, but it's not that hard to get considering there isn't much stopping you from grabbing it. And the last one is especially lazy, since it just uses the shell again, but unlike the second star coin, it's far more obvious that it leads to something. And it's just about as easy as the second one in terms of difficulty. Things like this are what make the star coins much less valid as a fun collectible to find. And I have no fucking clue how the game expects me to get every star coin in a world to unlock one level in World 9. I'd play World 9 for the video if the levels were easy to unlock, but not only does it take a while, it's probably not even that fun either. And it sucks because honestly I think World 9 has very high potential given it's the final secret world, so it's probably way less forgiving and way less multiplayer focused than the rest of the game. But I'm not collecting every star coin in a world just to unlock one of the levels. Let me just mention one last thing before I end this segment. The bonus modes might be the most shitty extra content I've ever seen in a game. I was looking forward to them considering how good the extra content was in DS. I mean, there was 18 minigames and around half of them were really good. But the bonus modes in this game just suck. They're so bad. Free-for-all is especially shit, mostly because it's impossible to know what to do the first time around. It's a battle for score, but not only is that not conveyed at all through the name, not only is there no tutorial, but there's no separate score counts. This mode was clearly added to make the game seem like it has slightly more content than it actually has. And after the match is over, it tallies up the score and there's no fanfare or anything. It even says team finish after the score tally, even though this game is literally called free for all. It honestly would have been pretty fun to frantically run around and do shit to get the most score if it was conveyed at all. Seriously, what a terrible and pointless mode. Coin battle is the slightest bit better, but it's still a complete waste of time. It's conveyed way better by the title obviously, so you know exactly what to do even if that's not giving much praise. But in terms of how fun it is, free-for-all was probably better conceptually. You get score from basically everything, but you only really get coins from, well, coins themselves. The game does give you a little fanfare to make you feel like you wasted your time slightly less, but still a mediocre game. These two are a fucking pitfall down from DS's bonus content in every conceivable way, and I think anyone that isn't nostalgia blinded for this game would think the same. No, I take that back. Even people who grew up with the game would admit any day that DS's extra shit was better. I know that was a really low point to end on, but that's basically Mario Wii for you. really inconsistent quality in terms of the game itself, and it's genuinely the least interesting game so far as to what there is to talk about. And you can probably tell because of how little positive I had to say about the game. At the end of the day, I'd still say the game is good. It's decently fun on its own, and I bet tons of people had fun with the multiplayer. But that's it, there isn't much interesting discussion when it comes to the actual game as a whole. It's just extremely bland, and it was clearly done that way because of the immense success of the DS game. And the bland qualities end up being a pretty big detriment to the game's identity, and it ends up landing itself as probably the most forgettable game on the entire list, even including the games I haven't talked about. It might be tied with Galaxy 2, but who knows. Funnily enough, it's gonna go right above Mario 1 for me. I do think the game deserves a playthrough, and I may come back to it in the future, but it doesn't do enough for me and has way less of an identity than Mario 3, which puts it below. I'm hoping that the next game is something special, because the last time we had something truly special was Super Mario Land 2, which was 6 fucking games ago. What is next anyway? God fucking damn. A sequel to Mario Galaxy. Just when I thought that the games were gonna pick up again, I see this. Okay, to be fair, I can't exactly judge the game when I haven't played it yet. But if this is anything like Mario Galaxy 1, I'm gonna fucking dread this experience. I have heard a lot that this game is better than the first game, but I'm not gonna hold my breath given the general consensus has wronged me 6 times in this video alone. But as much as I hate to say it, I think I'm gonna have to stick this one out until credits. So, let's get this over with. Mario Galaxy is one of the most popular Mario games, but honestly I rarely see discussion behind its sequel, Mario Galaxy 2. And honestly, I see why, dude, this game is really forgettable. Not bad at all, but it's just a complete definition of surface level good. But I guess I should talk about the game so I can explain why I've come to that conclusion. This game is a pretty huge improvement on Galaxy 1, as it's actually kinda fun. I think the reason why I see it that way is because the game focuses way more on the actual gameplay than the wow factor, which I can only assume was a choice made since the first game already did that. The level designs are way better for one, most of the bullshit is gone even if some of it is still intact. I forgot to mention this in the first Galaxy review, but 2D sections, while cool, don't take advantage of the 3D space you're building your game around, so they end up being pointless. But the levels are still good. The ideas are generally way more creative and well executed too, like these little girders you can ground pound on to go on the other side of the platform, or these snowballs in Freezy Flake Galaxy that make a snow path on lava. Better level designs or better executions of ideas goes a real long way in making the game more enjoyable, hence why I actually found this game pretty good. We also have a bunch of new power-ups in this game. While most of the power-ups are from Galaxy 1, there are 2 new ones, starting with the Cloud Flower. The Cloud Flower is a really unique idea, allowing you to make platforms by using the spin move. That may sound overpowered, but the game only gives you 3 platforms that you can replenish by grabbing another Cloud Flower. A lot of people like to call this power-up overpowered, and I really have no fucking clue what they're talking about. I like to think these people thought it was in a lot more levels than it actually is, because really this power-up is in like 4 levels. While it does have an extremely floaty jump, nothing can really make up for the fact that it's once again built for select instances and not the whole game. The rock mushroom is way more forgettable in my opinion, and that may be due to the fact that it's only used in like 1 level, but seriously this idea has like no versatility. With a shake of the Wiimote, Mario will transform into a big boulder and roll forward quickly, killing basically anything in your path. The only real benefit you get to using this power-up is that there's a few crystals you can only break by using it, but that's really it. But even then, you really can't think of that many ideas using this thing. It's decently fun to use but has basically no potential. The power-ups from this game suffer from the same issue as in Galaxy 1, that they're built for select instances and not around the entire game, which sucks even more because the power-ups here are generally better than they were in that game. But there is one more sort of power-up I want to talk about. Yoshi. This may be his very first incarnation in the series where I actually like him. In Mario World he was too basic and overpowered, in Sunshine he was too simple, in Mario Wii he was once again too basic and overpowered and also only appeared in like 2 levels, but here they've got him basically perfect. First off, his ability to eat things is actually used as something other than just to dispose of enemies, since we've got many instances where we have to eat something and fire it back at a boss or fire it at an obstacle to break it. And I think that's really all they need to do to make him fun to use. But they also make him way more balanced, as while you don't immediately lose your Yoshi while you're hit, he does disappear after a few seconds, and also you do take damage, which is more than enough to make him balanced. They did a way better job with him here, and my only complaint is that once again he's just not used enough. I can recall maybe 5 levels that used him, which is a real shame. And most of the time he's only here so we can use these things, the fruits. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it, these things just suck ass, whether it be because of poor execution or just a shit idea to begin with. The dash pepper is probably the most forgivable. He makes Yoshi move really fast and even go up walls. This actually has a good bit of potential since he can easily form a lot of reactionary sections around dodging obstacles super fast. But it appears in like 2 levels. Yeah, well I can tell this power up definitely has potential. It appears in basically no levels. It's a waste of a perfectly fine power up. Now we're just at the dumb ones, starting with the blimp fruit. Using this makes your Yoshi turn into pyrocynical and ascend upwards until your air meter runs out, and you'll fall down after that. My main issue with it is that you can't choose when to float upwards. It does it automatically and you can't choose to go down. With better execution I can see this being good, but it really just sucks and can't be used in creative ways. And then we've got the final and worst one. The Bowberry fucking sucks, dude. It's just the dark levels all over it. All this does is let you see platforms in front of you that were invisible before. That's it. Again, it's just the dark levels. This idea just sucks. When I'm playing a 3D platformer, I want to be constantly moving. This just makes me stop every 5 seconds because I think there's a pit that's going to be there, when there really isn't. This game would be better if it wasn't here. I'm glad I was only using like 1 level. I don't want to talk about this shit anymore. Moving on. Yoshi is a really good power-up type thing. But again, he's really underutilized, which sucks, since he could have been one of my favorite power-ups. Especially when you're fighting a boss with him and he can use a range attack. Alright, speaking of bosses, I swear, this game has like half the amount of bosses as the first game. I like a few of them, but most of them just end up being really forgettable or boring. By the way, much like the other games, I'm going to only cover a few of them. You encounter Pee-wee Piranha on the first star of the entire game. You gotta smack his butt to hit him, but my main problem is that it's just Dino Piranha from the first game. In that game you had to smack something that was behind him, and in this one you gotta smack his behind. Besides that, it's just too easy. King Lakitu is slightly better. He's more original for sure, but not great on his own. He throws spinies and you gotta shoot them back at him with Yoshi. My only issue here is that once again it's just really easy. His landing attack is super easy to dodge, and it's not likely you'll be getting hit by the spinies he throws. Just too easy. Diggeleg's name is 1 letter away from a racial slur, but his boss has a great idea. But once again, he's just too easy. He'll fire these little drill guys at you from the other side of the planet, and you gotta use this drill thing to hit him once he exposes his weak spot. Great idea, but he needs another attack that isn't just the drill guys, cause they're way too easy to dodge. Gobblegut is decent. He charges towards you and occasionally eats into the ground, and after that you gotta hit his weak points. After hitting all of them, he's dead. I actually have the complete opposite complaint with this one, as it's pretty hard for this early in the game. He's pretty fast and can be hard to dodge sometimes. Still, he's just decent. The Mega Hammer is the boss that had the most potential to me. He's really fun for quite a bit. He shoots bullet bills at you, and using Yoshi, you gotta fire them at these weak spots. There's even a weak spot on his back, so you're required to use these launch stars to get behind him before he turns around. It's super fun for a while, but once you hit all 3 weak spots twice, another phase starts which just feels like filler, and it starts to drag at that point. He tilts his head forwards once he slams his hammer down on the ground, and you gotta shoot bullet bills at the glass when he does that. But I just feel like the boss drags on for too long, and the second phase is nowhere near as fun or in-depth as the first, and again just sucks. And again, the first phase is fun, but they ruined it and I shouldn't have expected anything else. And then we've got Bowser. I really liked the fight in Galaxy 1, it was great fun. And this one is it's a disappointment. Not that it's bad, it's one of the better fights, but for such a major boss in the game, you having to fight him multiple times, it fails at having as much depth as the Galaxy 1 fight, and it just kinda sucks in comparison. You're on this little planet and Bowser spawns these little asteroids to rain down on it. After that he punches the planet and makes the asteroids break off from it, to which you have to hit the asteroids back into him. It's just mindlessly easy. Bowser doesn't have nearly the amount of attacks as he does in Galaxy 1, and the attacks he does have are pretty easy to dodge. I'm not even going to talk about the final fight because I'll be honest, I didn't even finish the game. I got 2/3 of the way and called it quits. And I'll say why later, but all I really have to say right now is that I missed out on 4 normal bosses as well as the final Bowser fight, which sorta sucks. As for why I quit, well, the game just paused at Mario Galaxy 1 again. Near the end of World 4, the final level of the world is locked off behind a 40-star gate. I had 37, so I needed 3 more.
But the thing is, other than the secret stars, I collected every single star from every previous level, so I'd either need to scour through the levels for a secret star, or grind for star bits to unlock what's presumably an optional level. Which one did I choose? Neither. While it wouldn't take terribly long, maybe an hour max to get the stars necessary, the game was already not great, and to be honest I was not looking to play much more of it anyway. It's not like you care, I mean it's Mario Galaxy 2, no one cares. I was originally gonna grind for star bits, which basically act like coins, but seriously I could just not be bothered. You might be wondering, what about the secret stars? You could collect those. Bro, fuck that shit. I'm not going through an entire level to find a secret star with the chance I don't even find it anyway. I also don't even like how you access the levels anyway. In Mario Galaxy, you had an entire hub world to traverse to access the levels, but here you just step on a button that leads you to a world map akin to New Super Mario Bros, which is way less interesting. The hub world itself is way worse too. Still decent, but the Comet Observatory is basically impossible to beat, and they did not beat the Comet Observatory here. It's just the generic grass area that's half the size. It still works well in terms of function, but the charm is totally gone. Even Peach's Castle is probably better. In Galaxy 1, while you'd have your occasional unoriginal level theme, most themes were creative. In Galaxy 2, I'm just fucking around in either reuse level themes or uninteresting locales. If I have to give a little bit of praise towards anything, it's that the backdrops are actually kinda unique for once. Well, it doesn't even feel like it takes place in space for half the game, rather just in the sky. I never minded it because it's a good change of pace. It's not just the vast emptiness of space, it's a little different. But still, the themes in this game are just whatever. The game still looks good though, but honestly it's getting redundant to say that since they all look good after Mario 64. But still, it looks pretty great. Probably one of the best looking games so far. I think I do prefer Galaxy 1 because again that game had more creative level themes, but this game still looks great. I also don't think I can give that much praise to the soundtrack. Again, basically all of Mario's soundtracks are good and this is essentially just Galaxy 1 soundtrack but more. And honestly that's how I describe this game as a whole. It's basically just a DLC to Mario Galaxy. It's 100% the better game because of the better level designs and gimmick execution, but at the end of the day it's still more Mario Galaxy. Which, yeah, it's a fucking sequel, but it does enough good to make it like 10 times better than the first. I won't go on for much longer because again, it didn't even finish the game, but this game was good for so long. It just decided to throw in backtracking for the sake of padding the game out and it drags the game down a little. Which by the way, before you comment that I can't put my opinion out there because I didn't finish the game, one, me not beating it didn't affect it in the ranking at all. It was always going to be there unless if it got better or worse in the last part of the game. And two, that's kind of just a dumb complaint. Like imagine you willingly go and play Bubsy 3D. You're probably gonna get maybe 2, 3, maybe 4 levels in and that's it. And you're not gonna play any more than that because it's such a terrible game, it's such an objectively bad game. And you are most definitely going to say that you hate that game because of how terrible it is, even if you didn't beat it. This one's going right in the middle of the ranking, just above, coincidentally, Mario Wii. I do think that the game had it a little worse since the good parts were at the end and not the start, but Galaxy 2 is just slightly more forgettable, and I highly doubt I'm gonna see a game that's more forgettable for real this time. But the game is still slightly better. But Mario 3 was definitely a more consistent and memorable experience, and it didn't really have that many dumb decisions, along with it just standing on its own. I really had basically nothing to say about this game. I only had 31 notes on the game, which is pitiful compared to the 75 notes I had for Sunshine and the 62 notes I had for Mario 64. And I got 2/3 into this game. Even still, I found this to be a pretty decent experience. So what's next? Wow, I hear like no one talk about this game. Is this game just forgettable? Because really, no one talks about this game in terms of what the series has to offer. It's like they just forget about it. Still, I guess it's up to me to see what this game truly has to offer. But for now, I had fun. Nonetheless, I have no real reason to come back to Galaxy 2 given I'm gonna forget about basically anything I had on my adventure in the next 10 minutes. Is the next game any good? Time to find out. Despite Galaxy 2 being pretty decent, I think it's safe to say the other 3D games could have been a lot better. They had a whole lot of flaws and I think that's pretty apparent looking at my reviews for them or even just their places in the ranking. But despite that, I think Mario 3D Land is pretty good. If not having a pretty polarizing design choice I guess I'll get into now. The levels in this game are pretty great for the most part, honestly some of my favorite 3D levels yet. But notice how I said 3D. Yeah, the levels in this game are pretty weirdly designed, as they aren't your traditional 3D as seen in Mario 64 or any of the previous 3D games. It's like they designed it with a grid. Whenever there's a turn on the platform, it's always 45 degrees rather than freeform. I guess a better way to describe it is they took the 2D levels and converted them into 3D ones, as they're pretty basic and you'll often just be going forward rather than in any given direction. There's also almost never any segments where you can roam freely and do whatever you want. I can see why someone would like this. It's way simpler and sometimes people just need an extra bit of simplification to make a game more fun. But personally, I just like the free roam levels more. I'm sorry. It's not even like I care that much about the turns always being 90 or 45 degrees. I just don't like how cramped the levels are because there's almost never room to explore. It's almost the antithesis to Mario Galaxy. While that game was too open for its own good, this game is too cramped for its own good. Still, even though I don't like the level structure, the levels are pretty great. But the levels are just way too inconsistent to come to an objective conclusion on. Even though the levels are pretty good for the most part, they get pretty shitty near the end, and it has to do with the difficulty curve feeling arbitrary. Around halfway through World 6, the game gets hard. Really fucking hard. But the level design is hard in spite of it being designed poorly. Rather than actually putting in the effort to make the levels hard, all they really do is make a normal level but make the platforms smaller and have less of them. And the small platforms especially emphasize how shit the controls can be at their worst. The controls aren't horrible, they work really well for standard levels with big platforms, but when the platforms are small they don't work nearly as well. I don't know why it took me so long to put my finger on why that is since it's so obvious, but it's the acceleration. Basically, if you hold the run button down, you start at walking speed and then after around a second you abruptly speed up to running speed. This is very unsatisfying, however there aren't that many better ways to do it, so I don't blame the developers for choosing this route. My issue is the damn gaps! Much like any other Mario game, there's tons of places to fall and die, and they are exceedingly common, especially after the platforms get smaller. And obviously, the jumps get harder if you're not at running speed. I'm fine with all that. But my issue is that the gaps can get decently big for walking speed, and if you haven't reached that running speed, which mind you is very common since the platforms are tiny, it's a high chance you might die. This especially sucks if you think you're gonna reach running speed before you jump, so you just go for it and end up jumping off a ledge slow as hell and into a pit. A level that perfectly shows how bad the level design can get is 7-4. Takes place inside a clock. Look how tiny these platforms are. It's already a crime on its own that they are that small, but these platforms also rotate, which can throw you off. And they also take up a decent portion of the level. This level is absolutely terrible and it shows how bad the problem really is. The Tanuki suit returning from Mario 3 fixes this, kinda. The Tanuki suit basically works the same as it did in Mario 3, albeit removing the ability to fly, which I'm totally fine with. It once again works as this game's jump corrector, but as a power-up you can obviously lose it, which is my main issue. On paper I don't mind the fact that you can lose it, but it being this game's only jump corrector is really dumb, and despite being this game's main selling point, you actually don't come across it very often. While using it by itself is pretty fun, losing it feels more detrimental than it really should. And that especially applies since there's only like 2 power-ups in this game. Like yeah, obviously we've got a classic mushroom and fire flower, and in rare situations you can get a star. But outside those, we've really only got the Tanuki suit and the boomerang flower. The boomerang flower is pretty fun while you're using it. As the name implies, it can shoot boomerangs and it's pretty satisfying to hit stuff. But the second you lose it, you're probably not going to see it anymore throughout the entirety of the game. Yeah, the boomerang flower has to be one of the most underutilized power-ups in the series. The first time it appears is in 5-1, over halfway through the game. And after that it doesn't appear much more. And that sucks too, again the boomerang flower is fun to use. But I guess Nintendo just forgot, which is a fucking shame. There is 2 other new power-ups, but they appear so rarely and are so similar to the Tanuki suit I can't even be bothered talking about them. Honestly, one of the most pedantic things I can say about the levels is how you enter them. In Mario 64, there was Peach's Castle, Sunshine had Delphina Square, and Galaxy of course had the fantastic Comet Observatory. But for as much as I talk shit on Mario 3D World's Hub World in the Mario World review, or the Hub World in Mario Galaxy 2, at least they had something. Here though, no. For fuck's sake, even Mario 3's world map was better than this. In fact, every previous Hub World was better than this. Here it's just a straight left to right path with each of the levels. I understand that this game is way simpler compared to the previous 3D Marios, but for as much as I thought Mario Galaxy 2's hub was forgettable, it's nothing compared to this. It functions, but that's not really much of a compliment. Honestly, despite me complaining a lot about the number of power-ups, it's not nearly as bad as the lack of bosses. There's 4 bosses. 4! You don't need to have a crazy high amount of bosses, but 4 bosses? That's nothing. You know you need to add more bosses when literal Mario Land has more bosses. Take Bowser appears in the first castle and you gotta go through this little obstacle course where he shoots fireballs at you. Kinda feels like a 3D take on the Mario 1 fight.
I don't really have any complaints for this one other than the fact that you can just walk on the edge of the bridge. Boom Boom is way worse. He returns yet again. I swear, whenever this asshole pops up, you gotta fight him like 10 times because once again, he keeps repeating throughout the game. It's definitely the less atrocious instance compared to Mario 3 since you only gotta fight him 3 times. But seriously, what is this guy's problem? But anyway, he spins his fists like a Beyblade and eventually gets tired. You can wait for him to get tired so you can hit him, but it's not too hard to hit him when he's spinning. This is way better than in Mario 3, but still pretty easy. But he gets a kind of companion in this entry because the next boss is Pom Pom. She's even worse. She throws boomerangs at you and it's way easier to hit her. At least Boom Boom attacked while moving and the attack went around him. It was actually a little bit hard. Here the attack is really slow and just goes forward. Really lame. My biggest problem with these two bosses is again they repeat 3 times each. Both bosses you fight twice on their own and then once together. This wouldn't be as big of a problem if there was at least one more boss. The final Bowser fight is way better. It's basically a chase sequence at this giant level and it's really cool. I don't really have much to say about this other than it's a good boss. I've noticed a trend where a lot of final Bowser fights aren't really boss fights. It's not really much of a boss since you never fight him, but it's still fun. And after that the game's over, just like that. You have this tiny gameplay segment afterwards where you just walk up to Peach who's tied to a flagpole, and after you touch the flagpole you fly off with Peach into the distance and the game just ends. It's super anticlimactic and feels off. But honestly I can't complain too much. Why? Because when you beat the game, you think you're all done. Then when you go back to your save file to collect more star medals, boom. 8 more worlds to explore just like that. The game just doubles the content and acts like nothing happens. I'm completely fine with it and the levels are good as usual, but I'm just so confused as to why they save the extra levels for after the game rather than just using the spare cartridge space just to make the main story longer. I wouldn't have complained about a longer main story either. The game is shockingly short at only around 3.5 hours, which is easily the shortest 3D game yet. And it's not even like I hate short games or anything. Sure, a lot of my favorite games are 30, 40 plus hours, but I don't mind a short and sweet game once in a while. It's just that short and sweet is not 3.5 hours. Around 30 of the minutes I spent playing the game was spent, well, being gated out of progression. Once again, is it just an obligation for 3D Marios to stop you from progressing at least once? Because it says a lot about the game length itself that padding is 100% necessary for the game to be long enough. But honestly, it might be the dumbest case of it so far because it's conveyed so horribly. See, in every standard level there are these big coins that are the equivalent of star coins in this game. You think these would just be mere optional collectibles given that you don't have to collect them. I mean, that's how it worked in New Super Mario Bros. But no, even though you're not forced to collect them in any fucking way, and the game doesn't even give you a hint that you need to collect them, you have to collect them. Because World 5 and World 8's castles are locked behind a certain number of them, meaning you gotta backtrack. Because much like New Super Mario Bros. DS, some optional levels are locked behind these things, so you'd think that the big coins are just for these optional levels given you don't have to get them. But then in World 5 it just drops it on you and it feels really dumb. In World 8 it's not nearly as bad given that you already know by now, but I was genuinely pissed off at World 5 because it's like, great, the game was going really well for 5 straight worlds and now it's pulling this shit again without even telling me. It's not even like they're that fun to collect, they're often in way more obvious spots and generally just aren't that clever. And when they are clever, it's just really easy to get them. There are some fun ones, but the majority feel like an afterthought. They kind of suck and are way less fun to collect. Honestly, one of my biggest complaints is getting pretty common at this point. It's really generic. Not much sticks out, though it is more creative than Mario Wii, I'll give it that. Even if that's not much of an accomplishment. But even still, it's really forgettable at the end of the day and I wish I didn't have to say that, especially since I enjoyed the game a lot. Presentation is good though, it looks very good for the hardware and it's very vibrant, if again, a little generic looking. It's not amazing, the only track that really sticks out is the overworld theme, but overall it's a pretty okay soundtrack. I'd say it's shocking how little I had to say about this game, but it really isn't. These games, no matter the quality, are becoming the exact same as each other. Even if the games are good, there's no reason for me to come back to them, they blend together so much. This is a tough one to recommend. It has a lot of good qualities, but at the end of the day, it's a very polarizing entry. While some love it, it splits the audience between people who like the new formula and people who like the old one. And hey, I can't blame those people. I'm sort of in the middle of it. I definitely like the old formula more, but I still had fun here. It's a tough decision, but I'm gonna have to put it above Mario World. I know it's absolute blasphemy to say that, but hey, I haven't played a lot of these before. Mario World Start is just alright to say the least. It's not amazing or shitty, it's right in the middle. But the last 2 worlds in that game are Mario perfection in my opinion. Mario World having a very mid start puts it just below 3D Land. Mario World got better as it went on, and Mario 3D Land got worse. There's no guarantee someone's going to play through the entirety of Mario World given how much better the last part is, but I think a lot of people will pick up 3D Land with no issue. But I am going to put 3D Land under Mario Land. 3D Land had slightly higher highs but way lower lows, and is generally a less consistent experience and also not nearly as visually pleasing, which puts it below. Seeing all these games in their rankings is making me realize just how common skewed opinions are in these games. I mean seriously, how many times has the general consensus misled me? Like 7 times? Because honestly, it seems like the games people like are going low on the list, and the ones people consider forgettable or not worth your time are going near the top. And 3D Land, while not many consider it as a top 5, it was a very fun experience for me despite its many issues. What next? Awesome. This game is generally the least regarded in the new Super Mario Bros. Series, and while I don't necessarily think I'll have a bad time with it, there's a decent chance we're just gonna have a just okay game on our hands. But I guess it's unfair for me to judge if I haven't played. So, let's see what we've got. Dude, not gonna lie, this game goes hard. Yeah, we're to start the review off, but I really enjoyed this one despite getting so much hate. I guess I'll start off with that. This game gets so much hate. It's actually insane to me considering how much better this game is compared to Wii. Like, sure, people can have their own opinions, but there are so many aspects to this game that are just objectively better, and it's a huge surprise. The levels, for one. While I'm still not a fan of the star coin placements, I think they're pretty easy and basic. The layouts themselves are some of the best in the series if I'm being real. I have nothing more to say than the levels are great. And while I can't try out the DLC levels, I'm sure they're great too. This obviously happens to be the case considering you can only play 2 players in this game, meaning they didn't have to compensate as much, which is a way better decision. While I am giving a lot of praise to the levels, they're only slightly better than the ones in DS. That may sound like a backhanded compliment, but if there's anything DS got right, it's the levels. Still, it's worth pointing out. The controls are good once again, despite it being pretty redundant to mention for the 2D games at this point. The mid-air spin is gone, but I'm not complaining too much since DS didn't have it either. With the new Mario comes new power-ups, in which new Mario 2 only has 1. And like with 3D Land, it doesn't even appear that often. But when it does appear, bro, it's fucking awesome. The gold flower gets you a bag. With the gold flower, you can shoot gold balls that turn anything they touch into fat fucking stacks, and it's super satisfying. While I did say it only appears in a few levels, I'm less inclined to complain because if it was in more levels, it'd be insanely overpowered. The game also does add an extra measure to stop this power-up from being overused, and that's the flagpole. If you do manage to get to the ending flagpole with the flower, you'll revert back to Fire Mario. There is also another power-up, and it's the fucking Tanuki leaf again. I kinda hate how often this thing appears now. I didn't even like it in Mario 3. And to bring it back as your core power-up without making many new ones isn't a good trade-off, at least in my opinion. Remember when 3D Land's big marketing push was that this thing was making a return? Funny to look back on that considering just how often it appears now. The ability to fly does make its return, but you won't really be reaching max speed that often in this game, and when you do, falling off of platforms doesn't put you in the flying state, meaning you retain your speed. And that's a way better way to pull it off. Again, I still don't like it that much, but I do think it's done pretty well for what it is. I'm also completely fine with you being able to lose it. In 3D Land it was extremely detrimental since you don't have a jump corrector, but that doesn't really matter as much in a 2D space. They did very well with the idea here, but I still wish there were more new power-ups. There aren't many new things in this game in general, honestly, which seems to be the big complaint with this game. The few new things they added were pretty enjoyable to say the least, but if someone called this game the same as the last, I wouldn't blame them, and that especially applies with the bosses. The bosses are the Koopalings again, and despite them only appearing for the second time since Mario World, I'm already tired of them. Like Wii and even Mario 3, they all feel far too similar and are too easy to cheese, so they're not even fun, just get rid of them. The only improvement I see here is that you don't fight them twice, with the downside being you gotta fight these dickheads every halfway castle. Returning from Mario World, the Resnors appear for the last time in the series, and boy what a send off. You may recall that I didn't mention these guys in the Mario World review, and that was for a reason. They only appear in the secret castles. But here, they aren't assigned to secret castles, but rather every single mini castle in the game. First off, they aren't even fun to begin with. They sit on each platform on this wheel thing and you gotta hit the platforms from below. It's a really cool idea, but I do have 2 main problems with the fight itself. 1. The ground makes the boss way easier than it should be. If you ask me, allowing the player to stand on the ground gives them a way easier time hitting the platforms from underneath. To circumvent this, they had the ground start falling apart at a certain point, but it starts being destroyed way too late to even matter. They went even further by Fight 4 not having ground under the wheel to begin with, but it's not enough to eliminate problem 2. infrequent attacks. While I don't want it to be an absolute bullet hell, these guys attack really slowly, like every 8 seconds or something like that. It'd be way cooler if they shot more fireballs as the game goes on, so at the start they only shoot them occasionally and at the end they shoot them every like 3 seconds or something. But as it stands, this boss is pretty lame and it sucks you gotta fight him every single mid-castle. The final Bowser fight is sadly pretty lame too, even more lame than the DS one if I'm being honest. It's a painfully slow vertical auto-scroller where Bowser swipes at these platforms. The platforms are the only thing you can stand on, so you gotta make use of them, but they do fall when you stand on them. Fire-breathing Bowser statues get added eventually, but it's just way too easy and way too slow. For fuck's sake, as much as I thought the Wii's fight was overrated, at least it does give you the pace control for the majority of it. But this fight, too slow and a really lame way to end off this game that I really enjoyed. The enemies themselves have taken a downgrade too, and not that the enemies that were already there are bad, it's just that there aren't any enemies other than those. No new enemies might seem like a minor thing to point out, but every single Mario game until now has at least like 5 new enemies, so it's worth pointing out. While I haven't pointed out many positives regarding the game, NSMB2 has one big distinguishing factor I think it's time to mention. Getting rich as shit!
First you gotta curl your hand, man, about how you hold it. Curl your hand, put in this hand, thumb.
There's a huge boost in the amount of coins in every level, whether it be coin blocks or the coins I previously mentioned from the gold flower. Hell, it's even advertised on the box art. And I find this to be a really cool addition. Not only are the levels fantastic, but you have an extra thing to focus on while going through these levels. It's super cool. For about 10 minutes. Yeah, while I've been giving a lot of praise to the coin gimmick, it wears out its welcome pretty quickly. By the time I got to the third world, I was already combing through levels and skipping past a lot of optional coins. I think it would be much better executed if they introduced new methods of collecting coins throughout the entire game. But they really don't freshen the concept up as much as you'd hope. And no, when I talk about new ways of getting coins, I'm not just talking about hitting a different type of block or a different way the coins move. I'm talking about bigger differences like maybe the coins running away from you or something like that. I've been playing Virtual Boy Wario Land a lot recently and it has an excellent way of making coin collecting satisfying. At the end of every level you have an optional minigame that multiplies your coin count if you manage to win, and this is a great idea. It's super satisfying to get as many coins as you can. They could easily tweak that minigame to multiply your coinage by a similar amount or just add on a fixed amount of coins. They could even change the minigame itself rather than just the reward. I don't mind as long as it's there. One of my favorite forms of coin collecting has to be these gold rings. Touch one of these and for around 10 seconds enemies will give coins in some way, like kicking a Koopa shell to make a trail of coins or Goombas giving extra coins when stomped. It's pretty fun to use and the limited time makes their player actually interested in getting as much coins as possible. I also like the gold block. It appears throughout the game on certain occasions and when you have it and run at full speed, a big stream of coins come out of your head and it's super satisfying. But I still wish the coin gimmick was interesting throughout the entire game as it's one of the core focuses and it fails to intrigue me. I also have to question a pretty dumb design choice and it's a pretty big L on their part given that they didn't even figure this would be an issue. Collecting a ton of coins may be satisfying to some people, but gaining a 1-up still requires 100 coins only. Many do say game overs are a kinda dumb decision, and I do agree that dumb to some extent, but there should be a punishment for dying a bunch of times. Maybe not send you to the start. Despite most of the 3D games being dreadful experiences for me, or simply just alright, 3D Land of all games was one I'm quite fond of. It wasn't perfect, don't get me wrong. The last quarter of the game left a lot to be desired and was poorly designed, but I liked it a lot. But despite me liking it quite a bit and it definitely being my favorite 3D game out of the previous ones, 3D World I can admit definitely is quite a bit better. I guess to get it out of the way, much like I said in the intro of the retrospective, I'm not going to be covering Bowser's Fury. However, I am playing on the enhanced port of the game that comes bundled with Bowser's Fury that came out on the Switch a few years back. There isn't much to talk about in terms of quality enhancements, but in short, characters move faster, you can ground pound into a jump to go higher, and a new move is added, the mid-air roll, which makes you dive forward at a decent speed. First off, for the style of game it is going for, it controls almost perfectly. I think it's definitely the most refined game so far in terms of control. While while I did think Sunshine's controls were pretty great, there were definitely times where they fucked me over. But here, I always thought it was my fault whenever I fell off a platform, so I think the controls served their purpose well. Unfortunately, one of my biggest gripes with 3D Land returns here. The level structuring is back. I think I need to clarify this time because in previous reviews, I would kind of just say things without taking into account that it's just personal preference, but this level structuring thing is my personal preference, okay? You can like the 2D sort of levels if you like them. It's nothing really to do with objective quality. It's kind of just what you like, you know? But yeah, I'm not really a fan of this 2.5D kind of level design. As much as I have a distaste for this style of level, the levels are probably the best they can be with such a limited structure. The levels are pretty great for the most part, and if the level designers were tasked with making full exploratory level, I think they could do a pretty great job. The levels even occasionally have these wide open segments, and it really shows the potential of them. It's simply fun to roam around in these games when the controls are good. The star coin equivalents are also pretty good, the green stars. They're often placed in way better spots than the star medals in 3D Land. However, they're still not fantastic like a New Super Mario Bros, they're still fun to look for. They even show off exactly why the star medals in 3D Land fucked up the flow of the game. In that game, you'd reach World 5 and get blocked out of progression because you never noticed that the star medals were mandatory. In 3D World, not only are they more fun to collect, giving more of an incentive behind getting them, but they're indicated as mandatory right from the very first castle level, so you'll know throughout the entire game that you need them for progression. They're still not perfect though. Like Galaxy, in the second to last world, you find out how many green stars you need for the final level. It's not a crazy amount or anything, maybe like 25, which is basically the same amount I needed for the final level when I reached this point in the game in Mario Galaxy. It's not nearly as intrusive though, considering there's multiple of them in each level. In a way, I sort of regret my stance on Mario Galaxy's stars. Looking back on that review, it wasn't exactly fair, which I definitely noticed after that Sir Musty guy reacted to it.
Because you got some of you guys were saying the take is bad. I wouldn't say the take was bad. It's just it comes across to me as a no joy, no whimsy type take. Does that make sense?
But yeah, in case you need a refresher, back in that review, I reached a certain point in Mario Galaxy where he needed to tell me how many stars I needed to beat the game. And it was around 26. And my main complaint was that the number is way too high for someone who's kind of just trying to beat the game and not really 100% complete it. Not realizing I could just not play the game since I didn't really like it that much. And yeah, looking back on that review, that was kind of stupid. But in a way, I do think it makes a lot more sense here than it does in Mario Galaxy, considering that the green stars aren't really the main objective for the level. I mean, yeah, obviously you have to collect them, but you can just pass by them rather than you collecting them and that being the end goal. And so I guess that kind of separates the green stars from the levels themselves in a way. You know, in Mario Galaxy, the star was the goal, meaning that if you didn't like the missions, you didn't really like collecting the stars either. But in Mario 3D World, you could very much like the level without liking the green stars themselves. I guess making my complaint more understandable, because you can enjoy the levels themselves without having to collect the thing that you have to collect, you know? Okay, I'm gonna stop going off the fucking script now. Yeah, I had to go back into previous levels to collect more of them, and over 30 minutes later I had the amount needed, and by then I could progress through even though I could have just progressed if the requirement was lower. What's worse is that the game pulls the exact same thing for the final level. You need 170 and that's around 25 more than what I had, so I had to backtrack again. And this really contributes to how I feel about the last world of the game. I think the last world on its own is really good, but I could tell that the game was just overstaying its welcome by this point and I just wanted to end. With just 7 worlds, I feel like that would have been a good length, but Nintendo clearly didn't want to stray away from the tradition of there being 8 worlds to play through, which if you ask me is a bit too much, at least for a game like this. If they needed 8 worlds, they could have lowered the green stars required for the castles of World 7 and World 8 to around 30 less, and I think that would have made the game drag less. Still, I'm not complaining too much since it is only the last world, and I do think the green stars are kind of fun to collect, but they could have touched it up a bit just to make it way better. What I can say they nailed almost perfectly is the power-ups. There's a pretty large amount of them and it's got to be one of my favorite selections. The cat suit is easily one of my favorite power-ups to use. Not in terms of looks, I would have liked to dog Mario more, but it's still really fun to use, mainly down to its versatility. Using the cat suit, you can swipe at enemies with a pretty short range and also climb walls. I really like the swipe move, it's executed really well even if you won't be using it super often. If you use the move right while also moving at full speed, you can maintain your speed while attacking anything in your path, and it feels great. There's also a dive move which cements it as one of the best power-ups ever. By holding Y in the air, you can do this really fast dive move downward, and when you hit the ground, you hit anything in your way with the caveat that you lose all your speed you had before. On its own, it's not very satisfying to use, but if you cancel it before you hit the ground and immediately jump, the big amount of speed gained from the dive carries over, and if you keep doing this, you can move really fast. It feels awesome. I'm not even exactly sure if it's intentional, but it's really fun to do, and that's really all that matters. If Nintendo ever does another 3D Mario like 3D World, I want them to bring back the cat suit back, because it's fucking awesome, dude. The double cherry isn't nearly as good, but it's still a fun concept, I guess. Grabbing it will make a clone of you that copies your every move, including attacks. While 5 Marios at once obviously comes with its annoyances, it can be pretty entertaining to see a horde of Marios attacking shit. Outside of that, every other power-up is taken from previous entries, but they still work well and are good choices, which is all that really matters, I guess. I do have to give a quick shout out to the Fire Flower though. I didn't like it in Galaxy because it was pretty hard to aim in a 3D space. However, given that this and 3D Land have a way more simplified level structure, it is much more manageable, which is basically the only plus I can give to the level structure of these two games. I still don't like it that much. Despite how creative the power-ups are though, it doesn't excuse the fact that the game as a whole is pretty boring thematically. You do have creative level themes from time to time, but generally the levels are just like lava or grass or snow or whatever. I mean, I fucking love snow levels, but you can only please me so much when you have like 20 snow levels in every game. And rarely is there anything done with the snow theme in Mario games other than having snow and ice. Despite how forgettable Mario U is, it shows up perfectly what a good snow level should look like. Every snow level in that game has a vague bluish tint to everything, including the snow, which visually looks very nice despite the overall lackluster presentation of that game. The snow particles are also way more subdued, which looks way nice and gives more clarity. In 3D World, there's snowflakes all over the screen, and the game's assets don't really play with the fact that it takes place in a nighttime snow setting. It's way more visually boring and misses out on the opportunity of looking way nicer. Again, it does kind of come down to personal preferences, but me personally, I like the Mario U levels a lot more. In terms of visuals anyway. Mario U's snow levels don't even look perfect, but they look a lot better than these in my opinion. I even made this little mock-up on how they could play with the lighting to make it look better. It's not perfect, but it does get my point across. But yeah, the snow levels don't really do it for me, and neither do the level themes in general. Like dude, there's 2 desert worlds. 2. Sure, they do look, I guess, kind of different, but the textures and colors are basically the exact same. Honestly, the most creative the game gets in terms of levels have to be the different types of them. There are your standard levels and water levels and auto-scrollers or whatever. But there's also enemy confrontations, and new to 3D World, mystery houses and Plessie levels. Mystery houses technically appeared in Mario 3D Land, but they were so much more simple compared to here where they feel fully fleshed out. The premise is that you have 10 seconds to collect the green star in that room, whether by jumping to it or killing a bunch of enemies or whatever else. These sort of feel like WarioWare minigames in that they're fun but also bite-sized, and you play all of them consecutively. My only real complaint is that if you fail a room, you go all the way back to the star rather than starting from the first green star you haven't collected. This is especially dumb since the green stars are indicated as collected when you replay all the rooms that you did already, so it kinda just ends up being a chore doing them all again. They're still quite fun on the first playthrough though, and it doesn't matter as much as it realistically should since each of the rooms are fairly easy anyway. The Plessie levels are less forgivable. They work kinda like auto-scrolls, but you can also move way faster by holding forward. Outside of them not really feeling that great to play given that you're not as fast in the air, these levels probably would have sucked even if they were executed in the best possible way. I personally think it's way more fun to jump around on the ground and be able to move as you please. So these levels feel like an even further limitation to your freedom of movement, even past the limited level structure. The enemy confrontations also return as I said, and they kinda suck as usual. Probably even more than the other games. They appear way more often, and unlike Mario Wii or Mario U, there's not even a slim chance that you can dodge them. They're completely mandatory and it just feels like padding. Especially in Mario U, the way the maps are laid out and the way the enemies move, you can actually dodge them if you pay attention and make good decisions. Because every single time you move on the world map, it doesn't even have to be progression, you can just move anywhere. The enemies also move, in a random direction too, meaning that if you can get the enemies to move out of your path, you can get through completely scot-free. Here the enemies don't even move, and you can't go to further levels without killing it. It's just kind of a waste of time. These things can also be bosses, which they're okay. There's only one actually pretty good one, and outside of that they all feel pretty poorly executed, or just dumb ideas in general. The first Bowser fight sucks complete ass. He throws soccer ball bombs at you for some reason, I guess it's kinda cool. But you gotta effortlessly kick them back at him. To make up for the fact that he takes like 20 fucking hits to kill, Bowser constantly uses this attack, and when he doesn't, he's using this dinky and lame fireball attack. It's so dumb. Boom Boom sucks. Whoa. He works exactly the same as he does in 3D Land. Wow. There's not even anything to say on Boom Boom really. Pom Pom is marginally better than the 3D Land version, but still a waste of time to me. She functions the exact same but makes clones of herself, so you gotta find the real one. It's a decent concept, and theoretically the challenge should come from the quick timing, but she doesn't even disappear or use her weapon nearly fast enough, so to me it's not great. Histocrat is the one fucking good boss in this game. He summons these little snake guys that have platforms on their heads, and you gotta be good enough to climb on the highest one so you can actually get a hit in. Using the catsuit actually makes this way easier though, as you can climb on the snake bodies with it, and after that you can jump on his head and repeat the cycle. I'm not exactly sure what points I can add, but to me some of my favorite bosses from any game are the ones where you do platforming in them. Like that Mecha Bowser boss from Mario Galaxy 2. Or was it the first one? Whatever. Yeah, it was the first one. So I kind of just like inherently like this one because it doesn't really have any flaws and it kind of adheres to what bosses I like the most. Boss Brawler sucks though. He has absolutely no depth to him. He spawns boulder guys. You throw them at him, he spins around, repeat the cycle. It's just like not fun. It's not like there's more than one thing you gotta do to hit him, like grabbing a boulder, doing some platforming to him and throwing it. No, you just throw it at him and it takes no skill. King Kathunk has the high honor of the worst boss name of all time, and he's got a kinda cool concept. He moves around on this little spiked frame, then tries to crush you, and you gotta dodge where he's gonna land on the ground and hit his back. I feel like I might have to make this clear, but whenever I say a boss is too easy, unless if I point it out specifically, I'm usually implying that it's easy for the point it is in the game. Like Boom Boom, he first appears in the second world. To me, that's probably the hardest boss in the game so far, and King Kathunk appears in World 5. Not that Boom Boom is a super hard boss or anything, but he's probably the hardest. But yeah, King Kathunk, for the part of the game he's in, he's really not that hard. Prince Bully, he fucking sucks. Prince Bully fucking sucks even worse somehow. With King Kathunk, if you're not that experienced at the game, you could potentially get hit. Prince Bully has got to be the most effortless Mario boss out there. There's not even an exaggeration. You stuff him into these pipes, kick him when he comes back out. Cool boss. He takes like 7 years to charge his fireball attack, and you can do literally anything to knock him back and reset the attack. It's really lame. Motley Boss Blow Up is kind of lame too. I do like that it's kind of themed around the double cherry, even though the double cherry isn't really required for it or anything. It kind of just fails to execute on the concept. He jumps over to your location a few times before ground pounding and splitting into a bunch of metal blobs, as well as his normal form which you gotta stomp on. It'd be an okay boss if the jumping attack was harder to dodge, because really all you gotta do is keep running in circles and realistically you'll never get hit. And finally, the final boss. It's okay. Like in Super Mario Bros. 2, it's really hard for me to tell why people like this boss because it's another auto-scrolling one. You just gotta avoid him while climbing up this tower as he chases you down. It's a really cinematic fight, which is probably why people like it. But looking at the gameplay, at least to me, it's pure style over substance. I really do not like it. Just by proxy of being an auto-scroller, around half the gameplay is just dead air, waiting there until Bowser attacks again. And when he does, it's really easy to tell where and when he'll attack, so it's really easy to dodge it all, so kinda pointless. And after doing that boss in a short cutscene, the game sort of ends 10 seconds after you touch the flagpole, and it's pretty jarring. There's no ending cutscene, it kind of just cuts to the credits and the game's over. Oh well. After beating the game, there's a large amount of extra content to explore. First off, there's Luigi Bros. Yeah, to commemorate the year of Luigi, they put a modified version of the original Mario Bros. Arcade game into the game that you can access from the main menu. But outside of Luigi Bros, there's 3 new worlds to explore. While I believe that the last 2 are locked behind green stars, the first bonus world is simply available after you beat the game. I think that's awesome, considering that the bonus worlds are usually locked behind some bullshit impossible unlock condition like getting 1 billion star coins or whatever. The world maps for them also look really cool, which is surprising given I never really liked the world maps in this game. I always hated how they were segmented, when they could easily make them interconnected. Again, this sounds dumb, but it removes my immersion that this world does exist, and like I said in my Mario World review, it makes everything feel handmade and perfect, which is just kinda boring. It does work well functionality wise, but I kinda hate it in terms of visuals. It's so plain for the most part. And that's weird too, considering I do quite like this game's visuals. It does have issues in terms of how it looks, like again the flat looking snow levels and the majority of the themes being pretty boring, but overall the game looks pretty fantastic. However, I would love to highlight some of the better themes of the game, like the circus level, the shadow level, the weird space level, I don't know how to describe it, and my personal favorite, the fucking awesome Lost City level. I guess I kinda hated on the themes too much, but that doesn't mean there's no good themes, you know. While I can't say it's even near my favorite looking game visually, I mean hell, I probably liked Mario Land's visuals more even though that game came out in like 1989. But on a technical level, this is hands down the best looking game yet, which like yeah, no shit. It also has a fantastic soundtrack. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not on the level of like Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. But I played this game for the first time around 2 years ago and I remember not thinking too much of the soundtrack. It was good for sure, but I didn't really care that much. Now after seeing every game's soundtrack back to back, I can safely say this is one of the best Mario soundtracks. Again, I personally liked Mario Land's or Mario 2's soundtrack more, but these songs can be really cinematic sometimes and it's really cool. But I just like Mario Land more, I love that game. But yeah, Mario 3D World was really good. I'd never say it's one of the best games of all time like many like to proclaim, but it was for sure a very consistent experience, and the highest highs of this game are fun as all shit. I'd also say that the game is way more memorable than any of the NSMB games. Sure, DS will forever stay in my mind, but to be fair, that is because I grew up with it. Mario 3D World doesn't have anything huge to set itself apart other than it just being a quality time, but it does have a lot of little things like the cat suit as well as the Toaded Peach being playable for the only time in a 3D Mario. Mario 3D World? Shit's going in 5th place. I doubt it'll manage to be there by the end of the video given we have Odyssey and Wonder after this, but shit, who knows. It's going just below NSMB 2 for me because that game was a more consistent experience and was the perfect game length. But it is going above Mario Land despite how many times I mentioned it in the past like 2 minutes because well, look at these games side by side. I don't have to explain anything. I swear I've used that gag like twice in a row. And with that, we're done with the corporate era of Mario. Don't get me wrong, Mario 3D World was a lot more creative than the other corporate era games, but it still felt, kind of bland. And boy, what a forgettable ride the corporate era was. Oddly enough, none of these games were bad or even mediocre experiences. They were all at least good. But given that most of these games are very similar stylistically and are quite generic, it's hard to say if I'll even remember much of what happened in them by the end of the video. But yeah, whatever. What's next? Nice. Oddly enough, even though this game got a lot of love at launch, I see a lot of people complaining that this game sucks or was underwhelming. Given that a lot of these people also say they like Mario 64 though, I think I'm in for a fucking wonderful time. I'm pretty excited to play my first 3D Mario again. Yeah, I'm a fucking Gen Alpha, okay, shut up. But I'm also a little worried it will end up disappointing me. Who's to say? All I know is that now we've got 2 games to go. Strap in, bro. We're nearing the end. I guess it's time for Super Mario Odyssey. So I just want to let you know this real quick. My capture card was bugging very badly throughout this entire recording of my gameplay. So if you see random cuts forward, you know why it just randomly cuts out. But regardless, this game fucking slaps! First thing you'll notice when playing the game is that the controls are fucking great. I can't exactly say whether they're some Mario 3D World or more refined in terms of controls, and that's really just because they're 2 entirely different games, so comparing both to each other would be pretty dumb. So all I can really say about this game's controls is that they're fantastic. It is really satisfying to play, and that all has to do with how each move chains together. You can pull off a bunch of combos like a dive into a long jump or whatever, and it's very smoothly done. I've seen a lot of reviews for Mario Odyssey looking back at the game, and in those reviews I see people making the videos complaining that the dive is mapped to pressing the left trigger and then the Y button, but I know it's kinda satisfying. Even if it wasn't, what else do you map it to? In Mario 64, the dive can be super inconsistent. You just have to press B while running, but a lot of the time the game will do something else, like jumping and diving at the same time. It's a really good combo when used and can get some serious distance, but half the time I pull it off I end up just doing an air kick instead. It's really annoying. But in Mario Odyssey there are no other moves mapped to both left trigger and Y, making it impossible for the game to do something else instead. I just don't get the complaint. A lot of the satisfaction that comes from playing this game comes from your new companion on the adventure, Cappy, and he's awesome. First off, he aids you in your platforming, similar to the spin move in Galaxy or Flood. But despite those being fun to use but kinda flawed, this is easily the best interpretation of a platforming aid in a Mario game. You can get up to much higher platforms, get to much farther distances, simply just do a lot of stuff that you can't do normally. It's the sole reason why it feels so weird in the few instances where you play the game without him. It's insane to me that there's like 30 different regular moves you can pull off in this game, and basically all of them work with Cappy. You can throw him and then dive onto him to get an extra bounce. You can throw him and roll into him to get a speedy start to a jump. And of course, if you're good enough at the game, you can combine like a trillion different moves in one to make an insanely long or high jump. There's no point in the game where you need to, but it's just fun. There's also another thing Cappy can do, which is the main gimmick for the game. You can throw him at enemies and become them to take their abilities. This shit is insane and quite honestly makes the game like 10 times better. Not every enemy capture is perfect obviously, but it brings an entire new level of variety to this game that was already fairly present. Obviously I'm not going to talk about all of them, there's like 50, so I'm just going to talk about the ones that I think are worth mentioning if that's alright. The first one you find in the game is the frog, and it's a pretty great introductory capture. It's really simple, just making your jump way higher, but given that it is the tutorial capture, that's only a bonus. By itself it's not much, but it works way better than a bullet bill or a tank, given that it just improves on an ability the player already has rather than adding a new one. The chain chomp is the key to getting the game's first moon, this game's equivalent of the stars or shines. It is also a pretty great tutorial, as it teaches the player that enemies can also be captured, probably giving them a lot of ideas as to what they could transform into later in the game. He's also the first capture to give the player an entirely new ability, being flinging himself, which ends up being their solution to the puzzle. The water levels are really slow in this game, which ends up being one of my only gripes with the levels given that they're mostly great, but I'll get into them later. However, the absolutely horrifying slow nature of the water levels can be mitigated by capturing a Cheep Cheep. And by using it you can move way quicker underwater, as well as having the bonus of breathing underwater. There's another water capture in the game being the Gushion, and despite both being water captures, they serve totally different purposes. The Cheep Cheep is meant for mobility and safety underwater, while the Gushion moves quicker with the caveat that he can't go underwater. This dynamic works well, and both of them fix their water levels for the most part. Quick spoilers for the end of the game, okay? Skip to this fucking timestamp, alright? The last one I want to mention is Bowser himself. He can be captured during the final escape sequence and it's pretty cool. He can shoot fireballs and claw at shit, and he can be fun to play as. As I said, you play him in the final escape, and it's really cool. Being this big gauntlet of challenges you take on as Bowser. It's a perfect send-off to what I think is a pretty great game. The game does end pretty abruptly though, there's no scene showing them back at the Mushroom Kingdom or whatever, and it's really weird. Mario just throws his cap at the screen and roll credits immediately after, wow. Still though, the escape sequence is really good, definitely better than the final boss. The bosses in this game are, dare I say, good. Not many of them are fantastically designed or anything, but there aren't many I'd say weren't enjoyable. A great thing about the bosses is that, for the most part, they fit the difficulty of the point you are in the game mostly well. You fight Topper first, and he's a good tutorial boss. He runs at you and he has a bunch of hats, and the boss teaches you that you can also use Cappy as a weapon. He's pretty great for a first boss. He's easy enough for inexperienced players, but also hard enough not to be a total cakewalk to anyone really. At least later in the game. Harriet honestly ended up being one of my favorite bosses, and it's no doubt due to the ingenious way she's designed. She throws bombs at you, and her third attack is always a big bomb that's very obviously meant to be something to hit. After hitting it, she becomes vulnerable and you can stomp on her for a hit. After that, she goes into her hat and starts dropping bombs for around 10 seconds and the cycle repeats. My first time playing this game, my dumbass just hit the big bombs because there's no insanely clear indication that the small bombs can be used too. But that's not a bad thing. Again, it's entirely optional to hit them, and all it does is just speed up the process. And it teaches the player that you should try hitting stuff with Cappy to see if it works. And when she goes into her attack cycle where she drops the bombs from the hat, I thought you just had to wait, but you can hit the bombs back into her to skip the attack, which is a really cool way to integrate attack cycle skipping. It's not an amazing boss or anything, and it's just a little bit too easy for the point it is in the game, but I have to give props to the ingenious decisions made with her. Knuckler Tech is also pretty great. His gimmick is his two floating hands, and you gotta lure him into punching the ice on the ground. After that, you can capture his hand and fly it back into his face, which feels great. After every hit, he gets a new attack, like swanning a bunch of ice to rain down from the sky or trying to crush you with his hands. This adds a really progressive feeling to the boss, and it's fucking awesome. Torque Drift is probably the worst big boss in the game. You gotta use the uproot capture to jump over these laser rings, and after that you gotta destroy these 3 pylon things and then hit his weak spot. At least in my opinion, I feel like you have way too much time and space to jump over the laser rings. It'd be way cooler if there were poison spots or something to make it harder, but it's boring. Cookatiel is a bit better. He has this pretty damn long attack phase where he just spits out food that's really easy to dodge. But the way he uses the lava bubble capture is pretty cool. He spits out this weird lava-like goop, and you gotta climb up it with the lava bubble and conk the guy on his head. There's some stuff you gotta dodge on the way up, which does make it harder, but it doesn't excuse the really long and easy attack phases. As of now, the boss is just alright, even though they could have easily made it better by just making the first attack phase shorter. A lot of Nintendo YouTubers clearly love the Ruined Dragon because it looks like it stumbled into the wrong game. And I can't lie, it does look really cool. But anyway, he shoots these wheel projectile things that can honestly be pretty challenging to dodge sometimes. And after that, he'll slam his head onto the ground to make this electric chain pattern thing. After that, you gotta take all the pegs out his head and ground pound his damn skull. It's a really cool and fun boss, and my only complaint is that Cappy makes the electric chain attack way way too easy to survive. They could have made some of the later chains less chaotic and stretched them up a bunch to make Cappy unusable in that situation, and I think that would have made for a much more interesting attack. But still, this boss is really good. However, the Robo Brood has to be my absolute favorite. It's the only boss that defies the 3-hit rule, and honestly I think that was for the better because this boss is amazing. It shoots bombs at you, and using the Pokio capture you gotta whack them back at its legs. After damaging its legs, it falls over and you can climb up to kill one of the Broodals, and that counts as 1 of 4 hits. As the fight goes on, it gains more attacks like slowly stepping towards you or this charge attack. It's a very progressive fight, but what makes it for me is the harder method of killing it. After the first 3 hits, these wood parts on its legs open up when it's standing still, and a typical person wouldn't think too much of it, but using the Pokio you can actually climb these. You can use them to climb on top of the mech and kill off one of the Broodals for a big time save, but it's kinda hard to pull off, which is a great dynamic. This time save makes an otherwise just good boss into a really great one, and I can't think of any problems with it given its progressive nature and genius gameplay design. The last boss I have to talk about is obviously Bowser himself, and he's just alright, which kinda sucks. He throws his hat at you and you gotta hit it with Cappy and then use it to punch Bowser himself, which feels satisfying. As the fight goes on, he throws more hats at you, with only one of them being the real one, and it's an okay fight I guess, but a little too easy for the point it is in the game. It's also not fair in the slightest that Bowser can basically just get a free hit on you. On the last hit, he actually blocks your attack for a second and swings his tail in a circle, but it's not conveyed well that that's about to happen. They could have a danger icon or something, but they don't, and it can easily blindside a new player, which is really dumb. Don't get me wrong, that complaint is very close to being flat out false, considering that if they just made the tail attack slightly slower on the first time, then it probably wouldn't blindside a new player. But as it stands, it's just kinda stupid, which doesn't really matter that much, considering it's just a one-time thing. The second fight with him is a little better, but super lame as a final boss. It's just the first fight again with 1 new attack and more fake hats. I was definitely hoping for a completely original boss for the finale like in 3D World, but I guess I can't expect them too much from Nintendo. As is, it's a fine boss, but a repeat battle for a boss that wasn't even that good as is pretty disappointing. A thing I can undoubtedly praise with these bosses is that they have super creative designs. A lot of them are something you'd never see in New Super Mario Bros. Or whatever. Creativity seems to be this game's strong point. There's tons of new stuff around every corner, whether it be the captures or the locations. The locations in this game are some of my favorite in terms of level themes, like the Wooded Kingdom being a blend of a forest or mechanical type area. There's also Seaside Kingdom, which every Nintendo YouTuber including me uses the music of, as well as Bowser's Kingdom, which has an ancient China look I really like. Most of the main moons you gotta collect are really good, like in Sand Kingdom. You gotta go through this entire pyramid level and then come back out on the top to fight Harriet. But outside that 3/4, maybe half if I'm being generous, of the optional moons are really lame for the most part. Obviously some of them are bound to be really good considering there's 800 of them, but most of them usually revolve around a few archetypes. We've got timed challenges, putting a seed into pot, kicking rocks, shit like that. None of those are necessarily bad on their own, but given these are repeated a bunch throughout the game, it's safe to say that they get repetitive very quickly. The sub-areas a lot of these moons exist in also look really plain a lot of the time, and that sucks because this game looks great. I can't exactly describe what makes the game look nice, it just really does, even if again I like Mario 2 visuals more. The soundtrack is fantastic too, one of my favorites. It's got so many good tracks like obviously Jump Up Superstar and the Wooded Kingdom theme. And like I said earlier, every YouTuber including myself really likes the Seaside Kingdoms theme, but Shiveria is a highlight for me too. And overall, the soundtrack is fucking great, and the perfect way to end off a review of this game if you ask me. That other review with the title of It's No Masterpiece? Don't get me wrong, that title is right. While the game had a lot of good aspects, there's not much bringing you back to it, and overall when you beat it, you're not going to be saying wow to yourself. But I don't think it's hard for me personally to say that this is the best 3D Mario so far. This isn't my be-all end-all opinion, obviously, you can dislike it if you want. But in my opinion, this is easily top 4th place. New Super Mario Bros. 2 forgettable nature and the similar bosses do put it below, even if I think the main platforming is a tiny bit better. However, as far as I'm concerned, Mario 2 of all things is just slightly more consistent and memorable for me to put it above. I mean, honestly, it's crazy to see how little people talk about this game now, as it's not discussed nearly as much as the previous games. Personally, I think that's undeserved. I definitely had a lot to say about it, which puts it above a lot of games in terms of interesting discussion for me. But you don't even want to see me talk about this game any longer, do you? Because you want me to talk about this game. Yep, it's that time. I've spent around 3 months just writing for this retrospective alone, so it's safe to say I'm excited. Will we end off in a bang? Will it be overrated? Or is this right here the definitive Super Mario experience? Well, I think it's time to find out. Honestly, I really did not want to say this when I first started playing, but I have to say, this retrospective did not end in a bang. Outside of my rant near the end of the segment about the game as a whole, my review will probably end up being way shorter than the rest, so I apologize for that. Mario Wonder is the newest game in the Mario series, and it's got consistently the highest praise out of any Mario game, even more so than Mario 64. With Mario 64, I see some of the most praise out of any video game, but there are still a few detractors. With Wonder, I've never seen anyone talk bad on it, so I guess it's my job to do just that. Honestly, despite me kinda hating this game, I wanted to start with the positive. This game looks fantastic. Everything is just so fucking colorful, it's pretty great. I can't say I like the soundtrack that much though. There is highlights, but in general the soundtrack is pretty whatever to me. There's a bunch of playable characters, the highest count in the series up to this point. While it sucks that you can't play as Wario, the character roster is pretty great overall. I do have to dock a couple points for each character not having unique traits like the previous game, but it's whatever, it doesn't really matter that much. The game's main gimmick and something people like to suck off a lot is the Wonder Flower, and honestly I do not get the hype. They like to push this really weird, zany aesthetic in the marketing, but it's almost never too weird. The weirdest one is probably the one with the singing piranha plants, but that one's really overrated if you ask me. A lot of people like to shit on autoscrollers, but it shows a crazy level of bias when people don't shit on this one because it's literally an autoscroller. The only one I got to that I can actually praise is the first one, the worm pipes. It's pretty simple, just making the pipes move around and grow eyes, but that's why it's a perfect introduction to the gimmick. But outside that, I can't really recall any that caught my attention. It's a really overrated gimmick if you ask me, and isn't always that creative. A much better new gimmick are the badges. You can find these in certain levels and they just give you new abilities. There's obviously way too many of them to count, so I'll just list off the ones I think are notable so I don't have to talk about them all. The parachute cap is the first one you get, and it's pretty useful. You can glide forward with this, and it feels like a more balanced take on the Super Acorn from Mario U. In that game, you could skip large chunks of levels, but here they made sure to balance it a bit. After a few seconds of gliding, you start to move slower and descend a little faster, and it balances it out a lot. The Dolphin Kick is probably one of the coolest new abilities in a Mario game. It makes water levels actually fun. It's like a new take on the frog suit from Mario 3. You press the right trigger to swim forward without having to worry about mashing A to move up or whatever. The controls can be a little wonky with your first time using it, but you can get used to it pretty quickly, it's great. And finally, the floating high jump, the badge I use for the majority of my play session. It makes you jump higher and fall slower. That's it. But I won't pretend that it doesn't make the game more fun. It's the exact same as Luigi's playstyle from Mario 2 and it's great. But yeah, that's it. As I said before, I got about halfway through this game before quitting, so there might be more good badges I haven't tried out before, but out of the first 5, those are the best. Now, I have to get to my worst problem with the game, the fucking level design. Mario 1 has the same level design issue as Mario Wii, that being that they're empty. But unlike Wii, where it was at least that way for a reason, here it's just like that because Nintendo felt like it, I guess. In Mario Wii, the levels are empty specifically because of the focus on multiplayer. That's kind of a shitty way to think, but I can't really see any other way. And at least it's a reason. But in Wonder, the multiplayer has no player interactions. You can't touch other players, making this design decision completely pointless. And if anything, Wonder has it worse. The level design's even more empty than in Wii, and again for absolutely no reason. If Wonder had better levels, I think it'd genuinely be like a top 5 game for me maybe. But the levels might be the most boring in the series up to this point. It's not helped by the star coin equivalents either. Much like every single game with a star coin equivalent other than the original DS game, the star coin placements can often be really lazy now in the open and they're just not fun to collect. I mean, star coins are a fantastic idea. If the original NSMB didn't have star coins, I think it probably would have put it like 2 spaces lower. But they made the already good levels in that game even better, and I have to give props. But here they suck complete ass and it's really, really disappointing. The new power-ups are pretty decent. The elephant fruit was oddly my least favorite playing through given how popular it is. It gives you this melee attack, and when you go in water you can carry it for a ranged attack. The ranged attack can be pretty hit or miss though, quite literally. It doesn't always hit, and it's not because of skill, just how weird the projectiles are shot. The bubble flower is really where it's at though. This one is great. You can blow bubbles. That may seem like a lame attack, but it's really useful. You can insta-kill a lot of enemies with this thing, and if you're diligent enough you can even bounce off the bubbles, which can be really satisfying. Honestly, now that I think about it, panels that give you both a new offensive and mobility option are some of my favorites. Cappy from Mario Odyssey was exactly that, and it made the game even better than it would be otherwise. And the next power is also an offensive mobility power up too. The drill mushroom is pretty fucking good, even if it's the least popular power up in the game. You can drill into the ground and the ceiling, which can be pretty overpowered but also fun. And it has the bonus of being able to kill enemies from underneath, which can be really satisfying if done right. It's not amazing or anything, it's just good enough for me to like it a lot. But anyway, back to bitching. Level gimmicks can often be really dumb too. The best example I have is this level, Countdown to Drop Down. It has these platforms with numbers on them, and every single time something lands on them it goes down by 1. After the number goes to 0, it disappears for a bit before coming back. It's an alright idea, but the numbers are often way too high, so by the time they reach 0, you're probably not even on the platform anymore, meaning they're not even a threat. It's really dumb and I hate it, and it's honestly I didn't even bother trying out the multiplayer for this game. I didn't want to play it anymore, it left such a shit taste in my mouth and now I don't want to talk about it anymore. This will probably change later on, but as of now I think I hate this game. This is a very short review, but honestly I think I've talked enough shit on games that I hate throughout this entire retrospective. I don't think I want to do it anymore for a little bit. Even my personal least favorite games in the series have interesting discussions around them. Mario Sunshine is fun to rant about because they make a lot of right decisions, but there's too many shitty things to count that make the game my personal least favorite. Mario 64, despite being rough around the edges, is a very memorable game and it's interesting to discuss its many overrated elements, at least to me. Mario Wonder lacks any of that. Its design flaws are obvious to anyone who analyzes it even remotely past surface level. Sure, it looks nice and is creative at times, but to me, this is just another new Super Mario Bros., something the fans try to claim it's the opposite of. I know some people would say that it's unfair for me to critique the game this hard given I only played up to World 4, but in this situation I don't care. I wanted to come into this game praising it for every facet of the gameplay, but in general, it's just not worthy of that, and I think it says a lot that you barely see people talk about it now. This game has honestly made me rethink the way games should be criticized. I no longer think that straight up frustration is the worst way a game can make you feel. It's gotta be full on boredom. At least anger is, I guess, kind of an emotion. Boredom isn't, and if it is, it barely counts. Shit like Mario Wonder genuinely pisses me off because I can see the potential in it, but there's just that one thing that ends up being a cataclysm to the entire experience. Mario Wonder is going at the bottom of the list. Fucking hell. So, we're done. And holy shit, what a draining experience. However, I think I want to save my ranting for the synopsis of the entire series. So for now, what's the ranking of all the games? How do they stack up against each other? Well, here's my list currently, but I think I want to make a couple changes. So first of all, a change I've been thinking about for quite some time. I want to change Lost Levels rating. I initially gave it a 3 out of 10, but looking back on it I think it was a bit harsh. I think by now it's very clear to anyone what you're getting into when you're playing the Lost Levels, and I certainly think a super difficult game has a place in the series. It's not moving placements in the list, hence why I think it's a very unimportant change. But it's for sure a little better than I gave it credit for, so it's a 4. I think a necessary change that I think is a little bit more important is Super Mario Land. I think it just slips into the 8 out of 10 column. I think the gameplay has grown on me just a tiny bit, and I think the game in its presentation is charming enough for me to love it. So yes, as much as I never thought I'd do this, it's going above Mario 2. And lastly, these two changes I want to make right now are definitely the most important, and I think they need some context. So I played each game at least 2 times. Not only just to wait until I could get gameplay for these games, but also so I could refine my notes and reviews a little. And admittedly, I don't think the latter worked out as well as I thought. While some of the reviews I do think got a little better, I still think all of my reviews, save for the Wonder review, have at least one big flaw. I'll save talking about those for a video I have planned after finishing the retrospective, but for now I just have to say that while I love this retrospective and it's for sure going to stay a giant part of my channel for a while, I'm still getting better as a reviewer. I have like 20 videos, so of course I'm not perfect. But now I have to get into the changes for these 2 games' rankings, and those games are Mario 3D World and Mario Odyssey. I fully admit that by the time I got to 3D World and Odyssey I was pretty burnt out and just trying to get through. Of course I still enjoyed these, but not as much as I do now. For Mario 3D World, yeah, it's going at the very top of the list. I admit that I absolutely despise boring takes, but this game is just super fun. The big thing that changed my opinion on this was the green stars. If you don't recall, there's 3 green stars in each level, and they're a semi-optional collectible. You require a number of stars to progress between levels, but which ones you get are up to you. In my first playthrough, I didn't think much of them, but now I think they're about on par with New Super Mario Bros. Star Coins, which is definitely a very high bar. I do think New Super Mario Bros. Star Coins have the edge since you don't require them, but in 3D World I actively saw myself going out of my way to get them, and not because I needed them to progress. It may sound like a small thing that the green stars are good, but I think bar none, the most important thing to get right in a platformer is the level design, and all the stars do is just make them twice as good. However, with Mario Odyssey, I think it's easily the most important change in the list. Were you surprised by me putting Mario 3D World at the top? Well, fuck you, I'm doing it again. Mario Odyssey is the best game, that's why I did it twice. It's a very similar thing to 3D World in that the moons are just so fun to collect. I think on average the green stars are better, but there's just so many in Mario Odyssey and usually they're really fun. With that obviously comes the complaint that around like 2/3 of the moons aren't fun, but 1, you don't have to collect the bad ones, and 2, so, it doesn't matter if 2/3 of the moons suck if there's 900 of them. That's 300 good moons, which is almost 3 times the amount of your GOAT Mario 64's total stars. But with that, I think it's time to get into the ranking. So let's get into it. I'm gonna do this in release order, by the way. First we have Super Mario Bros., which lands in 14th place. It's for sure kind of fun sometimes, and I can respect it for being the first one, but controls kind of suck, level design is okay, and I feel like everything about it is just okay, except a few parts which put it down to a 4 out of 10. The second game is The Lost Levels, getting itself to 15th. Not much to say other than it's Super Mario Bros. With more unfair level design, which is whatever I guess. Next we have Super Mario Bros. 2. I genuinely thought it was going to be in the top 5 by the end of the video when I first played it, and I have no clue what I was thinking. For sure it's close to it, but it lands at 7th. Very fun at its highest, but it only reaches that point about half of the time. Super Mario Bros. 3 at 10th place sure can be very fun, but it can also be painfully irritating. However, I think most of the time it's just a 6 out of 10 experience. And what do you know, it's a 6. Super Mario Land just misses the top 5 at number 6. I think the complaint of it being too short is dumb now that I think about it. I think all it does is increase replayability, and yeah, the game is fun too. I really like the levels and that's about it. Super Mario World, at least to me, is the first interesting game I have to talk about. I think I've been pretty vocal during this retrospective about how good I think the last 2 worlds are. I genuinely think they are peak 2D Mario. But the thing is, that's a couple hours into the game, and before that it's just kinda alright. I suppose it depends on the person, but to me I don't think I would want to play 6 worlds of super flat levels to get to 2 worlds of good shit. But hey, that's just me. 9th place. In 4th place, however, we have Super Mario Land 2. I think I might have glazed it a little bit in my review, but overall I think it's still an 8 out of 10 game. Great stuff. Fun level design, pretty good controls, creative bosses, and super clever ways to get around the Game Boy's limitations. Now we have what I at least believe to be my most controversial review when it came out, although it's been dethroned by the Galaxy one. Super Mario 64 is one I was very mixed on when I played it. I still definitely am. However, something about my review of it weirds me out to this day. I have no clue what to think of it. At the end of the day, I still agree with most, if not all, of my complaints, but I feel like I might have been a bit harsh in it. It's still a 4 out of 10, but I don't know, I just feel weird about it. I still absolutely stand by the fact that the controls are bad though. I've seen some people describe it to me as a learning curve, and I don't believe that in the slightest. I played this game in the original release like 5 times I want to say, and during those 5 times there was never a point where the controls truly clicked for me. I don't know, maybe I'm doing something wrong. But regardless how I feel, it's a 4 out of 10 and lands at 16th. Mario Sunshine, however, not quite as polarizing to me to say the least. Yeah, this game's terrible. I have a hard time believing I'll ever change my opinion on the matter. It's funny because I feel like all the super common complaints thrown in this game are just flat out wrong. No, the controls aren't bad. They're 50 times fucking better than whatever 64 was cooking up. And no, the blue coins aren't bad at all. Yeah, they're not fun to collect, but they're completely optional. Regardless of what I think of those complaints though, this game is absolutely terrible and lands itself at 18th. However, our number 3 spot, New Super Mario Bros. Clearly is not. Holy shit, this game is good. Initially, I was going to put it under Mario Land 2. I felt it might have been nostalgia biased a little, but after looking at it on an objective level again, it's got all the good parts of Super Mario Land 2, just with the excellent minigames. And with that, yeah, we're at the shit stains again. Super Mario Galaxy is for sure a flawed review of mine, I should admit that. However, I just cannot get into this game. I think the planetary gravity mechanic is creative, sure, but it's quite literally nothing but a detriment to the experience of playing. Sure, I suppose it's creative, but all it does is just cover up how empty the levels are. And that's absolutely my biggest complaint, the empty levels. Holy shit, just make the levels populated and it would be good. That is my one giant complaint with the game. New Super Mario Bros. Wii is, to me, the definition of an okay video game. The graphics are okay, the levels are okay, the music is okay, everything is just so okay. Much like World, the levels later on are a lot better, but I'd argue the lowest of this game's low are lower than Mario World's lows, without the highs of World's either. Number 13. 3D Land is at number 8, and it started off so well. Honestly, if it kept up the same level of quality, it would have had the potential to be in the top 5. But around World 6, the game arbitrarily increases the difficulty by making the platforms way smaller, and it's pretty bad after that. Mario Galaxy 2 is by far my most flawed review. I didn't even complete the game, but not in a Mario Wonder way where I did it out of boredom. It was just because I didn't want to get like 10 stars to unlock the next world. It didn't affect the rating at all, but it just made it come off a lot worse. I still think it's a 6 out of 10 and at number 11 though. New Super Mario Bros. 2 is by far the most overlooked game in the series. Basically every review just says it's the same as the last one and it's very bland. I will admit it's very similar to both Mario Wii and DS, but calling it the blandest one of the series is just a complete lie. It does plenty creative, like the creative themes and being the one game to differentiate from the same world themes. And even if you do consider this game uncreative, all you're doing is missing out on a super polished and generally solid Mario game. Easily the best level design of the 2D games, and something about the controls just feels a lot more satisfying. I don't know if that's just me though. It just scrapes the top 5 at, well, number 5. Mario U though? I still think the Wii is the worst of the New Super Mario Bros. Series, but the level design is on average a little worse here. However, it does start with the best parts instead of ending with them, and the bonus modes are pretty great, which puts it one spot above at number 12. 3D World, number 2 straight up. Great level design, nice gimmicks, a little creative at points, and some of the best collectibles I've seen in the series with the green stars. I really do not have much to say about this. I'm pretty glad I played each game twice for each review, because without doing that I would have never realized how good this game is. However, above 3D World at number 1 is Super Mario Odyssey. Frankly, if I played this game 10 times for a review, I would struggle to come up with a major complaint. It's just really, really fun, and honestly it's the only game on this list I can see myself giving a 9 to in the future. The controls are the best in the series, it's super creative, there's a wide variety of locations, it's fucking Mario Odyssey. And honestly I don't see a universe where I put anything above it. However, it's not all fun in the Mario series at this point, because 6 whole years after Odyssey's release, Super Mario Bros. Wonder released, and I just don't know what happened with this game. On paper, everything is good about this game, but there are 2 giant complaints I have with this game that make me hate it. 1. The marketing versus the actual game. This doesn't make the game much worse, but it sure is extremely irritating to think about. The entire marketing gimmick behind this game is that Mario is weird again. Look at the game, it's so weird and zany. But in reality, the level of weird the Wonder Flower brings to the table is the most basic definition of weird you'll ever see. Whoa, superstars are raining down from the sky? The fish guy became big. I'm in space. Wow. Ironically, the game actively tries to be weird, but in this game it's a marketing gimmick, which to me makes it feel like 5 times as corporate. However, the second thing is much, much worse. The fucking levels. I hate to reiterate it, but the levels are literally like Fallout wastelands, and it makes what could have been a fun game into easily the most boring game I've ever played in my entire life. It honestly stuns me that I've never heard anyone say this about the game. I suppose because of the good graphics, it's not as noticeable. And hell, it works, as it seriously took me a long time to figure out what was wrong with this game. But whatever, I'll never play this game ever again in my entire life. I can't lie and say this wasn't a very disappointing experience. Despite some of my favorite games being in this series, none of them really get to go above an 8 out of 10 for me, which is a surprising thing to say. I went into this expecting at least one of these to be a top 50 video game, and I can't say I'm not dissatisfied with the result. These games are really important to me, and it was pretty disheartening to see so many of the games be really disappointing. I'm sorry we had to end on such a bad note with Mario Wonder because I was expecting something, but I guess it's fine for some games to be bad. Either way though, I'm the first person on YouTube to do a full Super Mario series retrospective. Typically, if you search up Mario retrospective, you get 3D Mario videos, 2D Mario videos, or Mario Kart videos, or Mario Party videos, whatever, but never the full mainline series. And even if when I upload the compilation of all the videos and it doesn't pay off in views, that's fine. I loved writing these reviews, and it makes me especially hopeful when I eventually make my Wario Land video. A lot of people like to say that Mario Sunshine is overrated, or Mario Odyssey is overrated, or whatever. But if you ask me, it's not just one or two games, it's the entire series. Not even one of these games is a game I'd consider a true masterpiece or one of the best games of all time. Even still, the series is really important to me, and I think it can just be attributed to nostalgia. New Super Mario Bros. Is the first game I ever played in my life, and while it wasn't perfect, I played the hell out of it. Mario Kart DS was the second game I ever played, and to this day it remains one of my favorites of all time. I genuinely wasn't expecting to get so much out of this retrospective. Even with most of my least favorites, they were fun to talk about and they all had good aspects. But I'm finally done. And if only a few people watch this thing, that's alright. A lot of people just do the 2D games or the 3D games, or even just the games in the 7 spin-off series, and I assume people just do this to decrease the amount of games that we're looking at. But not me, because I'm better. Alright, that's the end of the video. Go home.